Good afternoon, everybody. This is Caleb here with Indiana Storm Chasing Network, Indiana Weather Online. We are live here for the first time here today, and what will likely be a long stream event here in Indiana. We have our first severe thunderstorm warning in effect. This is in effect until 3 o'clock Eastern Daylight Time for Fountain County, Park County, Warren County, and Vermilion County in west central Indiana for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-size hail. This is the first severe thunderstorm warning of many that we'll see tonight here in the state of Indiana. Taking a broader look here around the region, you can see a big, large line of storms that had developed all the way down from southern Illinois all the way up to the Chicagoland area in northern Illinois. These are going to be progressing eastward as they move eastward across the state of Indiana here this afternoon. We're likely going to see additional severe thunderstorm warnings and perhaps even a couple tornado warnings as well, as these thunderstorms, this line of thunderstorms will be capable of perhaps a few spin-up tornadoes along the leading edge here. Before this is all said and done. Main hazards today, damaging winds. First and foremost, this is our primary risk here today. 60 to perhaps 75 plus mile per hour winds. Quarter size hail. Hail is not a large threat today, being that this is more of a linear setup, meaning a line of storms versus individual cells. Individual cells always typically have your greater hail risk associated with those. We don't see that too much here today. We see a line of storms. So damaging winds and spin up tornadoes are our main hazards here today. We'll likely see additional warnings here issued as the night here progresses, and we'll be here to cover them for you live in detail until this line in the severe risk is completely over here in the state of Indiana. So stay tuned, get comfortable, and as we'll be here all afternoon long. We do have the storm hunters out today. They are out in the field here today. We have Dakota out in the field. We have Parker and Corey all out in the field here today, giving us live shots of the storms as they move across the state of Indiana. Looking here at our severe warning storm, you can see a nice bow echo here taking shape. A couple pockets of embedded stronger winds here. We got one here and one here to the north, kind of splitting right to the north and south of Danville, Illinois. This is going to be moving near the Attica area, as well as northern Vermilion and Warren counties here over the next few minutes or so. You can see a nice gust front there near Hoopeston, Illinois, and then near Georgetown, Illinois, have another little boat out front there. These are pockets of winds up to 60 miles per hour, perhaps even a little bit stronger south of Hoopeston, moving into the Warren County area over the next 20 minutes or so. We do have a special weather statement in blue getting ready to expire. This was for a thunderstorm that developed out ahead of the main line a little bit earlier, produced some gusty winds just south of the Crawfordsville area, but it looks like it is on the way out at this point in time. Not a lot of forcing out here. A lot of the ingredients are there out ahead of this line, but we don't really have forcing to get storms up and going out ahead of the main line. So this squall line is going to be the main event here today and throughout the entirety of this event. Let's go to the chat here. We got Kim in here, Melissa, Sandy. Great to see you guys. We got Caleb in here. Well, hi, Caleb. Nice to meet you. We got Kay in here, Caitlin. Awesome, guys.
It's going to be a long stream.
Yeah, sure. Yep. So timing here is from now to about 9-10 o'clock here tonight. We do have a tornado watch in effect. I'll go ahead and toggle that on here for you. While these storms are still off in Illinois, they're getting ready to cross state line here into Indiana here soon. But if I toggle on our tornado watch here, it'll show up in counties shaded in yellow. We'll go ahead and turn that on here so you guys can see who is included in the tornado watch. Basically stretching here from Jasper, Indiana is not included in the watch, but areas from Vincennes, Bloomington, Indianapolis, Newcastle, all the way to the Michigan, Indiana state line here, South Bend, Fort Wayne. You guys are all in a tornado watch here, everywhere shaded in yellow here. All these yellow boxes is our tornado watch, and that is in effect until 8 o'clock tonight, Eastern Daylight Time, or 7 o'clock Central Time. As these storms do progress eastward, we'll likely see that tornado watch trim back a little bit, starting in Illinois, and then moving from east to west, or west to east here later tonight. Those of you behind this line, after this line passes through, your severe weather risk will likely go down quite a bit. We don't expect additional severe weather tonight behind this line, with the exception of northwest Indiana. We could have some severe thunderstorms associated with what we call an MCV, or surface area of low pressure. That's what's producing some severe storms back behind this line across central Illinois. This is going to pull northward towards the Chicagoland area and perhaps Lake and Porter counties. We're going to have to keep an eye on you for a little bit longer here tonight after this line of storms moves through. But areas across southern Indiana, think Bloomington down to Evansville, once this line of storms moves through, your severe weather threat should be hopefully over here for the evening, and we'll track that for you in detail. And as these line of storms continue to progress into Indiana. The entire state of Indiana is in an enhanced risk, which is a level 3 out of 5 by the Storm Prediction Center. So no matter where you live in Indiana, I see a lot of questions in here for individual towns. Unfortunately, I can't tell you exactly what hazard will hit those individual towns. If I could, I would. But unfortunately, we are just not able to. But no matter where you live in Indiana, there is a severe weather risk here tonight. It's going to start in western Indiana, and then this line will progress eastward through the afternoon into this evening. The severe weather threat timing is from now through about 9 to 10 o'clock here this evening across Indiana. Once we get into the overnight hours, we shouldn't have any more severe weather for the state of Indiana. And we'll likely see a little bit of a break, too, after this day. I know earlier this year, once we had one day of severe weather, we had 2 or 3 coming up the bat next. But luckily for this one, this is kind of a one-day event. Once this low-pressure system moves through, it'll kind of shut off precipitation for a while. We're not going to see rain for a few days, and it's going to get very hot after this severe weather event as well. So this is a one-day event, and you guys should be good to go to bed here later tonight after these storms have passed here this afternoon. So back to our severe thunderstorm warning here. Go ahead and toggle on our velocity here. Again, damaging winds is going to be our main threat, with a secondary risk of that spin-up tornado or two cannot be ruled out, especially for areas north of Indianapolis. Think I-70 and north, but south of US 30, we think that has the best area for perhaps a spin-up tornado or two, primarily northern and central Indiana. A little bit more wind shear to work with up there for these storms. That could create some low-level spin on the leading edge of these storms, something we're going to have to keep an eye on. This severe thunderstorm warning is until 3 o'clock here this afternoon for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-size hail. They're going to let this blue box, a special weather statement in blue, expire. They're not going to reissue a special weather statement for this thunderstorm here. Zooming in here, some pretty strong winds here near Hooperstown, moving into Warren County, and perhaps getting into perhaps southern Benton County a little bit too, south of the Fowler area. We could see a severe thunderstorm warning extended further to the north for Benton County. We're going to have to keep an eye on you guys. Vermilion County is coming into you right now. State Road 63 south of Covington, north of US 36, getting in on some strong winds there. You can see the leading edge right along the state line here, right in here. This is where our strongest winds are right now, which are entering Vermilion County, Warren County line, perhaps Dansville, Georgetown, Illinois. You guys are in it right now, and that'll be entering the state of Indiana momentarily, coming across state lines right now as we speak here. At this point in time, again, 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-size hail. Wouldn't be surprised to see a severe thunderstorm warning, at least for the southern part of Benton County, in the next few minutes here. That's up to the discretion of the National Weather Service and what observations are being done as well. Moving down to the south, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning, which now includes getting pretty close to the Vincennes area. It does not include Indiana yet, but it is getting close. We do have to watch these southern storms here as they will move into the Vincennes and Evansville area and areas of southern Indiana over the next hour or so.
Hey, Caleb, I'm going to take a peek up there by Newton and Benton County up there further north and west. Some brighter velocities coming into Newton, Benton County as we speak. Wouldn't be shocked if those go more into here as well on the north part of that line.
Yep, what he's talking about, you can kind of see these brighter pockets of green right in here. These are pockets of embedded winds that are being brought down to the surface by this line of storms. Something to keep an eye on is these pockets of winds are straight line winds, but they can cause damage on a localized scale if they become strong enough or widespread. The National Weather Service may extend this severe thunderstorm warning into portions of northwest Indiana. We do have one in effect for northern Illinois. We do have a tornado possible tag on this warning as well for Illinois, for the Waseca area as well. So we're going to keep an eye on that. Some areas of perhaps some broad rotation on there as well. Here's a live look at Cody Fields. He is in the field here looking at storms as they approach western Indiana at this point in time. So thank you, Cody, for that look there. Again, a big thank you to our storm hunters who are out in the field here today, getting us our live views here this afternoon. So much appreciation to those guys. There's another look from Parker. Parker is in Illinois at this point in time. He's tracking these storms as they move into Indiana from Illinois. And here's a look at Corey here. Some nice southerly winds there. You can see the corn blowing there. So winds are starting to pick up on the leading edge of these storms as well. Lots of instability for these storms to work with today. We have lots of fuel. As you step outside the door, it doesn't take very long to notice it's very hot and very humid outside. We have lots of moisture, lots of instability for these storms to feed on here this afternoon as they move into Indiana. That is all thanks to some clearing that we had. Early morning showers and thunderstorms were able to move out in a pretty good time here this morning. We had a lot of break in our cloud cover. Sunshine was able to come out today, and that is allowing the atmosphere to destabilize. The air wants to rise, and therefore enhancing our fuel availability for these storms as well. So a lot of things to look at here this afternoon.
We got a new warning coming in. A little bit weird. Northern Indiana office decided to go ahead and warn looks like 5 different counties out ahead of that line there. So they're preparing you guys well ahead of time as this line progresses your direction. Now they're warning that for a possible tornado as well, but the main threat is 70 considerable winds up to 70 miles per hour there. The warning is going to include, if I can get this accurate
here.
Yeah,
I can go ahead and read that up here for you. So this is White County in northwestern Indiana, Pulaski County, Cass County, Stark, and LaPorte County. And this is until 3:30 p.m. So the National Weather Service has higher confidence that this line is going to maintain itself and continue at its current intensity as it moves into their warning area. So this is Chicago CWA over here. So Lake, Porter County, all the way down to Warren County is Chicago's warning area. And then this is where Northern Indiana, their office, takes over. And they're going to go ahead and issue the warning well in advance here to give you guys that warning lead time, as confidence is high that this line is going to maintain its intensity as it moves east here into northern Indiana. So that is a new severe thunderstorm warning. We also have a new one here to the south, and this does include Terre Haute, Indiana, 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-size hail. This is for Vigo County, southern Park County, and southern Vermilion County until 3:30. Storms are not moving all that fast, moving east at about 30 to 40 miles an hour. As this line continues to intensify, we may see that storm motion speed up just a little bit, but it also may not speed up for a little bit. It really depends on our low pressure system back here to the west, our MCV, our area of low level spin in the atmosphere. That's really our main driver today that's allowing these storms to get up and intensify, and that is our area of interest that we are watching here. That'll have an impact on how storms evolve here. But again, right now they're just entering the state of Indiana. Strongest winds right now coming into Vermilion County, State Road 63 here. Very strong winds in this corridor here. You can see there's really bright kind of apex of a bow here on reflectivity. If I highlight it there, right in here, you can see what's called an RIJ, or rear inflow jet. Think of that like a giant leaf blower blowing the air down to the ground here behind the storm. That is going to be coming near the south of Covington, Indiana, right along State Road 63 towards State Road 341. So the Waveland area, Rockville area, just north of Clinton. Very strong winds here associated with this severe thunderstorm, which is entering Vermilion County, Indiana at this point in time. So if you live in Park County or even Fountain County, southern Fountain County, northern Park County, again, heads up, 60 to perhaps even a little bit stronger winds mixing down to the ground as well. Wouldn't be surprised to see a 70 report in there as well, especially the northern side here near Eugene, Perrysville. Be in your safe place. Again, interior room, lowest level of your home until this storm has passed. Even though it's not a tornado warning, straight line winds can have similar damage and can be just as dangerous as a weak tornado and can still cause quite a bit of damage. So again, wind speeds increase with height, so you want to put yourself at the lowest level, interior most room in your house or structure as you can until these storms have passed.
I'm kind of surprised, Caleb, they're not issuing a warning up there for Newton, Jasper, parts of Lake Porter, and Benton counties. There's like a gap there. So I'm kind of surprised.
I am as well. Still some pretty strong gusts here. So again, if you do live in Benton County or even southern Newton County here near the Rensselaer area, Fowler area, I would treat this as a severe thunderstorm. Again, 60-mile-per-hour winds possible with this. More sporadic in nature. just some embedded pockets of 60-mile-per-hour winds here, perhaps. So again, interior room, lowest level of your home. They did trim this warning back. They are leaving this warning here, but for some reason, they don't have the confidence. I don't really know the reason why. I don't really want to speculate on their behalf. But again, pretty pocket of some pretty strong winds here near the Sheldon area, Kentland area, and this is in Benton County, Indiana. Moving towards US 41, just south of Ade, near the Brook area. Coming into Kentland, nice pocket of 60 or so mile-per-hour winds there, and another one near Freeland Park in Earl Park. So definitely some pockets and some stronger winds there, perhaps meeting severe criteria in southern Newton County and northern Benton County, Indiana here.
Also,
So
Caleb,
That's right where I'm at.
perfect. Also, we need to keep a close eye here. It's not in Indiana yet, but across the border, just south of Kankakee, Illinois, there is an area that looks like it's trying to rotate and spin something up there. It's about currently 7 miles away from the Indiana border, over by Clifton, Illinois, currently. So that's going to be an area to watch to see if that's going to try and spin something tornadic-wise.
So a lot of moving parts, a lot of different dynamics at play here today across the state of Indiana. But no matter where you live in Indiana, the entire state of Indiana is in an orange enhanced risk, a level 3 out of 5, whether you live in Anderson, Indiana, Jasper, Louisville, Kentucky, or South Bend, Indiana. You guys are all in a level 3 out of 5. And there's our severe thunderstorm warning. A little late than never, but they have a considerable tag on this, 70 mile per hour. And just to the south, Vermilion County, Indiana, Park County, and extreme southwestern Fountain County in a tornado warning here for this supercell here. You can kind of see a nice hook on it. Radar indicated rotation, but also ping pong ball size hail. So there is a hail threat today. It is non-zero. I think the greatest hail threat would be earlier in the evolution of these storms, as they have kind of a semi-discrete nature to them, isolated updrafts. But again, if you live in Vermilion County, again, interior room away from windows, this is coming near the Highland area, State Road 63, 71, just south of Eugene. So again, anywhere in this area here, again, interior room away from windows until this storm has passed. Does not take long for severe thunderstorm warnings or severe thunderstorms to produce tornadoes, especially in the environment that we have here today. So this is radar indicated tornado. Tornado has not been confirmed, but it could be producing at any time. So again, lowest level of your home, away from windows until the storm has passed. This is for another 37 minutes here, or until about 3 o'clock here this afternoon. Or 3:15 here this afternoon. Radar
getting pounded with wind right now.
And this is Cody Fields here, live look at him, getting some pretty strong straight line winds here in western Indiana at this point in time.
Cody, correct me if I'm wrong, but you're near Attica currently, aren't you? Around that area?
No, Kentland.
Gotcha. Yep, so he is just north there, basically south and west of Rensselaer. That's some very intense straight line winds there, there in Kentland, which is going to be just looks to be southern part of Newton County.
So he is likely getting impacted by some of these brighter green colors here that you see. I guess my radar is not pulled up. Right in here is where he is located at. Likely getting impacted by some of these brighter greens here, indicating winds of 50 to 60 miles per hour. This warning is a considerable tag, 70 mile per hour winds possible here. And some of these brighter reflectivity. So again, a very strong severe thunderstorm impacting northwest Indiana at this point in time. But we do have a tornado warning for Vermilion County, Fountain County, and also extreme southwestern Park County, Indiana until 3:15. Issued by the National Weather Service in Indianapolis. Tornado and ping pong ball size hail. So this is radar indicated rotation. If you are near the Highland area, State Road 63 in Vermilion County, near Highland, Newport, area of rotation, right down here near the Dana area, right where you see these reds and greens come together there. Pretty decent rotation here on this supercell. Has a really nice hook echo on it. You have warm, moist air feeding into the storm and cooled RFD or rain-cooled air coming down on the backside. And where those two meet together, that's your area of rotation. That's your couplet, your mesocyclone. And underneath about where that rain-free area is just south of West Davis, right on state line, is where the possible tornado would be. If I turn on our debris tracker here, correlation coefficient, this tool is looking for anything that's not rain in the atmosphere. Kind of hard to tell. It's kind of messy right in here. I don't want to speculate. But again, treat this as if a tornado would be on the ground, as one could form at any time. That was kind of likely clutter, likely clear air. But one could form at any time. Does have some decent rotation associated with this. This is moving into Vermilion County at this point in time, right along in south of US 36, moving near the Dana area and Highland areas at this point in time, moving off to the north and east at 35 miles an hour. Interior room away from windows until this storm has passed. But also ping pong ball size hail associated in the core of this as well. So if you're north of Dana, near the Quaker area and points westward, so Newport, on deck for ping pong ball size hail. That is hailstones at 1.5 inches in diameter falling here with this storm. So a multi-hazard storm here. Rotation picked up just a little bit here associated with this storm. So gonna have to keep an eye on this very, very closely here. Outside of that, damaging winds and very strong damaging winds near the Paris area. That'll be moving into southern Vermilion County on the south side of this supercell. So Clinton, Harrison, Terre Haute, heads up, very strong damaging winds here associated with this. I'm going to go ahead and turn on debris tracker one more time just to see if that's updated yet.
I got nothing, just FYI.
Yeah, nothing on that. What we're seeing here, likely to the north, where you see this coloration, that's likely some hail falling here within this storm, matches up pretty well with your hail core. So likely some hailstones falling on that. This is just clutter or clear air. Could be some bugs, some birds. We call that clutter. So that is no indication of debris at this point in time, but the rotation is there and could form at any time here within this storm here, right along US 36, out near the Dana area, moving near Highland, Indiana at 35 miles per hour.
I want to take note as well, Caleb, to the south and west of that tornado warning is a little bit of a bow echo there that's about to cross into Vermilion and Vigo counties. Very strong winds with that particular line. And also on the very top end of that, we got to watch for a bookend vortex, which could spin something up there as well behind the current rotation. Yeah, right there. So potentially two areas to watch there. But regardless of anything tornadic in this area, very strong winds are likely moving into the area next 10 to 15 minutes here for Vermilion, Park, and Vigo counties.
Yep. So multiple hazards to look at here. Spin up tornadoes are not uncommon. When you have big bow echoes like this, you have winds moving at different velocities and at different areas. So you have some frictional forces, some physics at play here. You can see a nice protrusion here of your gust front, but where it gets a little bit weaker winds here at the north side, sometimes, just as Ryan mentioned, a bookend vortex where it kind of folds in on itself on the north side, and you get that little bit of a swirl or rotation on the north side or just on the south side of this apex here. So we're going to have to watch that pretty closely here. Again, area of rotation still hanging on here a little bit near the Highland area. Strongest area of rotation just to the east of Dana. Intersection here would be West County Road 500 South, and this road's not coming up here. But again, 500 South, just to the northwest of Dana, north of 36, east of 71, would be where our area of rotation is at this point in time. Likely going to go just to the north of Highland, getting ready to cross State Road 63, south of the Newport area, is where this area of rotation is currently headed.
Also want to take note up by the Attica area, just south and west of Lafayette. There's a little bit of perhaps a bookend vortex feature up there too, right there. Yep. So that's a gust front there, the green line, so to speak. That's your gust front. At the very top of that, where that red is kind of meeting, that is the area we're going to watch very closely for something to spin up there. That's going to be in the southern part of Warren counties. So we're going to watch that carefully. I got 3 radars pulled up right now. So we have 2 pairs of eyes here, 4 different radars. We're watching everything we can here across the entire state. So if we're not mentioning your county or area, you're likely okay. If you're watching from the east side of the state, you're likely okay. The west side's up first, and right now we have numerous counties underneath warnings and one tornado warning currently in effect here. So we're going to track this all the way across the state. So if you're on the east side watching, you're okay for now, but come back in like an hour or two, check back in with us, and just make sure you keep up to date with what's happening here across the state. But for right now, we're going to focus on the areas that are most important, and we have all eyes on current radars as we speak.
Yep, stay weather aware anywhere in Indiana. Even if you're under sunny skies right now, this is what's coming your way, and we do expect this to maintain intensity as it tracks across Indiana. There's not really much in the way of limiting factors or fail modes that I see currently across the state of Indiana. We have a lot of fuel, a lot of instability. We have a lot going for this severe weather that is supportive of severe weather here today. What I'm going to do here now, I'm going to start at the north and work my way north to south here and cover these severe thunderstorm warnings in detail here. This will start here in Newton County, Indiana. We have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning here in the state of in northwest Indiana, Newton County. This is until 2:30 p.m. Central Time or 3:30 Eastern Daylight Time. This is for Benton, Newton, and Jasper County in northwestern Indiana. 70-mile-per-hour winds and penny-size hail are 0.75. So, again, the hail threat is not really the main concern today. The main concern today is damaging winds and then perhaps a tornado risk as well in the form of spin-up tornadoes along the leading edge here. North Judson here, also tornado possible tag on this. 70-mile-per-hour winds and penny-size hail with this warning as well. This is until 3:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. We may see this warning time extended a little bit as these storms are not moving very fast, only moving at about 35 to, they have 50 miles per hour on here. So depending on where you're at, the storms may or may not be moving quite that fast. But this is for White County, Pulaski County, Cass County, Stark County, and LaPorte County in northwest Indiana until 3:30 p.m. A little bit further to the south here. Go ahead and switch radars here. We do have a new tornado warning that bumps up to the state line just west of Terre Haute, something to keep an eye on as well. Our supercell here that issued the tornado warning still hanging on, still has some rotation getting ready to cross State Road 63. The severe thunderstorm warning for west central Indiana for Fountain, Park, Warren, Vermilion, and Montgomery County until 3 o'clock Eastern Daylight Time or 2 p.m. Central for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-size hail. So this would include areas such as Covington, Veedersburg. Covington, you're likely going to see things calm down a little bit here over the next 10 to 15 minutes or so. Veedersburg, winds are going to pick up immensely for you here in the next few minutes or so. Waynetown, you're on deck. We'll likely see a severe thunderstorm warning extended for the Crawfordsville area here very shortly. Rockville, you guys are in it as well. And then our tornado warning here, ping pong ball size hail and radar indicated rotation here, but just on its heels of this tornado warning, we have a very potent gust front here, which is going to be coming into central and southern Vermilion County right on the tail end of our supercell here. In fact, it's just going to bump right up against our supercell here pretty soon. Getting ready to cross state line here, US 36 near the Clinton area, right in here, right where you see this big apex here. This is significant winds of 60 to perhaps 70-mile-per-hour winds where you see these bright pockets here. Very strong winds moving into Vermilion County here. So Highland, St. Bernice, Kinley, Illinois, again, all on deck for perhaps 60 to 70-mile-per-hour winds in the next 5 to 10 minutes. So now is your time to be taking shelter and waiting for the storm to blow over until it is all clear. Strongest winds are right at state line at this point in time. Just to the south, towards Terre Haute, Indiana. Go ahead and switch radars to see which one has a better look here. They're all kind of about the same. We're kind of in between radars here at this location. Severe thunderstorm warning, 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-size hail, but just off to the west near Marshall, Illinois. This is for the southern supercell here. We have a radar indicated rotation and penny-size hail. Kind of hard to see on this radar, but right in here would be where your area of rotation is. Doesn't show up real well on this radar. We're in between radars, but that is about where the area of rotation would be at this point in time. Going to come close to the Prairie Creek area and just south of Marshall over the next few minutes or so. Just to the south, we have some storms developing in southern Illinois that'll be moving near the Vincennes and Evansville area over the next couple hours or so. Out ahead of the main line, a couple of showers and thunderstorms trying to get going here, but so far a lot of these storms have been unsuccessful at being long-lived. They've briefly popped up, and there might be a heavy rain and gusty wind threat with some of these. but right now they are staying subsevere at this point in time. Right now, our strongest storm in the state of Indiana, or will be in the state of Indiana, is probably moving south of the Attica area, but moving into Vermilion County, Ryan, I would have to say is one of our stronger gust fronts at this point in time, moving into central and southern Vermilion County in west central Indiana.
I would agree with that wholeheartedly. Also, want to take a peek at our chasers out there. We got Cody. Looks
Very
he's
heavy
pulling
rain
some
there.
Yeah, some intense probably winds there too. He actually has some pretty good straight line winds there. I assume he's going to try and get back out ahead of this line here. We also got Corey with a nice view.
Very nice shelf
wow.
cloud.
Yeah, nice shelf cloud there. Corey, can you hear us? If you can, where are you at? What are you seeing out there?
I am on State Road 63, right at the Eli Lilly plant. Lots of lightning, a little bit of rotation, but it's not really obvious.
Copy that. Thank you, Corey. We also got Parker, who's chasing these storms back from Illinois. Parker, can you hear us? Maybe not. But he's got a view up there. He's chasing the storms back into the state, so we'll have him on here for a while as well. But looks like I got a nice view here from Corey as well as Cody inside the storm. We got you guys covered here. So I'm looking at radar here. I agree with Caleb, but the biggest concern as of right now, according to radar, is going to be that gust front moving into Vermilion as well as Park counties here momentarily. That looks to have winds on radar close to 70 miles per hour here. So I would not be shocked if they were to upgrade the warning from a basic, 60 mile per hour wind to a 70 mile per hour wind type of warning here. Excuse me, as this moves its way into Vermilion and Park counties.
The good news is though on our. Oh, sorry. I was going to say the good news is our rotation on our supercell that had prompted the warning looks to have broadened out just a little bit, Ryan. So some good news there on our tornado warning that are on the tail end of it. Widespread straight line wind event here.
Yeah, I would agree with that too. I'm just going to point out some places here who are in the line for that gustier wind. Got Highland, Bloomingdale, Marshall, along State Route 63, and Newport, Howard, and West Union areas. Fairview Park, Mecca, and also Niceville should also be on alert for this potential gust front. That is a
very good view there. Hey, Corey, are you in Vermilion County, if you can hear me, or what county are you in at that view there?
I am in Vermilion County, about a mile south of US 36 on State Road 63.
Okay, so he is looking directly into this gust front here. He is right around here with a view looking northeast, right in the front of this, or the leading edge of this gust front here as it approaches Highland, Indiana, and Vermilion County. So he is on State Road 63 looking northwest on what will be impacting Highland here in the next 10 minutes or so. A really nice shelf cloud there on the leading edge of this storm. Very,
very pretty.
Very pretty, yeah.
But I bet you there's going to be some wind with that as it passes over. That's a shelf cloud. Those are typically, they're not dangerous at all. They don't produce tornadoes, but it can indicate there's a lot of wind there. And I would suggest that underneath that shelf cloud and also back within that rain is going to be some really gusty winds as this passes over Corey here. So we're going to keep them live here on a full screen. And just because we're on a live chaser feed does not mean that we're not watching radar, because we are still watching radar. If we see anything of concern, we're going to take it back here and talk about it. But obviously the view here is very beautiful. We're going to let this roll here as it passes over. Looks like they just issued a new severe warning here coming in, a large one for the Lafayette and Crawfordsville area. That's a base severe, 60 mile per hour winds, as well as quarter size hail with that. That's going to be again for the Lafayette, Delphi, and Crawfordsville area. We're going to talk about that here in just a second. We've got a little bit of time here before it impacts you guys. But again, Crawfordsville, Lafayette, main two areas there included with that warning. And again, severe 60 mile per hour winds, as well as quarter size hail with that.
Yep, counties involved would be Carroll County, Fountain County, Tippecanoe, Clinton, Park, Warren, Vermilion, and Montgomery counties until 3:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time.
Thank you for that. For some reason, my radar software is glitching a little bit, so I don't have the counties pulled up. So I apologize, but Caleb's got me.
Very strong winds here getting ready to impact Corey's location here just south of the Highland area in Vermilion County.
Yeah, this is the area we're talking about that potentially could have 60 to 70 mile per hour winds on radar here. So we're going to get a firsthand front row seat here to keep an eye and see what this is actually doing in real time here. So,
yeah, very picturesque shelf cloud. So what you're seeing there on your screen is actually what's called a whale's mouth or an extended shelf cloud. So that you're going to see the winds get ready to pick up here pretty closely here. Here in the next few seconds or so, you can see the tree on your left there really low. You're going to see those stronger winds pick up in intensity here before the rain comes. That is personally one of my favorite places to be when I'm out chasing is right underneath that whale's mouth or that shelf cloud. See a lot of turbulence, a lot of billowing clouds, but it is an ominous sign that you need to heed because strong winds are right on the way.
I got 78 mile an hour winds right now, guys.
Hey, Rod and Cape, can you guys hear me?
You're muted, Ryan, if you're trying to talk.
Caleb and Ryan, can you guys hear me?
yep, Parker, I can hear you. Go ahead.
I currently have a rip-wrap tornado on the ground in between Farmer City and Empire, Illinois. It's going to wrap in rain, but I had a visible cone tornado on the ground, currently still wrapped in rain. Right behind it is just off the side of the screen right here. Back in that massive rain, we just had a nice cone tornado. Currently, just got rip-wrapped again, currently in the process of roping out. The back in that rolling mass right there is a roping out tornado.
All right, thank you, Parker. Now, for those of you who couldn't hear that, Parker is actually in Illinois chasing near the Empire area, and that is actually an observed tornado warning, and Parker had a visual of it a few minutes ago. Parker, if you have visual of that again, let us know. We'll take you.
Will do.
Thank you. So, yeah, so we got a lot going on here across the state.
Yep.
This
We'll go
is
ahead and
just getting
start in
started.
southern Indiana, and we'll work our way up north again. We'll kind of go through our warnings here again to make sure everyone is getting coverage. Starting here across southern Indiana, Sullivan County, and areas to the south, not a severe thunderstorm warning yet, but we likely will see one perhaps if the storm maintains its intensity near Robinson, Illinois, as it moves across the Wabash River and into southern Indiana. Moving up to the north, Terre Haute, Indiana. Under a severe thunderstorm warning for 60 mile per hour winds. This is for Vigo County, Park, and southern Vermilion until 3:30 p.m. Moving east at 30 miles an hour. So with these slow storm speeds, another thing to talk about is excessive rainfall. We have a lot of moisture for these storms to work with. In fact, you can feel the moisture as soon as you walk outside here today. It is sticky. So heavy rainfall, ponding, and excessive runoff are all possible anywhere within these thunderstorms. So if you are traveling here today, do slow down, turn on your headlights, and be prepared for that ponding on area roadways. We don't want to see any hydroplaning or anything like that. So do be courteous and mindful of that. Our tornado warning is still in effect for another 16 minutes here. However, our main supercell that prompted the warning has kind of merged or grown upscale, has been kind of gobbled up by our squall line that is moving into Indiana. But we could perhaps still have some brief spin-ups here, a little bit of a notch just on the north side of Highland right there. You can see that little bit of a kink there. So there is some notching we're going to have to keep an eye on. Nothing that screams tornadoes at this point in time, but it is something we're going to have to keep an eye on. This is a thunderstorm warning for Vigo County and then southern Vermilion and Park County until 3:30, 60 and quarter for them. Crawfordsville, Attica, Indiana, Lafayette, 70 mile per hour. This is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. This is a level 2 out of 3 on our severe thunderstorm warning severity. We have baseline, which is 60 and quarter. We have considerable, which is 70 mile per hour winds and greater. And then once we get to 80 mile per hour winds, we'll see that upgraded to a destructive tag. But thankfully, we don't have any of those yet. And across northern Indiana and northwest Indiana, also a considerable tag for 70-mile-per-hour winds. Hail size a little bit lower, but we do have some embedded kinks or some notching here. The National Weather Service went ahead and put a tornado possible tag on this warning for northwest Indiana. This is for White County, Pulaski County, Cass, Stark, and LaPorte counties until 3:30 p.m. also, or 2:30 p.m. Central Time. We also have a new one for Lake and Porter counties as well. 60-mile-per-hour winds, and does go into effect until 4 o'clock. This one was just issued here. If I switch radars here, see a little bit better of a gust front here. These are moving off to the north and west at about 45 miles per hour, or 55 miles per hour, a little bit faster northern end of this line here. Back down to the south here, let this load here. Very intense gust front moving through Vermilion County right now, crossing State Road 63, especially just south of the Eugene area. Newport, you're getting slammed right now. This is moving into the Bloomdale area and Marshall areas here very, very soon. So if you guys live in Park County, Indiana, again, heads up, very strong winds heading your way. If you live between Mecca, Rockville, Niceville, Marcia, US 41 corridor here south of Kingman, very strong winds approaching your location here. And also just to the south in southern Vermilion County, getting some reports of some debris here in Vermilion County.
Looks like a small branch was down there on Coast.
Yeah, I'm trying to get back out ahead of this.
The text of the warning is saying that the storm is moving at about 60 miles per hour, so it's moving pretty fast. Also, Caleb, keeping a close eye up there still by the Lafayette area, just west of Lafayette. There's nothing tight rotational-wise, but it bears watching here. The good news I'm noticing is most of this is a big line of linear. So rotation with this right now, at least, is not very intense any particular area. It's mostly just a straight line wind threat as of right now, which is great news. We've already had 56 tornadoes in the state. We don't need any more.
Nope.
See a lot of questions in chat here asking about the east side of the state. We'll cover it when it gets to you guys, but right now, this is on the western half of the state. If you're over there in Muncie or Richmond or Seymour, Fort Wayne area, you got about an hour to probably 2 or 3 hours for some of you before this line gets to you. So please, I'm going to say stay tuned. Come back another hour, check where the storms are at. We'll be here live all throughout as these storms pass through. So if you're watching from the east side of Indiana, it's not affecting you as of this time. We're going to focus on the areas that are being impacted. And once those get to you, we'll cover it.
Yeah, but everywhere in the state of Indiana has a risk for severe weather today. The entire state is in an enhanced risk or level 3 out of 5 by the Storm Prediction Center. Whether you live in Fort Wayne, Logansport, Indianapolis, Bloomington, Evansville, or even Louisville, Kentucky, it doesn't really matter where you're at in the state of Indiana or surrounding areas. There is a severe weather risk in place here today. This line will eventually reach the east side of Indiana, likely here in a couple hours or so. But once this line moves through, once you're on the back side of the line, your severe weather threat should be over for you. Minus northwest Indiana. We're going to have to keep an eye on northwest Indiana a little bit longer here tonight, just because this area of low pressure across north central Illinois is producing some severe thunderstorms around the Bloomington area that will move north and east later this afternoon. Right now, our strongest storm here in Indiana is moving into Park County and even southern Fountain County, Indiana. Very strong winds here of perhaps 60 to 70 miles per hour. Going to impact areas near the Kingman area, Marshall area, Rockville area, and areas in between. US 141 corridor here, getting in on some very strong winds currently ongoing with this storm here. So if you live in any of these areas, again, enter your room, lowest level of your home until this storm has passed.
Also, just want to point out we have that line moving up into northwest Indiana here. It's about to enter Pulaski and White counties here, as well as Carroll County. So places include North Judson, Winnemac, Royal Center, Monticello, Delphi, Valparaiso, and Wheatfield. Those are the next places on deck for these gusty winds as they press up to the north and to the east here. And the text of the warning does say between 60 and 70-mile-per-hour winds. And Caleb, get this. The text of this warning issued by the Northern Indiana office says these storms moving northeast at 75 miles per hour.
Yeah,
So
and here's a
that
better
is-
look at it. This is by Northern Indiana's radar here, Ryan. A pretty decent gust front moving into the Rensselaer area. I might. Oh, yeah, here we go.
Also, before we get into this real quick, we have a new tornado watch that was issued. It appears to be for the rest of the eastern half of the state. I'm going to try and get a confirmation on that. So give me a second here, but it looks like a new watch was just issued for the rest of the counties in Indiana.
Yeah, very strong winds impacting the Rensselaer area currently at this point in time. So again, interior room, lowest level of your home until the storm has passed. I don't have any chasers up there currently, but I did catch the tail end of that gust front on an NDOT camera. Visibility dropped to about a quarter of a mile or less within that core of the storm there. It was shaking pretty good. So again, interior room away from windows until these storms has passed. Really good news here, though. The National Weather Service is issuing warnings well ahead of the main line here, trying to give you that ample warning times to give you a chance to react and get to safety here. Bring anything inside that you may have outside ahead of the storm before it approaches. So again, take these storms seriously here this afternoon. These are very strong, very intense storms as well, possible here throughout the entire afternoon across Indiana.
Looks like a new tornado warning for the Lafayette area. New tornado warning for the Lafayette area includes Delphi and Flora. Go ahead, Kayla, if you want to talk about that.
Yeah, we actually have two areas of rotation to watch. We have a little couplet up here to the north and a larger one just to the south here. This is due west of Lafayette, Indiana. So intersections here, this is going to come near the Apple Ridge area here in the next few minutes. Crum Corner, West Lafayette. Our area of rotation right now is right in here, just north of Division Road here, coming up to State Road 26. And if you are in West Lafayette, right where you see those colors meet is where our area of rotation is. Perhaps maybe a little bit of a smaller couplet there near the Mount Morenci area, south of Old Halfway there in Morenci, or Montmorency, moving off to the north and east here. Go ahead and turn on debris tracker here. Just take a look at it. I don't see anything debris on here. All the pinks and purples that you see on here are raindrops. So this feature of the radar allows us to pick out different things, different anomalies. So raindrops appear flat when they fall. They look like pancakes. And when the radar sees pancakes in the air, it'll show up purple and red. And when we see objects that are bouncing around of different sizes and directions, you'll see these colors change to more of a blue, a yellow. You'll see a lot of condensed colors in one area, and that would indicate debris. But the good news is I don't see that at this point in time, but the rotation is there. So again, do be in your interior room away from windows here. Area of rotation near the Apple Ridge area, coming near Crumb's Corner here, near Indian Village is where this is going. So if you're in the battleground area, Ash Grove, Americus, Buck Creek, again, interior room away from windows. This is on the northwest side of town, but also going to have to watch areas on the south side of town near Taylor, as we could have an additional little couplet here near Taylor area. But the strongest area of rotation near Apple Ridge at this point in time, moving off to the north and east here. This is radar indicated rotation, penny size hail, but get this, it is moving northeast at 65 miles per hour. Another thing about these spin up tornadoes is don't wait until you see the tornado. These are a lot of times rain wrapped tornadoes in these events, and you're not going to see a rain wrapped tornado moving at 65 freeway speeds in your direction until it's unfortunately on top of you. So again, interior room away from windows until this storm has passed. Area of strongest rotation crossing US 52 at this point in time, heading towards the battleground area. If we go ahead and time this out for you from right in here, this is moving, we're going to say 70 miles per hour. Warning says 65. We're going to say 70 just to give ourselves some insurance here. Klondike, it's on top of you. Battleground, you have 6 minutes here, likely 5 at this point in time. And Ash Grove, 10 minutes or less until the area of rotation is near you. So again, interior room away from windows until this storm has passed. If it holds in intensity It'll eventually be near the Logansport area as well. But luckily, thankfully, though, these QLCS spin-ups or these embedded areas of rotations are generally short-lived. They pop up, they fizzle out just like that. But because they pop up so quickly, they can produce tornadoes in between radar scans as well. So again, that's what makes these storms very, very dangerous in these QLCS type of setups. So again, interior room, away from windows until the storm has passed. Sirens are likely sounding in Lafayette and surrounding areas. Strongest area of rotation on the north side, but we're also going to have to watch the south side of Lafayette as well, as we could have a brief couplet there trying to form as well near the Taylor area, moving toward the Norma Jean addition. So again, interior room, away from windows.
Just for reference, Caleb, I have my 4-panel pulled up here, so if you want me to talk about anything, just call on me. I got you.
Sounds good. So we have multiple radars pulled up here trying to give you guys the best angle and the best information that we can here as well. Back in our gust front here, Ryan, something to keep an eye on is this northern end here starting to kind of fold in on itself here south of Petersburg. This is another area that we're going to have to watch right in here for an area of rotation that may start to develop here. This is what we call a bookend vortex. Nothing strong enough right now to indicate a tornado warning, but something that it can do is enhance the wind speed, straight line winds south of here. But we do have a new tornado warning. This does include Terre Haute, Indiana. Pretty strong rotation here, just on the northwest side of town, coming near the Toad Hop area, near the Leggett area, US 150 and 41 here. Pretty strong rotation here, which would be right in here is where the strongest area of rotation is, moving towards Harrison on the northwest side of town of Terre Haute. So if you're in Terre Haute, Indiana, again, interior room, away from windows until the storm has passed.
There's a lot going on here, guys, so just bear with us. Caleb has his yeah, I know what you're trying to do. You're trying to get a camera pulled up.
All of them are offline in the area. So again, interior room, away from windows until this storm has passed for this tornado warning here. This is for another 33 minutes here. This is for Vigo County, North Central Clay County Park, and Southern Vermilion County in West Central Indiana until 3:45 Eastern Daylight Time, 2:45 Central. Moving north and east at 40 miles per hour here for this new tornado warning. As we go to the south here, if I change radars here, we also have a new severe thunderstorm warning, which does include the Vincennes area. You have now been added in a severe thunderstorm warning, 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-size hail for you. Same thing for Sullivan County, 60 and quarter-size hail for you as well. No signs of immediate rotation for Sullivan County or Vincennes. Hopefully it stays that way. As we switch radars here, again, strongest area of rotation near the Harrison area, just on the north side of Terre Haute, moving off to the north and east at 45 miles per hour. So if you're in Fontana, Rosedale, Bridgeton, again, interior room, away from windows until the storm has passed. Tornadoes can form quite quickly from rotating thunderstorms, and also an area of rotation near the Mecca area that we're watching as well on the north side of our tornado warning. See a little bit of a hook echo here, a little bit of a couplet where these greens and reds come together, kind of another one of those QLCS spin-ups. We call these mesovortices. These can spin up very quickly on the leading edge of QLCS setup. So Rockville, interior room, away from windows until this storm has passed. A very potent line of straight line winds coming into the Wallace area, Alamo area, Waveland. Again, 60 to 70 mile per hour winds here near the State Road 234 corridor here. Very strong winds here, which will eventually be coming near the Crawfordsville area probably in the next 15 minutes or so. Areas to the north, we don't want to forget our tornado warning in Lafayette. Area of rotation kind of right in here near the battleground area, or maybe just on the north side of it. Kind of hard to tell, kind of broadened out a little bit, but if there was an area of rotation, it would be right in there, kind of coinciding with this hook echo here. You can see a little bit of a bulge here, winds going this way, and then light winds going this way. Right where those winds meet is our couplet here. So some broad rotation here, perhaps near the battleground area. But again, tornado warning still in effect for another 30 minutes here, which does include Delphi, Flora, Lafayette, Battleground, and surrounding areas. Areas to the north, no tornado warning, but we do have a tornado possible tag in our severe thunderstorm warning for northern Indiana, northwest Indiana. Something that we're going to have to keep an eye on, though, is near the Shelby area, near Wheatfield, Indiana. My velocities just went bonkers there, but that's just a radar issue there. But strong gust front there, you can see that gust front there. But on the north end of that, we're going to have to keep an eye on that. Think Porter and Lake counties in northern Indiana for perhaps a bookend vortex up there, or perhaps maybe some broad rotation trying to form up there. So we're going to have to keep an eye all up and down this line for not only damaging winds, but also the risk for these spin-up tornadoes as well. Back down south to our newest tornado warning for the Terre Haute area, going through a pretty populated area south of Harrison. So Terre Haute, the area of rotation looks to be off to your north at this point in time. So that is some good news for you. But we do have some pretty strong area of rotation just south of the Tecumseh area, Harrison area, moving towards the Fontana and Rosedale areas. As we turn on our debris tracker here to take a look at that, the good news is I don't see any tornado on the ground or in progress at this point in time. We are just looking at pancakes or raindrops on the atmosphere. So that is some good news. I don't see any indications of anomalies such as debris being picked up or anything like that. Just some really heavy rain and perhaps maybe some small hail as well, penny-sized hail within this storm as well. Go ahead and turn on our velocity again. Pretty strong winds here, Ryan, impacting Harrison. So even if you're not with no immediate tornado at this point in time, there is some strong straight line winds associated with this storm, which is termed RFD in this case, or rear flank downdraft. That's the exhaust system of a thunderstorm. In this case, an embedded supercell. That's rain-cooled air being pulled down to the ground in the form of straight line winds. So 60+ mile per hour winds here within that, especially near the Harrison area. Areas just to the south, if I switch radars here to get a better look at it, nice gust front here coming into Sullivan County, US 41 corridor, all the way down US 41 from Attica all the way down to Vincennes, Indiana. Pretty dicey traveling conditions if you know any motorists on 41. Heads up, watch out for hydroplaning, ponding, and gusty winds as well. If you're in a high-profile vehicle, camper, box trailer, or semi, do be careful or pull over if you have to until the storm has passed. But do not shelter under an overpass. If you are traveling, that is the worst place to be during severe weather events, as the winds and hazards are amplified underneath overpasses. They act like an airplane wing. They can amplify winds above and below overpasses, and it can create a very treacherous situation for anyone caught underneath of them. Yeah, Delphi, Indiana, currently in a tornado warning at this point in time. This is for our storm near the battleground area, Lafayette areas. Right now, more of a gust front at this point in time. Our area of rotation that prompted the warning has broadened out quite a bit. You can see a nice apex bow here, indicating some straight line winds. What we're going to have to keep an eye on it for any spin-ups, any couplets that do form on the leading edge. Areas to be most concerned probably on the leading edge would be on the northern side of it. Right in here, you can kind of see this curvature here. We have winds feeding into the storm and straight line winds going this way. So right on the top of that would be the area to watch for any mesovortices or couplets that do reform. But right now, I don't see that at this point in time. Maybe a little bit near the Ash Grove area, right where you see these colors meet right in here, kind of on the northern end of the storm, but nothing significantly strong at this point in time in terms of rotation. So that is some good news there. But these things do spin up very quickly and oftentimes in between scans or without warning. So if you are in this tornado warning, again, treat it seriously, enter your room, away from windows until the storm has passed. Always good to do that, whether it's a tornado warning or severe thunderstorm warning. It is always good to take these things seriously, especially in events like this where hazards spin up very, very quickly. Northern Indiana, northwest Indiana, tornado possible tag on this one. Rotation or embedded areas of rotation are not quite strong enough for the National Weather Service to issue a tornado warning, but we do have those embedded couplets there. So the tornado risk is non-zero across northwest Indiana. In fact, we have a tornado watch in effect until 8 o'clock for all of northern Indiana and most of central Indiana here this evening. This is the considerable warning, though. 70 mile per hour winds and penny-sized hails. This is a level 2 out of 3 on our severe thunderstorm warning severity scale. It goes baseline, considerable, destructive, and we are at considerable up here. And this does include the North Judson area, Winnemac areas, Francisville, So again, interior room away from windows. If you're in the Fowler area, you guys are okay. You're going to see the winds start to calm down. We are going to have to watch some cells to the west here, so we can't give you the all clear yet. But you should be getting a break here momentarily, which is some good news for you guys. Very strong winds getting ready to come into the Crawfordsville area. Very intense bow echo here, or bowing segment, as we call it here. A nice big apex here. A very potent gust front coming into the Wallace area, Alamo area, Newmarket, Crawfordsville, Cherry Grove, Darlington, Lagoda. Again, all of these areas need to be in your interior room away from windows. Straight line winds, just like tornado winds. It's always good to be as low as you can in your house, as winds amplify with height. They intensify the higher you go. Less frictional forces the higher you go. So again, interior room, lowest level, basement preferred. But if you don't have a basement, bathrooms, just put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Think of it as layers. You want as many layers between you and the winds as possible.
New severe warning coming in all the way down by the Evansville area. It's from Mount Vernon, Armstrong, Blairsville, and Poseyville areas, Vanderburgh, Posey counties.
Yeah,
Hazard, quarter-size hail, and 60-mile-per-hour winds with that expires in 40 minutes, puts us at 4 o'clock Eastern, 3 p.m. Central.
Now, back to our tornado warning, Ryan. We do see a re-intensification of our couplet here. Currently near the Rosedale area. Going to be just to the north of Terre Haute. Again, interior room away from windows until this storm has passed.
Also taking a peek further north as well. We're watching that line continue. I'm going to take my radar screen here, Caleb. If you want to try and find something to pull up, you're welcome to try for the cameras. But I want to take note here. This is a very, very potent gust front here, which is being displayed on the northern Indiana office radar. This is going to move into North Judson here very, very soon. I want to also just kind of talk about how intense this wind is. So currently, from the northern Indiana radar in Warsaw County over to where the storms are at, the beam height is roughly 4,500 feet, 4,500 feet. If I take my inspector tool here and I kind of center over the blue here, you're going to notice that the winds in those darker blue colors are 86 miles per hour, about that 4,000 foot mark off the ground. Those are intense winds that are above our heads here. That's possible we get that mixed down to the ground today, but for the most part, should be between roughly 60 and 70 miles per hour for most of us. But I want to take note here. This is still a very potent gust front moving in toward Couts, Knox, North Judson, Winnemac, Lakeside, Thornhope, Royal Center, Sitka, Bass Station, as well as Indian Hill areas. It's going to move to the northeast here very rapidly at approximately 60 to 70 miles per hour. The text of the warning is for considerable 70-mile-per-hour winds, as well as a possible tag for a tornado. If anything tornadic occurs, I would guess it's going to be up on this part of the storm where the bookend vortex feature is typically on these types of storms. Anything you want to share yet, Caleb?
Yeah, right now we do have a
phone right here. It's getting ready to plant right in front of me right now.
Keep going, push it.
So Parker, again, he is in the Illinois area.
Right now, right in front of us.
Keep going.
There in the center of your screen there, you can see a little cone funnel there just above the trees.
And again, this is Illinois. This is not Indiana, just for reference. This is, I believe, if I can get a location on this is going to be on the Gibson City storm. This is going to be McLean as well as Champaign County in Illinois. Looks like whatever funnel is there is dissipated or is very thin in nature. Go ahead and take back the radar here. This gust front also extends down toward Monticello and Delphi areas. So I assume if you're in the Delphi, Monticello, and eventually Logansport, Royal Center cities, this is going to be heading your direction. Gusty winds along the line here. This is going to be a very potent squall line as it moves through the state. And then again, the entire state at risk today for some severe wind, as well as a possible couple spin up tornadoes within the line here as a possibility. So be on alert as this line passes you. The good news, though, as it passes, there is some chances for a couple of these storms back here that may try to form. Those are not going to last too long. There's a possibility that those become severe, but it's not a very high chance like it is with this line moving through. So once it gets past you, you should be good. Not completely good, but for the most part, the threat should be diminished greatly.
Yeah. This line
there
is
is,
currently
just
moving
for
through.
clarification.
Oh.
Sorry, Caleb. For clarification, there is nothing on the ground in the Lafayette Delphi area that we know of right now. The warning is radar indicated. I do not see a debris ball. So I see a lot of comments asking if anything's on the ground there. To our knowledge, right now, the answer is no. Go ahead, Caleb. Sorry.
Nope, I was going to reiterate that, but also about a lot of questions asking, was there anything after this line? The good news is what instability is in place, and there's quite a bit of it ahead of this line. This line is going to gobble all that instability up, and it's not going to leave very much behind for redevelopment after this line moves through. With the exception of far northern Illinois or closer to the area of low pressure, that could add just enough lift to perhaps get a few thunderstorms up that could be strong. But across central and southern Indiana, and really most of Indiana as a whole, after this line moves through, your chances for additional severe weather will go down quite a bit. And a lot of that is because there's not a lot of instability left over for other showers and thunderstorms to take advantage of. Now, later tonight, we could see some additional showers and thunderstorms overnight tonight, but the chances of those being severe are quite low in nature. So going from north to south here, we'll go ahead and go through our warnings here. We do have quite a few of them here in Indiana, so bear with us here as we go through those. A really potent squall line here moving into the North Judson area, southern LaPorte County, coming in the North Judson, Winnemac, Francisville. No tornado warning on this. Don't really see indications of rotation here, but very strong straight line winds here. 70-mile-per-hour winds are possible. Does have a tornado possible tag on it. This is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. Does expire in 3 minutes. We're likely going to see an extension on this warning, if not a downstream warning. So areas in Plymouth and areas downstream may see a severe thunderstorm warning get extended for you guys, giving you guys that extended lead time that is needed on events like this. Areas including in our tornado warning, which has been trimmed back to just include the Delphi area. Radar indicated rotation here. But the rotation that was there has weakened quite a bit. Perhaps maybe some broad rotation on the north side of Delphi, but mainly straight line winds at this point in time. There could be maybe some brief rotation on the north side there near the Sleeth area and Yeoman area. Maybe some broad rotation there. But the good news is that rotation has weakened quite a bit. Crawfordsville, Indiana, things are about to get very windy for you. So heads up, 60 to 70-mile-per-hour winds coming into town here. Look at these velocities here near the Wesley area, Crawfordsville area. We're going to see some very strong winds here entering town in the next 5 minutes or so. Areas just to the south near Waveland, Indiana. Very strong winds going to be impacting you very shortly here. 70-mile-per-hour winds, considerable severe thunderstorm warning for this area as well. Our tornado warning to the south. Still in place, radar indicated rotation for another 17 minutes here. Perhaps maybe a little bit of a couplet, maybe right in here a little bit, but nothing that really screams tornadic at this point in time. You can notice how it's taken this big bow form, this big apex here. That's indicative of straight line winds, but on the north or south side, I'm going to have to keep an eye on that for additional areas of rotation that may develop here. Lots of severe thunderstorm warnings that just got extended here. Also, 70-mile-per-hour winds, considerable tag here. This is for Vigo County, Sullivan County, Knox, Clay, Owen, Greene, and Davies County, all under a considerable severe thunderstorm warning until 4:15 p.m. That is for this line right here, which is impacting this area here. This is also going to push off to the east. Let's see what storm motion is on this. It was around 50 miles per hour. It is now moving northeast at 30 miles per hour, so not quite as fast storm motions down here to the south as what we have to the north here, but pretty potent thunderstorms nonetheless. Severe thunderstorm warning in Mount Vernon here. 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-size hail for you. Couple more isolated in nature across southern Indiana. Oakland City also in a severe thunderstorm warning now for penny-size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. This includes the Petersburg area as well. Vincennes, you are in 2 severe thunderstorm warnings at this point in time. The first one has been allowed to expire, but we're in another severe thunderstorm warning for 45 minutes here for 70, I believe. I'm not sure if that is for these storms back here. Okay, that was for the ones that are blowing through right now. Illinois just canceled that one. Back up here to central Indiana here.
Okay, well, this entire line here from basically the very tip top of
Yeah.
the state down to about the Vincennes area has 70-mile-per-hour tags on all of these. They're all
Yeah.
considerable warnings.
Every orange
so-
box that you see on your screen is a considerable warning for at least 70-mile-per-hour winds. So plan on 60 to 70 if you are ahead of this line here.
Also want to take note that there appears to be a rear inflow jet that is kicking in for that north part of that line up by the Logansport and the South Bend, that corridor up there. That is likely going to increase our wind velocities on that northern part of that line as that pushes up towards South Bend and eventually the Northern Indiana radar there in North Webster. So I would be really concerned if you're living out there, basically north of US 24, as that looks to be the main, not going to be main, but more so a concerning part of this line. Yeah, that circle, good call there, Caleb. That area, as this line pushes to the north and east here throughout the next couple of hours. But yeah, this is a complete bow echo, as the model kind of showed, one of the models showed last night happening. And this is basically a statewide event at this point. So this is likely going to be severe as it crosses the entire state here. So it's going to come to you eventually. So if you were watching from like a Fort Wayne or Muncie or even Corydon or Richmond areas, Connorsville, Seymour, you guys got some time. We're going to cover it across the state. We'll be live here all afternoon and evening if we need to be. We got you guys covered. But right now, focus in on what's happening. There's so many warnings here that we're not going to be able to keep track of everything. But we have 3 eyes on radars. We got like 6 radars pulled up between the 2 of us. We got you guys covered as best we possibly can.
Yeah, maybe some brief rotation starting to pop up here just to the north of Delphi here. This is going to be moving towards the Logansport area. Broad rotation just south of Idaville near Burnettsville here. So we may see an extension on this tornado warning right where you see this little notch on radar here. Right in here is where you have some inflow coming in like this. Your RIJ, or rear inflow jet, kicking in right here. That's your strong straight line winds. Where there's a little bit weaker winds up here to the north, some convergence going on up here. You have that couplet just to the southeast of Monticello is where you have a little bit of rotation right in here south of Idaville. So something to keep an eye on going forward here as this moves towards the Logansport area over the next few minutes or so. Again, very powerful line. This squall line is starting to mature as we thought it might do as it moves into Indiana. And definitely the more intense portion of the line, I think, will be northern Indiana, especially north and along of 24. A very strong, potent gust right here. They have extended this warning across northern Indiana, leaving it at a considerable warning, but in effect now until 4:15 for White, St. Joseph County, Fulton, Pulaski, Cass, Stark, Marshall, and LaPorte counties here in northwest Indiana. A very intense bow echo here that'll be moving eventually towards the Fort Wayne, Indiana area now. So if you do live in northeast Indiana, Auburn, Fort Wayne, Whitley County, Kosciuszko, Napanee, LaGrange, Angola, again, I would be preparing for this portion of the line. Now's the time to bring stuff inside. You'll likely have a couple hours time here before it reaches Fort Wayne and Auburn, but now's the time to start putting your cars in your garage or preparing for this squall line as it moves in your direction here over the next couple of hours or so. Or really anybody on the eastern portion of the state, there's really nothing that's really going to slow this thing down or stop it. Unfortunately, we just have a lot of instability and ingredients in place to really promote severe weather and fuel this thing as it moves. We likely won't see it weaken until it moves off to the east into Ohio. Unfortunately, this is going to be with us here for a while.
Caleb, we have 20,000 people out of power across the state. Most of those are in western counties, especially up in Newton, as well as Benton and Tippecanoe County. Tippecanoe and Fountain County especially looks like they got hit pretty hard there in the Lafayette area. Also, I see a lot of your comments coming in here for that particular topic of power outages. So yeah, we're at 20,000 people. That will likely climb significantly through the afternoon.
Speaking of your MCV, Ryan, or your bookend vortex, very strong winds impacting Couts, Indiana, La Crosse, associated with this bookend vortex are kind of a comma head feature that you see here. This is a part of what is known as an MCV, or mesoscale convective vortex. It's a big fancy weather term for a localized area of low pressure. A lot of times when you get these really big storm complexes or lines, on the northern end of that line, you'll see them kind of curl in or back or kind of fold in on themselves and develop an area of low pressure. And that is termed an MCV. That is basically an engine that is going to help this thing stay alive and persist for multiple hours to come. So that's going to help fuel this portion of the line, but also allow it to have a big wind potential as it moves across northern Indiana here. So again, this portion of the line, I think, has the potential to be the most intense portion of the line going forward, mainly for damaging winds. Not saying we're not going to have significant damaging winds across southern Indiana and central Indiana, but you notice how this line here is very perpendicular and this one is negatively tilted a little bit. That's another sign of what you look for, kind of two different features to the line here. We have more of a line that is more of what we call a QLCS, quasi-linear convective system. You're going to have embedded gust fronts there to 70 miles per hour, perhaps spin up tornadoes. But on the northern end here, this is taking the shape of more of what's called an MCS, or mesoscale convective system. You don't have to memorize any of those terms. There's no quiz afterwards, I promise. But basically, the difference between those is you're going to have one that kind of dominates a little bit more over the other. That's the big takeaway here. The northern end, I think, north of US 24 is going to become a little bit more stronger because it has that low level area of low pressure here, or that low level spin, that MCV. That is something that's going to help drive it. It has an engine associated with it. Your southern end here doesn't have that same engine. Think of it like this has a Hemi in it and this has like a V6. It's just not as good. You're going to have different driving mechanisms here associated with these storms here. But again, very dangerous storms here nonetheless. Don't take any of these lightly. That's not what I'm getting at here at all. All of these severe thunderstorm warnings are considerable, from Vincennes all the way up to South Bend, Indiana. But two separate features here going on here that need to be taken note of as well. So a lot of moving parts here, a lot of dynamics with this system here in this setup. Something to watch for are these kinks within this line here across northern Indiana. We have a couple areas of embedded rotation here. We have one up here just south of the State Road 119 near the Winamac area, Royal Center, and areas just to the north. So a couple areas of spin here, which is why we have this. Well, we did have a tornado possible tag in it. They may reintroduce that as well. Back down to the south here. If I switch to Indianapolis's radar, the good news is our tornado warning, which was near the Brazil area and Terre Haute area, has been allowed to expire. That is some good news there. But we do have some very strong damaging winds here associated with this severe thunderstorm that'll be moving into the Brazil area here very, very shortly, momentarily here. Again, 70-mile-per-hour winds, tornado possible. They did leave the tornado possible tag on it. We have a lot of these little kinks. Look at the little ripples on the leading edge of this line here. All those little kinks that you see embedded in the line here, all of those could have possible areas of rotation here. In fact, we have 1, 2. If I circle it here on velocity, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, maybe 7, maybe 8 little kinks or individual areas of embedded rotation here along this line here. So that is why we have a tornado possible tag on this, as not one is really suggests that it's going to produce a tornado over another, but there's so many little embedded areas of rotation here. The National Weather Service has that tornado possible tag on this storm here, on this whole line as it moves east here towards Indianapolis here over the next hour or so.
I'm not sure if you said it already, Caleb, but the original tornado warning down by the Terre Haute, the Brazil area, was now canceled.
Yep. And here's a live look at Brazil, Indiana, as a gust front is moving into town right now. The camera is facing northwest. So the winds are going to be coming from the right of your screen, blowing to the left a little bit here as we're facing this squall line here. Look at the flag here. Visibility also drops immensely within this line of storms. So slow down, take your time, pull over if you have to, but don't park under an overpass and ride this storm out if you have to until the storm has passed. So pretty strong storm there. Winds, at least right now, at least at this camera location, don't quite look to be severe, but they're just entering town here, so they may pick up here in a few minutes as well. So something to keep an eye on as well. You can notice how dark it got there on the camera as well. A lot of rain, a lot of moisture within these clouds. Street lights will probably come on in a little bit there. as a result of that. Those daylight sensors maybe triggered a little bit. Logansport, Indiana, very strong winds getting ready to come into you. 70 mile per hour, perhaps considerable warning. We're likely going to see a downstream warning here for the Peru area, perhaps maybe getting to Wabash County. We'll see how far it gets extended here. But there's, like I said, there's really nothing that's going to stop this thing from moving across at least northern Indiana at this point in time. Here's another look at Brazil, Indiana. Let's show you the visibilities here. What you see there is what they see on the ground. Visibility is near zero there. Look how strong these winds are. Zero visibility. Very strong winds here. You can see the power lines and stoplights galloping there in the winds. So again, a very strong thunderstorm, very severe thunderstorm, but luckily they still have power here as the gust front just moved through. Kind of see how it lightened up just a little bit there, but still very strong winds associated with the storm as well. So these storms are packing a punch. As Ryan said earlier, we do have, at least last I heard, over 20,000 customers without power, Ryan, mainly across western Indiana.
Yeah, latest update jumped at to 30,000 now, all across the western half of Indiana. Jasper, Benton, Tippecanoe, Carroll, Fountain, Vigo, and Sullivan counties are so far the hardest hit.
Likely where you have those embedded pockets of 70+ mile per hour winds, that's where you're going to see the most likelihood of power outages. But where those exactly set up shape will evolve with time as this line progresses east. You'll see those pockets come and go. Right now, the most intense portion of the line is near the Logansport area, associated with the northern feature of this line here. Very substantial damaging winds here of 70 miles per hour, with also tornado possible within this line as well. Have a little bit more increased helicity or wind shear across northern Indiana as it starts to develop up there as well. But also,
good news, Caleb. The Carroll County tornado warning is now expired. We are just now back to severe warnings across the state. No tornado warnings in effect right now across Indiana.
But still just as powerful as well. Just because we don't have a tornado warning, we do have considerable severe warnings, Ryan. A level 2 out of 3 on our severe warning severity levels here. Severity warnings start at a baseline severe, which is quarter-size hail or 60 mile per hour winds. Typically 58 or greater, but on the warning tag, a lot of times they'll put 60 on it. Once that jumps to 70, you'll see that go to tier 2 or considerable tag for 70 mile per hour winds. And if we see 80 mile per hour winds, we'll see a destructive tag. That's a level 3 out of 3 on our severe thunderstorm warning criteria. So our warnings do have different criterias or levels as different severities or criteria is met or observed within these storms right now. Pretty strong gust front that just moved through Brazil. You saw that camera there a little bit earlier as the gust front blew through, likely on the north side of the camera. So it likely just missed downtown for the strongest portion of the gust front here, moving along US 40 here towards the Manhattan area, but a nice pocket of likely 70 mile per hour winds right there. Very potent gust front coming near the Greencastle area, as well as we go down to southern Indiana. We do have several severe thunderstorm warnings still in effect here. Considerable warnings at that as well, including the Washington area, Linton area, Bloomington, Indiana, not a severe thunderstorm warning yet, but we'll likely see one extended in your direction if these storms maintain their intensity. Oakland City, still in a severe thunderstorm warning for this isolated storm here south of Petersburg. 60 mile per hour winds, penny-sized hail associated with these as well. A little bit more isolated and scattered across southern Indiana. That may change as they go to the Bloomington, Columbus area. We may see this line kind of develop and mature a little bit further south, which has kind of been the going trend here with this line as well. This line up here across central Indiana was a little bit more scattered in Illinois, and it has now congealed or grown upscale into a mature QLCS here as it moves across to west central Indiana. So back up here to the north for LaPorte County, Porter County, Indiana. Pretty strong winds here on the south side of this little comma head feature here. This is associated with that. Remember how I talked about an MCV earlier, mesoscale convective vortex? That's kind of what's going on here. We have this localized area of low pressure in the low levels of the atmosphere, but this can also kick up some stronger winds at the surface as well on the south side, which is what we're seeing here, just north of North Judson, south of Valparaiso, US 30 here. Right, we see those brighter weds near the Couts area, US 421, some strong winds of perhaps 60 to 70 miles per hour right in there. near the Knox area. Gonna have to keep an eye on you. Maybe perhaps some broad rotation there as well. All up and down this line could have some broad rotation as well. A few kinks being observed near the Logansport area. Nothing that really screams tornadic at this point in time, but we're going to have to watch this little indentation here near Royal Center, north of Kenneth. Area broad rotation there as well, but also 60 to 70 mile per hour winds here as well. We're likely going to see a warning extension to include the Peru, Indiana area here very, very shortly, if not being typed out right now. Kokomo, Indiana. In a severe thunderstorm warning now for 60 mile per hour winds and penny-sized hail. Not a considerable warning at this point in time, but those of you in Howard County and areas surrounding, do watch this for intensification. This is for Carroll County, Fountain, Tippecanoe, Clinton, Howard, Park County, Boone County, Tipton, and Montgomery County until 4:30 Eastern Daylight Time. 60 mile per hour winds and penny-sized hail moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. So a little bit slower storm motions to the south of Logansport and a little bit faster up here to the north. So we do have that new severe thunderstorm warning, and we're likely going to see a new one extended here by IWX here shortly.
Tornado warning now incoming.
So we have a new tornado warning that's getting ready to pop up here. Yep, that is just for that couplet that we just mentioned a little earlier. IWX seeing that as well. Went ahead and issued a tornado warning on it. I assume, yep, radar indicated rotation here, penny-sized hail. Moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. This is for Fulton County and Cass County in north central Indiana until 4:15 p.m. So the area of broad rotation right now is right here, just to the west or east of Royal Center, just northwest of Logansport, Indiana. Logansport, just straight line winds for you right now, but areas to your north is where this area of rotation is. This is going to be moving near Fulton for southern Fulton County, Indiana, here shortly here. Right in here, right where you see that kink. So kind of a dog leg feature here where you have this backward bends. That's kind of the term for it, where you see this little kink here. Right in here, you have straight line winds where winds are being pushed east away from the storm. But right in here where you see that kink, you have some slower winds, some convergence here. We have some winds being pulled into the storm here, and you have that localized area of spin. That is something we call mesovortice or embedded areas of rotation here within the storm. If you turn on our debris tracker here, let's make sure there's nothing on the ground here. Nothing that indicates a tornado at this point in time. You can see where the rain becomes really heavy, though. Right in here where you see these darker purples start to form and even a little bit of yellows in there. Pretty heavy rain here and perhaps some small hail within this line as well. But nothing that screams a tornado. But again, interior room, away from windows. Don't wait to see a tornado. You're not going to see it. These are rain-wrapped events here, meaning if there is a tornado, it will be wrapped in rain, and you're very unlikely to see it until it hits you. These are often invisible as well, so they're very dangerous, very hard to see, but also very intense pockets of damaging winds here on the north and south side of this couplet here. Logansport, 60 to 70 mile per hour winds, and even on the north side in Fulton County, Indiana, Rochester, Fulton, again, tornado possible for Fulton for this area of rotation near Royal Center, moving off to the north and east of 45, but just on the north side of that rotation, strong winds of 70 miles per hour, if not maybe a little bit stronger, up to 75, and some of those darker blue colors that you see there near Grass Creek, getting absolutely hammered right now at this point in time. Likely going to see an additional severe thunderstorm warning here very soon. Areas to the south. The good news is kind of between our QLCS and our system to the north, Ryan, a little bit of a weakening trend near Lafayette being observed on radar here for the Frankfurt area. Still strong, but kind of an interesting feature there.
Yeah, I noticed that too. But you also got to keep in mind we could be seeing outflow winds from that ahead of that line too. So just because radar doesn't indicate that it's strong doesn't mean it's not strong. Radar can be deceiving sometimes. So the good news is, as Caleb mentioned, it's a little weakening trend there by the Lafayette. It's going to be heading toward the Kokomo, for example, that general area. But the bad news is we can't say that officially for sure, but it looks like it's trending in the right direction. That's the good news.
We'll keep an eye here on the northern side of this complex. That is the most intense portion of the storm at this point in time. So if you're in Fort Wayne, areas north of 24 generally, Fort Wayne, Auburn, South Bend, LaGrange, Napanee, Warsaw, anywhere up in here, I'll actually draw it out for you. This area here, Heads up for damaging winds, 70 plus miles per hour. Isolated tornadoes here over the next 2 hours. This is the most intense portion of the line here. It does include Fort Wayne, Indiana, Auburn, South Bend. This area here has the best chances of seeing a long-lived severe weather event with this line as it progresses off to the east-northeast here. Very, very potent winds here. Moving into Fulton County, Indiana, near Rochester, Indiana, State Road 17, just to the east of Winnemac. Very potent gust front here. You can almost see kind of two C's here a little bit, two backward C's. We have one here and one here. We have really strong winds here and here with an area of rotation right in here. I'm going to have to keep an eye on this area of rotation just to the south of Grass Creek here. Right in here would be where the area of rotation is, just to the east of Matea, near the Lucrin area as well. If I turn on correlation coefficient here, good news is no signs of debris at this point in time. Meaning if there is a tornado on the ground, it's very weak at this point in time. It's not lofting debris yet, or it's not on the ground at this point in time, which is some good news, but it could touch down at any time. The rotation is there. QLCS tornadoes can spin up very quickly, oftentimes with little or no warning. So again, interior room, put as many layers between you and the outside as possible until given the all clear, until this storm has passed. This is moving off to the north and east at 45 miles per hour. So one tornado warning in effect in the state of Indiana at this point in time.
I'm going to take my radar here quick, Caleb. I'm going to go to the north part of this line. This is a pretty potent gust front here. Walkerton, Tyner, Plymouth, Culver, Argos, and Rochester areas, even further south here toward Fulton, Matea, Denver, Mexico, and onward. But I want to take note, there's getting some little bit of kinks in these lines here, Caleb. Got to watch those carefully. The little divots you see, they can try to be sneaky and kind of spin something up rotational, tornadic wise. I don't see anything right now that indicates that is happening, but I do think it bears watching as this plows its way to the northeast, toward North Webster and Warsaw and Elkhart and Goshen areas. We got to be watching this very carefully because it does have potential to spin up some tornadoes, especially down here where the warning for a tornado actually is. You can see that divot there just west of Matea. That is very. It's not. I'm not going to call it intense rotation, but it is evident that there is something trying to spin up there just west of Matea. But luckily, I don't see a debris ball, so there's nothing that we can confirm that's on the ground. But still, if you're in that warning, like Fulton area, a 12-mile, and even just to the east of this warning that's currently not in anything like Macy or Birmingham or Deedsville, Perrysburg, and then Route 31 there, I would still be on alert as this heads your direction. We'll have to see if they extend a warning over to the east, but right now, just be on alert as the storm moves up your direction.
Yep, absolutely. So we're watching basically this entire line here from northern Indiana all the way down to central and southern Indiana for not only damaging winds, but also the risk for spin-up tornadoes as well. Greencastle, Indiana, getting in some stronger winds right now, warned for 70 miles per hour. Tornado possible tag within this as well for those embedded kinks. You can kind of see the little ripples on the leading edge there. Could have some embedded areas of rotation within this line as well. Manhattan, Indiana, getting it right now. Areas to the south, go ahead and switch radars here to Evansville to get a better look here at these southern storms. These are starting to congeal a little bit more so into a line as they move towards the Bloomington area, Jasper, Indiana as well. Warned for 70-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-size hail, but also a tornado possible tag added on this warning as well. Our southern severe thunderstorm warnings, the one here for Posey County, probably getting ready to expire here. As this storm is moving off to the north and east here. We'll have to see if we get one reissued here for the one near Armstrong, Indiana. But right now, our strongest storms are across central and northern Indiana.
Caleb, I also want to point out our latest power outage update. We're up to 35,000 people out of power. Also have reports coming in via emergency manager in Knox County of trees blown down from thunderstorm winds. That's going to be near the Bicknell area. Also reports of between 50 and 65 mile per hour winds all along the western counties up by the Lafayette area. And also reports of damage in the Lafayette area as well. Trees down, power poles tipped over or snapped in that vicinity. So strong winds definitely occurring up there in that vicinity.
Yep. So again, we do have an active tornado warning here. Interior room away from windows. radar indicated rotation here. This was located 10 miles east of Royal Center, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour, 11 miles north of Logansport. So Fulton, 12 mile, Matea, Neana Lake, Lisa's Corner, Fletcher, and Marshtown, all in the path of this tornado warning. So interior room, away from windows until the storm has passed. Also, pretty potent gust front approaching the Plymouth area, Knox area, Rochester, Fulton County. I mean, Fulton, very, very strong winds here, getting ready to impact your location here as the storm moves off in your direction. So you get an interior room away from windows until this storm has passed. Areas just to the south here, if I go ahead and turn reflectivity back on, and we'll turn velocity back on. There we go. Nice potent gust front here from Greencastle all the way down to Linton, Indiana area. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning, which does include areas just to the east of Indianapolis. They are remaining this considerable severe thunderstorm warning, 70-mile-per-hour winds with a tornado possible tag on it for these embedded areas of rotation on the leading edge of this thunderstorm. So a lot of counties involved here under this blanket severe thunderstorm warning. This is for Monroe County, Morgan County, Brown County, Hendricks, Owen, Marion, Boone, Montgomery, and Putnam County until 4:45 Eastern Daylight Time. 70-mile-per-hour winds, penny-sized hail. So hail is not really a main hazard here with any of these storms, but it's mainly damaging winds. Very strong damaging winds associated with the storm, with the strongest damaging wind winds getting ready to come into Fulton County, Indiana. Fulton, Indiana, in areas from Rochester in the south, a very potent apex here, very potent Boeing segment here as it continues moves off to the east and northeast. Area of rotation, maybe some broad rotation near the Fletcher area, or I guess now south of Fulton. But right now, it is transitioning into more of an apex. So your area of rotation that was down here, broadening out just a little bit. There's a little bit here just south of Fulton. But right now, it screams more so damaging winds than it does tornadoes, at least at this point in time on the latest scan here. It is starting to get protruded out a little bit more. So wouldn't be surprised to see 60 to 70-mile-per-hour winds here from Fulton to Rochester, Indiana. Again, we'll likely see a severe thunderstorm warning extended here. We'll have to see how many counties east they go, if they include Wabash County or not. We'll likely see an extension of this warning here pretty soon. Our severe thunderstorm warning for Kokomo and areas surrounding continues for another half an hour here. Penny-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. But areas to the north here, let's say south of Logansport, near the Delphi, Flora area, luckily this portion of the storm has weakened quite a bit. So that's some good news. Hopefully we see that over this entire line here. But a lot of ingredients still in place that say otherwise. But a very strong portion of the line here near the Worthington area, Clay City, Linton. 70-mile-per-hour winds, especially where you see the brighter colors here. You can see they just trimmed back that warning there. So if you're along US 41, Sullivan, Terre Haute, Attica area, the main portion of this line has moved off to your east. Your severe weather threat is non-zero just because we have some storms here in Illinois, but it is decreasing quite a bit. So that is some good news here for you guys behind this line, but we are going to have to watch some of these storms right in here in case they do become strong. But the good news is our main line here gobbled up a lot of the ingredients that may help these storms stay under control a little bit. So that is some good news there for storms behind that. Back to our tornado warning here in northern Indiana. Right now, I think it's becoming more of a straight line wind event here, Ryan. Here for Fulton County, Indiana. Still maybe a little bit of a notch here. It's just southeast of Fulton, but Rochester, Indiana, getting ready to get impacted by some very strong winds here. US 31 here from Argos, Rochester down to Fulton. Perhaps 60 plus mile-per-hour winds there for you. A couple other showers and thunderstorms trying to get going here ahead of the line, but right now, heavy rain for those as they are subsevere at this point in time. Areas to the north of northern county, or northern Indiana from LaPorte County over the South Bend, Pretty potent gust front here, but something we're also going to have to watch here is an isolated tornado threat with our northern end here, where this rain band kind of folds in on itself like a backward comma head. Some strong winds right in here in areas in red, perhaps 60 miles per hour, but you can also get some spin up tornadoes anywhere along and associated with this feature here, as it is a localized area of low pressure called an MCV. So that is something we're going to have to keep an eye on for a localized tornado threat. And that also enhances the tornado risk up and down this line here. Here's a live look at Cody, who is in the field here today in western Indiana, showing some tree damage from storms. I believe he is. Hey, Cody, if you can hear me, if you want to tell us where you're at and what you've seen so far.
This is actually off of Highway 421 in Monticello. Did you get that?
Yeah, I got that. Thank you.
Yeah, so he is currently in north central or west central Indiana, near the Monticello area, where some strong straight line winds move through a little bit earlier, causing that tree to be uprooted there. A rather large tree as well. Lots of tree damage being reported across western portions of Indiana where this line has already moved through, and a lot of power outages being reported as well. Ryan, I think last you said was around 30,000 customers without power and climbing.
Yeah, latest update at 41,339. 41,000 now. So that number continues to climb and will continue to climb as these storms push further into the state. So it's unfortunate, but we expected this as well. So
yep. Our straight line winds here are getting ready to run out of our tornado warning box here. The area of rotation that was here broadened out quite a bit, maybe a little bit there just to the west of or east of Fulton, but right now it's mainly straight line winds. Here's our new severe thunderstorm warning. They are not going to extend the tornado warning, but they do have a tornado possible tag within this severe thunderstorm warning, but leaving it at 70 miles per hour with a considerable warning tag. This is now for northern Wabash County, Fulton County, Kosciuszko County, northeastern Cass County, northwestern Miami County, and Marshall County until 4:45 Eastern Daylight Time for 70-mile-per-hour winds as the going hazard here for this portion of the line. So again, north of US 24 here, heads up for significant severe weather in the form of straight line winds, and a possible spin-up tornado or two cannot be ruled out either. Areas to the south, Indianapolis, be on deck for, again, 70-mile-per-hour winds possible heading in your direction. Indianapolis, Circle City, we have just had a year for considerable severe thunderstorm warnings in the Circle City. Maybe our fourth or fifth one now this year for 70-mile-per-hour winds. So again, hopefully you guys know what to do. You guys know the drill by now. Interior room, do not use elevators if you're in Indianapolis when this line of severe storms go through. Power cuts out, your elevators will stop working, and you could become trapped in them temporarily. So again, always use a stairwell. And if you're in a high-rise structure in Indianapolis, move to an interior corridor, hallway, stairwell until the storm has passed. Don't put yourself near those exterior windows, as that could always increase your risk for injury if those windows do end up breaking. A little bit of perhaps maybe some broad rotation here north of the Coatesville area, a little bit of a protrusion there, a little bit of a couplet there. So again, we're going to have to watch these little kinks as they move towards Indianapolis as well. We do have a tornado possible tag on this severe thunderstorm warning just to cover those little kinks that develop on the leading edge. Bloomington now in a severe thunderstorm warning. Also, tornado possible, 70-mile-per-hour winds, considerable warning here for 42 more minutes. This is for Monroe County, Brown County, Owen County, Martin County, Lawrence, Greene, and Davies County until 4:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. You can see a very nice gust front here approaching the Worthington area, actually in Worthington right now. Bloomfield, you're going to see the winds pick up in the next 2 minutes, if not already. Coming across US 231, approaching the I-69 corridor now in southern Indiana as well. So if you know any motorists on I-69, give them a heads up that we have some strong winds approaching your direction, but do not take cover under an overpass. I don't want to see that. I don't want to hear about that. Winds are always amplified underneath overpasses, and your hazards are always increased under those things as well. Very dangerous to take shelter under overpasses or bridges as the air is increased underneath those.
Corey, top right of your screen there is reporting extensive tree damage and also roofing material, ripped off homes, so shingles likely. That's going to be just north of Terre Haute there. So he is reporting the damage in the area. And also from Terre Haute, several reports of trees down via amateur radio. Also measured wind gust of 60, 12 to 14-inch diameter tree down there. So quite extensive damage, what it sounds like in the North Terre Haute area.
Yep, and this gust front that caused the damage there in that area is now pushing through Rochester, Indiana, moving near Athens, Akron, Matone, Tippecanoe, Silver Lake, Warsaw. A very potent gust front here as it's moving through. Good news is a rotation that was on the leading edge that prompted our tornado warning has weakened quite a bit. It is now solely what appears to be a damaging wind risk associated with this. Could still have a brief spin up on the leading edge, but right now damaging winds appears to be the dominant risk here. 70-mile-per-hour winds here and penny-size hail. So quite a potent gust front here. You can really see a nice mature apex here with strong winds within that as well. This will be moving near the US 30 corridor here. Strongest winds just south of Plymouth. A little bit weaker to the north here, but still strong. I think 55 miles per hour or so. Under a severe thunderstorm warning for 70 up here. But I think the strongest winds are just to your south where you see this apex. Your bright greens, even perhaps right up here. Your strongest winds just south of Walnut here. Coming near State Road 25 near the Talma area. Just north of Rochester, a pocket of very strong winds, perhaps 75. Some significant winds here possible embedded within this line as well. Your radar beam is becoming ever lower as well. So we're getting a better cross-section of the storm as it approaches the office in northern Indiana. So we're going to have to keep an eye on this as well. It'll also get sampled really well once it gets to Northwestern and goes over their office as well. So we're going to get some really good data from that. Hopefully they don't lose power as well.
Go ahead and take a peek down by the west of the Indianapolis radar. A little bit of notching by Fillmore, Styesville, and Mount Meridian. I'm going to watch there a bit carefully. Just east of Greencastle. Yeah, right in there. Go up by Mount Meridian. Yeah, right in that vicinity. You had it. You had it. But also want to keep note as well, further south by the Ferdinand, Jasper areas, a new warning coming in down there as well for 60-mile-per-hour winds, as well as quarter-size hail. The southern extent of that line, notice how it's not a congealed line. It's more just kind of pop-up cells. That's good news for the most part. Down there, there's weaker wind shear, so we're not worried about tornadoes. There's not much out there supporting hail either, but definitely some wind damage or some wind possibilities down there. But because it's not really organized, that's usually a good sign for your areas further south. But still, we could see some isolated instances of gusty winds here. But if you go north where the line's more solid and thick, that's here where the more organization is with this current line. And that's where the focus is going to be. So again, if you're watching here, Terre Haute up to Lafayette, up to Portage and Gary, you guys technically from the main line are all clear. There's some pop-up cells behind it that's possible. Those may or may not be strong in nature. I don't really expect that to be strong looking at radar currently, but you guys are all clear from the main line. On deck, though, we have Bloomington, we have Bedford, we have Paoli, Salem, Seymour, Columbus, Indianapolis, metro areas, Fisher, Noblesville, Kokomo, Fort Wayne, Angola, South Bend, Napanee, Warsaw. You guys all bigger cities here out ahead of this line still as it pushes your direction. Damaging winds as well as a possibility of an embedded tornado is possible as this line progresses eastward. Main risk here is still damaging winds. Low risk currently for a spin-up tornado. Based on what I'm seeing currently, it's not impossible, but for right now, it's more so just looking like a
straight line wind event here.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm watching an area here, Caleb. I can't tell, but over by the area I was telling you to watch for like 3 minutes ago by Greencastle, Fillsmore, Styesville, there's actually a CC area embedded within the rain. And I'm trying to figure out if there's a merger there too. So I wonder if we have maybe something to spin up there just north of Fillmore in Putnam County. I can't confirm that, but there is a CC, perhaps a debris ball that looks to be fallout now, but perhaps something spun up there near the Fillmore and Coatesville area. Can't confirm it. Radar looks a little suspicious though.
Yeah, and that's really the story here with a lot of these. Every time you get a kind of a QLCS spin up is what we call it here. These embedded mesovortices along the leading edge of the line here, oftentimes and sometimes areas of rotation spin up so quickly and they're so shallow, radar has a really hard time seeing it. The radar beam is not at ground level. It's a few thousand feet above the ground here. And so anytime you get areas of rotation that develop shallower than the radar beam, the radar is not going to see it, but it can still produce a brief spin up tornado here. But because of the risk of these spin up tornadoes, a lot of these warnings here, and also Ryan, we have upgraded severe thunderstorm warnings now to a destructive tag for areas south of Indianapolis here. We have a 80-mile-per-hour winds here. This is a destructive warning here. So this is a level 3 out of 3. This is for Monroe County, Western Morgan County, Brown County, Owen County, and Greene County. 80-mile-per-hour winds here. This is radar indicated. Flying debris will be dangerous to those caught outside. Mobile homes will be heavily damaged, if not destroyed. So again, interior room, away from windows here, mainly for this pocket, right in here, right where you see these blues here, just south of the Cloverdale area. 80-mile-per-hour winds is no joke. That is very dangerous. That's on the scale of a weak tornado in terms of wind speed. So again, treat this as you would a weak tornado. Weak as in quotes, all tornadoes are dangerous, but this will cause substantial tree damage, power lines, and power outages as well. So we do have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning now just south of Indianapolis. Indianapolis still in a considerable severe thunderstorm warning, which is still very dangerous. 70-mile-per-hour winds, tornado possible here. But we do have this destructive severe thunderstorm warning, which is our first destructive severe thunderstorm warning of the day for winds of 80 miles per hour. And this is going to include the Bloomington area, Paragon area, Martinsville area. I'll draw out the box here. This severe thunderstorm warning right here. This is our destructive severe thunderstorm warning here. So anywhere within this white box here, under the gun for 80-mile-per-hour winds, especially where you see these blues here. Very dangerous storm here in central Indiana. And something else to look at, Ryan, is this little cell right here getting ready to merge. You're going to have to keep an eye on this southern end here. A little bit of rotation here just north of Dansville as this little cell gets gobbled up by our squall line here. A lot of times these cell mergers in these QLCS type of events can actually enhance the level spin a little bit too. So we're going to have to watch this State Road 39 area as these two storms get gobbled up by our main squall line here. Areas to the north here, our tornado warning was allowed to expire. Currently a very potent squall line here moving to the Warsaw area, State Road 25, approaching US 30 here, but a couple little kinks on the north side. We're going to have to keep an eye on these guys here just south and east of Plymouth. But a very potent gust run here, winds up to 70 miles per hour for this storm as well. Areas to the south, just as dangerous, 70-mile-per-hour winds here as well. A little bit weaker up near the Kokomo area for this portion of the line. This was downgraded to 60 in Penny, was 70 earlier, so that's some good news there. Next strongest portion of the line here, 70-mile-per-hour winds coming into the Danville area, Plainfield area this morning is for 70-mile-per-hour winds, tornado possible, and penny-sized hail associated with this portion of the line. And areas to the south, we have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning, a level 3 out of 3. This is the most intense severe thunderstorm warning that the National Weather Service can issue, is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning here. Anything over 80 miles per hour or higher will have a destructive tag on it. And unfortunately, we have one here. So again, Bloomington, Indiana, I-69 corridor here from Bloomington all the way up to the Martinsville area. Again, 80-mile-per-hour winds here in the form of straight line winds and possible spin-up tornadoes along the leading edge are all possible, cannot be ruled out. But straight line winds seem to be the bigger risk here. A little bit more messy down to the south. We have a lot of individual little cells and supercells all trying to find their space. But a little bit messy here. We're likely going to see these storms right in here kind of form a southern extension of this line here. I do expect these southern storms to kind of merge together into a line extension here, and that'll kind of cut off the fuel for these back here, hopefully. But close to the radar here, some very strong winds here, and even an area of rotation here, Ryan, near Egg Harbor, near the Evansville's radar here. right in here on the southern end of this storm here. Some rain wrap rotation perhaps right in here just north of Pumpkin Run. Nonetheless, very strong straight line winds here. In northern Posey County, moving into Gibson County. In fact, I think this area of rotation would be actually in Gibson County now, but a pretty strong area here just south of Hickory Ridge is where this would be at, Ryan.
Yeah, I also want to take note, Caleb, on the airport radar. We have a good beam height looking at that destructive severe warning, and it's only about 1,000 feet off the ground or less, and I'm already getting 80 to 80, actually 89 miles per hour in the spot there just west of Paragon. So very Martinsville and Bloomington areas, you guys will be taking this very seriously. This is a destructive severe warning, and radar indicating very close to the ground winds between 80 and 90 miles per hour there. So take that very seriously. Also keeping a close eye on that cell you just mentioned down there by the Evansville area, by the radar there. That looks like a pretty intense, either some rotation developing or at least a downburst at very least. Looking at downburst, they're looking at radar.
Yeah, based on radar, I would have to agree with you there. Maybe a microburst going on there as well. But nonetheless, still a severe thunderstorm, very dangerous storm as well. But we do have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning in place here, 80 mile per hour winds. Treat this as you would a tornado warning. Interior room, basement preferred. If you don't have a basement, go to an interior room away from windows until the storm has passed. It'll be dangerous to anyone outside or in a weak structure, such as a prefabricated home, mobile home. They will be severely damaged, if not overturned. That's what makes mobile homes very dangerous. Wind can get underneath of them. That can create lift. That can roll your home. It can throw your home as well. So very, very dangerous storm here as well. And also, Ryan's the radar has a very good look here at our gust front here, running along I-70 from Stylesville, coming into the Plainfield area, Mooresville area, for not in a destructive warning, but in a considerable warning for 70 miles per hour winds. Getting a nice gust front here right along the I-70 corridor here, which will be eventually moving towards the Indianapolis's office here as well. We're going to go very close to the airport here, Indianapolis International Airport. Going to get some really nice ground readings here as well. But do expect airport delays here as well, and possible ground stops here temporarily as this line of storms moves through as well. Areas
watching
to the north.
cell merger very closely by the Pittsburgh area and the West Indianapolis area. That merger looks very intriguing to me.
Yeah, so a lot of times cell mergers can enhance low-level publicity. So near the Pittsburgh area, Brownsburg area, you're going to have to watch this area kind of closely for any couplets that do form. It is on the northern end of our apex here, so that's another reason why it's intriguing to watch. I'm going to have to keep an eye on it. Also right in here near the Clayton area, Bellevue area, Ryan, on the northern end of our apex here, a little bit of a couplet there, a little bit of an inflow notch to watch. And really anywhere along this line, little individual mini kinks along this line as well. So, which is why we have tornado possible tags on many of these warnings to cover that tornado, spin up tornado risk along the leading edge of this storm here. So Indianapolis, again, interior room away from windows until the storm has passed. Now's the time to be bringing things inside. If you're in Indianapolis Metro, trash cans outside, make sure they're tied down, brought inside. Urban structure, skyscrapers, building can actually manipulate the wind and intensify the wind at the surface, at street level. Strong winds aloft can hit the buildings, and those buildings can actually create downdrafts and push that wind down to the ground and amplify it or manipulate it in different ways. So another reason to take this storm very seriously. If there's any loose items on buildings, they can be ripped off, blown around. So very dangerous situation to be outside. You don't want to be outside during these storms until they have passed. Back to our severe thunderstorm warnings to the north. The good news is for the South Bend area, for the northern portion of this line, it has weakened a little bit. We have a big special weather statement in effect. Winds of 50 to 55 miles an hour, so still very strong, but 58 miles per hour is the baseline for severe criteria. So areas north of US 30, at least from Plymouth to Napanee and areas north, this portion of the line is weaker. It's still very strong, but something to take note of as well. I'm going to have to watch this little kink here outside of the Bourbon, Indiana area for some possible areas of broad rotation. But again, 70 mile per hour winds possible here within this line. We have another line to the south near Kokomo, which is starting to bow out just a little bit. Still in a severe thunderstorm warning for 60 mile per hour winds.
Caleb,
and
we have a
penny-sized
destructive
hail.
severe warning now for Indianapolis downtown. Destructive severe 80-mile-per-hour winds for Indianapolis downtown.
And that is radar indicated. So again, interior room away from windows here. And also, Ryan, we're going to have to watch this little bit of a notch here south of Clayton. We may see a tornado warning come out of this as well. Something to keep an eye on as well. Some embedded area of circulation here right along US 40 here as it moves near the Plainfield area as well. So we have 2 destructive severe thunderstorm warnings in effect now. That's for 80-mile-per-hour winds. These storms are not messing around here as they approach Indianapolis. In interior room, lowest level your building or structure. If you cannot get to the lowest building, do not use elevators during this time. Stairwells, hunker down in the stairwell in the middle of your high-rise or building until the storm has passed. Structures are built in a way to flex during strong winds to give you that structural stability. But if the power goes out and your building or structure or apartment does not have generator backup, or even if it does, it may take some time to kick in. Sometimes the generator backups do not immediately.
Caleb, check your velocity on that merger.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. I have it up right now. Possible rotation here near the Pittsburgh area where that merger is. You can see green's going towards the radar and red's going away from the radar. Some areas of rotation right in here. Small couplet here. Go ahead and turn on our correlation coefficient here just to make sure nothing is on the ground. Right now, I don't see anything that would suggest it's on the ground, just some clear air out ahead of it. That's just some clutter. But this area of rotation here, right near the I-74 corridor here, just outside Pittsburgh, this is largely thanks to that cell merger that is happening and ongoing as well. Very strong winds here coming into the Plainfield area. In fact, if I switch to the radar here, to the airport radar, and turn on their base velocity, it's coming over the airport right now. Likely a ground stop in place in Indianapolis until these storms have passed. You cannot safely land or move aircraft in these conditions. But even the airport radar, Ryan, is showing a nice couplet here near Pittsburgh, thanks to our storm merger here. So if you're in Pittsburgh, Brownsburg, interior room away from windows, possible tornado here. Nothing on the ground at this point in time, but the rotation is there to where one could be formed at any moment. And there's a tornado warning now for that QLCS couplet here. This is for northeastern Hendricks County, northwestern Marion County, and southeastern Boone County until 4:45. Radar indicated rotation here. Moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. So again, very dangerous storm here as it moves off to the north and northeast at 50 miles per hour.
Latest power outage map, Caleb, has now increased our outages to 56,000 people. 56,000 people.
I'm not surprised to see that, unfortunately. And that number will also continue to rise here as these storms are not weakening. In fact, they've intensified quite a bit as well. But also, this has just has the look to it as well. Unfortunately, near Plainfield, have a nice QLCS hook on it. I'm going to have to keep an eye on this area as well for a possible spin up tornado. You can see some little bit of rotation here right along US 40 here near Plainfield. A little bit of broad rotation here. May see a tornado warning on that if it continues to intensify. But again, destructive severe thunderstorm, or did they downgrade that, Ryan? For Indianapolis back to considerable?
Looks like they did.
Oh, wait, nope. There may just be an overlay. That's still destructive.
Okay, yeah, you're right. Still destructive there. I was going to say, did I get confused on that? But no, it's still destructive.
There's so many warnings. They issued a big blanket warning out ahead of it, and that's sitting on top, just how it's layered.
Yeah, there's
here.
Actually, Caleb, to be a little bit more technical here, there's actually 5 warnings that are overlapping each other, all within the Indianapolis area. So we can't really click on one to get a clear picture. There's like so many things here going on. Also, I want to take note, if you look at your CC, I'm going to say there's potentially a weak tornado just north of Brownsburg. There is a CC, very, very weak couplet there that overlaps with, let's go ahead and I'll take you already got it. On the bottom of your screen there, I'm going to take the comments off the screen here. I'm going to circle it right here. There's a bit of a debris, like a little bit of a, in the red color, that's normal, and a little bit of a yellowish orange color there. That aligns very well with this rotation. And I wouldn't be shocked there is a weak tornado that spun up right there with that cell merger just north of Brownsburg. If there is one, it's very weak in nature. The next scan that came in, I don't think it's, still on the ground. If it is, it's very cluttered, but I would not be shocked there. It lines up pretty well with that cell merger and a little bit of rotation we did have. That's going to be just north of the Brownsburg area.
But again, interior room away from windows until this storm has passed. Very, very dangerous storm, a very strong storm as well. Indianapolis
Zionsville
Metro.
and Whitestown area, just to be exact. Zionsville, Whitestown area.
Yep, and Metro Indianapolis is still in a destructive warning here as well. We also have a destructive warning just to the south as well, still in effect.
There's probably close to 20 to 30 counties currently underneath warnings. I know a lot of questions are filing in here for specific locations and so on and so forth. When we're in active severe ops like this, when we have so many things going on here, we have moderators here on the YouTube side of things, and I think we have a few on Facebook as well who can try to answer some of those questions, but we have about 1,000 of you guys watching right now. It's very hard for us to keep up with all the questions filing in here. The general rule of thumb here is if we're not zoned in on your area after about 5 or 10 minutes, you're likely going to be okay. Other areas where we're focused in on, that's the most concerning out of the entire line here. Just kind of taking a zoomed out look, Caleb. This is basically from Michigan border to Kentucky border. We have warnings all throughout this state of Indiana here. New warning now coming in up further north here for the Warsaw, Kendallville, LaGrange area. 70-mile-per-hour winds and a possible tornado tag on that. That's a very big warning coming in. But the point I'm trying to get across here is we're not going to have time to look and answer everybody's questions here. We're live here. We're doing the best we can covering it. We're going to communicate that to you. There's a lot of stuff going on. Bear with us, please.
If you're anywhere within this white box here, the severe weather has not hit you yet, but it is on its way. So if you live anywhere east of Indianapolis, Fort Wayne area, and south and north, stay on deck. This line is impacting the entire state, essentially, from Evansville, Indiana, all the way up to Angola, Indiana. Will be at risk for severe weather. And we tried to communicate that today as well. The entire state was upgraded by the Storm Prediction Center in an enhanced risk, a level 3 out of 5. And that means widespread severe weather is possible, if not likely. And that's what we're seeing here, unfortunately, here today. I want to draw your attention. We're going to go north to south here and go through these warnings once again. Very strong storm here in near Warsaw, Indiana, near North Webster here, getting very close to the actual National Weather Service's office here in North Webster, Indiana. The storm is going to go right over their office here. So we're getting a very good look at what the winds are at the surface. Very good sampling going on here as well. The radar beam is looking directly into the squall line as it approaches North Webster here. Little kinky kinks on the leading edge here where you see these little mesovortices, a little couplet there, a little couplet there on the north side. Possible spin up tornadoes along the leading edge, especially this north one. This north one here really has my attention here. See this yellow here? That's perhaps 80 miles per hour winds, or at least a pocket of 80 mile per hour winds there just to the west of Hastings. If I turn on our debris tracker here, go ahead and take a look at this here. I don't see anything that really screams a tornado is on the ground at this point in time. Have to wait on the next scan, but we may see a tornado warning on that if that continues to intensify as well. And that would be for the Napanee area and surrounding areas. But again, very strong straight line winds here approaching North Webster, Syracuse, Milford, and Napanee as well, with embedded areas of rotation. They do have a tornado possible tag on this severe thunderstorm warning to cover those areas of embedded rotation as well. Areas just to the south here, go back down to Indianapolis. We have a tornado warning here for extreme northwestern Marion County, but a destructive 80 mile per hour warning for Indianapolis Metro. Very strong winds here, getting ready to impact the Circle City here. Once again, we have had our fair share of destructive and considerable warnings here for Indianapolis. This might be our third destructive warning now this year for the Circle City. It's been crazy. But again, interior room away from window. If you're in a high rise or a building or anything like that, do be taking shelter. Do not shelter inside of an overpass or in an elevator if you're inside of a building. That is a very dangerous place to be. Hazards are always increased there. Here's a look at the airport radar. So it has moved across the airport now. It is approaching the Speedway area, Mooresville, Plainfield. But look at all these little kinks on the leading edge here. These are all mesovortices on the leading edge here of this line that have embedded areas of rotation. Kind of hard to see, a little messy with velocity here because we're right up to the radar here. But right here's one, here's one, here's one. There's at least 4 or 5 little embedded circulations here on the leading edge of this line here. A lot of frictional forces at play, a lot of physics at play, but also with our low-level wind shear. Spin-up tornadoes are possible as well, which is why the National Weather Service in Indianapolis has a tornado possible tag along with our destructive tags. This is really as severe as it gets in terms of a severe thunderstorm warning. We're at our highest level criteria here, 80-mile-per-hour winds, possible tornado here for Indianapolis. Again, interior room, stay out of elevators. We're getting sampled right now. It is going over the radar right now, coming up to the I-74 interchange here, 6974 bypass around Indianapolis is coming up to the Speedway area here. So very strong winds here, but we're going to get a very good look, or at least the National Weather Service is going to get a very good look here. They're likely sheltering in place right now. So we may see warnings issued from another office while they take shelter if the storm is still in progress. A lot of times they'll communicate that to another office who's able to help out with that while they shelter in place. Just as you guys shelter in place, National Weather Service personnel do the same as well. Sirens.
Sorry. I was going to say, there's actually a new tornado warning up there by the Napanee area if you didn't catch that already. I think you did, though.
Yeah, we were just talking about that as a possible area of rotation, and we might see a warning on that. And here it is to cover that. This is a radar indicator rotation here for another 29 minutes. This is for Kosciuszko County and Elkhart County in northeast Indiana for another half an hour here or until 5 o'clock Eastern Daylight Time. Moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. So all along this little line here, these little kinks, little mesovortices on the leading edge here have the possibility of producing brief spin-up tornadoes along the leading edge of that. So good call by the National Weather Service there. Even though a lot of these areas of rotation don't really match or meet the typical VROT, or at least the inbounds and outbounds for a typical tornado warning, the fact that tornadoes can spin up so fast from these setups and the rotation is so shallow, the National Weather Service just isn't messing around, and they're issuing tornado warnings on these as they can spin up very fast. They can be quite unpredictable with these warnings as well. Strongest winds now moving into Indianapolis as we speak. Destructive severe thunderstorm warning. Possible tornado, 80-mile-per-hour winds. New warning just got issued. Areas just to the south. Considerable severe thunderstorm warning. Tornado possible, 70-mile-per-hour winds here. So the winds have broadened out a little bit to the south. We had that destructive warning south of Indianapolis. That has weakened now to a considerable warning, but still a level 2 out of 3. A very significant severe weather system here. A very strong storm here still as well. Penny-sized hail, 70-mile-per-hour winds here as well. So a very, very significant storm here as well. So still ongoing. Still a tornado warning in effect here for northwest Marion County. But the good news is the rotation that prompted the warning has broadened quite a bit. And I really don't see much in the way of rotation here, at least at this point in time, which is some good news here. Going to have to watch these cells out ahead of it as they merge. We could see some re-intensification as well. Just a lot of different things going on here. The line near Kokomo has re-intensified near Peru, Indiana. This line, we were talking about a brief weakening phase. What has now re-intensified? Pretty strong winds here near Peru. Warned for 60. Also has a tornado possible tag on it for Wabash County, including Peru, Indiana as well for these spin-up tornadoes. Strongest winds going over National Weather Service in northern Indiana, going over their office right now. You can see the gust front here likely have a very nice shelf cloud going over North Webster at this point in time. So again, interior room away from windows in any of these, whether you live in a severe thunderstorm warning or tornado warning, interior room away from windows until these storms have passed is the way to go here, and treat all of these as you would a tornado warning is a good rule of thumb here tonight, as most of them have a tornado possible tag on them just to cover the spin up tornado risk on the leading edge of this line here. Going back down to southern Indiana, have another storm of interest here, kind of a tail end Charlie supercell, maybe a little bit of rotation near the White Cliff area in southern Indiana, just northeast of the Ferdinand area. You're going to have to watch these kind of tail end Charlies here as they merge and form into a line, with some areas of broad rotation starting to be noted here and some of these supercells as well. They are supercells in nature. They're by themselves. They have hook echoes on them. But right now, the good news is a lot of that rotation is still elevated. It's in the cloud a little bit, not coming down to the surface to prompt a tornado warning yet. But it is something we're going to have to keep an eye on as well as these storms merge a little bit. They do have that broad areas of rotation, 60 and quarter for the Paoli area. Bedford, Indiana, tornado possible, 70-mile-per-hour winds. Considerable warning for you. Area broad rotation just off to your south and west. Gonna have to keep an eye on your area here pretty closely. Back to our Indianapolis line here. Another kink here near the Hinduston area, just north of Bloomington. Nice little couplet there. Possible area of rotation there as well. So spin up tornadoes are possible all along the leading edge of this line here from northern Indiana. I think like all the way up to really LaGrange County, all the way down to southern Indiana, to Du Bois County and areas east of there are all under the gun for severe weather. You can see some nice elevated, really strong rotation aloft here on this storm. But as we look at a closer radar here, it's just not quite coming down to the ground yet. But we're going to have to keep an eye on that. Make sure it doesn't come any lower. We don't want to see that rotation come lower there in southern Indiana. Have a nice little couplet here. I'm actually going to go ahead and turn on our debris tracker for this one. This is south of Indianapolis, near the Morgantown area, Nashville, Indiana area. Nothing that screams debris at this point in time, but it is a area of interest there south of Martinsville. Kind of a pocket of strong straight line winds. Gust front coming into downtown Indianapolis right now. Very strong winds here coming into the city. Again, interior room away from windows until this storm has passed. Very strong winds here. Destructive warnings still in effect. 80-mile-per-hour winds possible here. In fact, wow. This is I-74 near Speedway, Indiana. Look at the winds here. The rain is actually blowing sideways on this camera here. This is up in the air a little bit. This is about 100 feet off the ground or so. But look at your visibility there. You can see everyone has their hazard lights on, or at least most people do, on the interstate here as the winds are blowing. If you zoom in on or kind of look at the other light there, winds are just cranking as they enter Indianapolis here. Here's another look. I-465 at West 46th Street. I mean, visibility just speaks for itself here. Near zero visibility. Some of these cameras aren't quite loading here yet.
Caleb, I just want to mention real quick that line pushing into downtown right now as of 4:18 Eastern or 4:38 Eastern time, I'm getting 60 to 72-ish mile-per-hour winds about 150 feet off the surface. These are happening on the surface here. So we have at least 60 to 70 mile-per-hour winds pushing into downtown. With all those tall buildings, it can funnel those winds and make it stronger. So if you're in downtown, you need to be inside and away from windows if you possibly can at the lowest floor you can get to. These are strong winds moving into Indianapolis right now.
Yep, and we do have a live look at downtown Indianapolis here thanks to an NDOT camera. Really ominous skies here coming into the Circle City here. 70 to 80 mile-per-hour winds. We have a destructive warning still in effect here for Indianapolis. Don't take shelter under an overpass. If you are driving, I recommend pulling over and finding a building to take shelter in. Is a gas station, a business. Take shelter. I'm sure they'll let you in until this storm has passed. Structures of the city can actually manipulate winds and actually intensify winds here. We're actually probably going to see the skyline disappear here for a little bit as the rain curtains kind of shield the structures here. We're likely to see that disappear here in a little bit. Here's a live look at radar here. Very intense winds here moving through and into downtown Indianapolis. Destructive warning here still in effect. Tornado possible on it as well. Very dangerous storm here moving into downtown Indianapolis. Area surrounding, a lot of considerable warnings still in effect. Plan on 60 to 70 mile per hour winds, plain and simple. If you're from Jasper County, Indiana, or Du Bois County, sorry, all the way up to Marion County and areas north, 60 to 70 mile per hour winds across the board. Indianapolis, with the exception, plan for 80 mile per hour winds. A very dangerous storm here. Again, here's a look at downtown. Your skyline is starting to disappear. Our gust front is coming in right now in downtown Indianapolis. The camera is shaking. We are looking west here, so you can see the rain shielding downtown Indianapolis. You're likely going to see low visibility reach this camera here very, very soon. Refresh the video here, and it may have trouble loading. If power goes out, a lot of these cameras will have connectivity issues depending on their power at their location as well. So very bad situation here. Yeah, go ahead.
Check out the North Webster radar too. Not as intense as Indianapolis, but still 55 to 60 mile per hour winds right by the radar.
Just
impacting the
Cromwell,
radar.
Indiana. Yeah, Cromwell,
Yep.
playing on 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. We do have still this tornado warning in effect. Has been trimmed near the Benton area. A little bit of a couplet there on the north side near New Paris, but it has broadened out a little bit. That is some good news there. This tornado warning here for Marion County will likely expire here pretty soon. Yeah, 4 minutes left. They haven't reissued. They're going to let that expire. Good news there. Also, Ryan, on the north side, maybe a little bit of couplet here in north side Indianapolis, near the Riverside area, Meridian Park. A little bit of a couplet there on the north side of this gust front. And yeah, we've lost the NDOT camera there in Indianapolis. Not surprising. These winds are very, very strong.
We got a report right from the radar at the office there. 71 mile per hour winds confirmed at the Indianapolis radar at the NWS at the Indianapolis airport, right there at the office. So 71 mile per hour winds confirmed moving into Indianapolis downtown.
Yeah, and that was measured wind. They have left the destructive warning in place, so some gusts may be stronger than that. I wouldn't argue that. I think that's a good call by the National Weather Service. Again, very dangerous situation here in Indianapolis. Strongest winds are moving through the Circle City right now. So again, if you're in Lawrence, Beech Grove, interior room, away from windows, same thing in New Palestine, Greenfield, Fishers, anyone in the path of this needs to be taking shelter and heeding this warning seriously. Bloomington, Indiana, considerable warning, 70 mile per hour wind still in effect for you. A large blanket warning now southeast of Indianapolis, 70 mile per hour winds, penny size hail, considerable warning, tornado possible in here as well. So this line is very strong, very powerful as it's pushing now into central and eventually eastern Indiana here. Strong winds here. This is northern Indiana, near the Ligonier area, North Webster area. Still a little bit of rotation near the New Paris area. A strong gust front coming into the Cromwell area, Kimmel, Wolf Lake, Albion, Indiana. Getting ready to come into LaGrange County here soon as well. Going to have up to 70 mile per hour winds, tornado possible here as well. Going to have to watch this cell merger here to the south near Columbia City for Whitley County. Going to have to watch southern Whitley County here for any rotation as this cell interacts with the line here behind it. Strong winds coming into Wabash, Indiana. Could have some pretty strong winds here on the leading edge here of this thunderstorm. Likely see a warning extended for Wabash County, perhaps into Huntington County, depending on the confidence of the National Weather Service as to what those winds are actually doing up there. Another pocket of strong winds near the Atlanta area, north of Noblesville. Significant severe weather impacting Indianapolis right now. 70 to 80 mile per hour winds moving through the city at this point in time. So very dangerous storms here as well. Back down to southern Indiana. Severe thunderstorm warning for the Paoli area. 70 mile per hour winds. Golf ball size hail for this supercell as well, Ryan. Impacting the Youngs Creek and Greenbrier area. Golf ball size hail, likely a microburst going on in here too. See that bright green icon there embedded here in your pink. So it's likely a microburst or an intense downburst. So winds of 70 mile per hour and golf ball size hail is not a good situation That is a considerable hail size, 1.75 inches in diameter here. Wind blown as well. 70-mile-per-hour winds blowing golf ball size hail will create a very dangerous situation. Do not be near windows, exterior walls, or anything like that. You'll likely be injured if you do so, or at least put yourself in a bad situation. This is for Crawford and Orange counties in west central Washington counties here in Indiana. Golf ball size hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds. This is for a cell just south of French Lick, moving towards the Young Creek and Paoli area as well. Just for this guy right here. Golf ball size hail, 70-mile-per-hour winds. Areas just to the north here. Again, gust right now moving through Indianapolis. It's on the west or on the east side of town now. Beech Grove, Warren Park, coming up to you, coming up to the 6974 bypass here, 465, all impacted here from this severe thunderstorm warning. They have trimmed back our destructive warning here. Hard to click on them on an individual warning as there's so many severe thunderstorm warnings all overlapping each other here, Ryan. And here's a separate severe thunderstorm warning. Quarter size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. This is just for Whitley County, Indiana. This is separate. There are 2 severe thunderstorm warnings in Whitley County. This one here for 70-mile-per-hour winds, tornado possible. This is for the squall line up here to the north. But this severe thunderstorm warning that was just issued is for this supercell right here in South Whitley. Also showing signs of perhaps maybe some broad rotation on the south side as well. So something to keep an eye on as well. Strong winds impacting Wabash, Indiana here pretty soon as well. So all of these storms are worth watching. We're going to have to watch this isolated cell here by itself just south of Grant County, Indiana. I'm going to have to keep an eye on that, how it interacts with the line behind it as well. Cell mergers can enhance vorticity, and we're going to have to keep an eye on that as well. So a lot of moving parts here. Well, we do have one tornado warning left in the state of Indiana. And this is up here north of the Napanee area, north of Syracuse, Indiana, just south of Goshen, Indiana. This is in effect for Elkhart County for another few minutes here. Radar indicated rotation. The good news is the storm that prompted the warning, your gust front, is outrunning the box here. But there is another little area of rotation near Stony Creek we're going to have to keep an eye on. Perhaps maybe a little bit right in there, but mainly just straight line winds at this point in time along the leading edge. But you can still have embedded circulations along that as well. Moving into LaGrange County, Kendallville area as well. So a very dangerous storm here to keep an eye on that as well. Back down south here to Indianapolis. Strong pocket of wind here, moving near the Elwood, Indiana area, south of Howard County, near the Atlanta area. Getting in some strong winds there as well. Still have some very strong winds here, moving in Marion County. On the eastern side of Marion County now, the strongest winds have moved through downtown Indianapolis Metro, now getting into the suburbs of Beech Grove and Lawrence, Indiana. 70 to 80-mile-per-hour winds possible with that. Very dangerous storm there as well. Areas to the south. I'm going to have to watch the Bedford area for a little bit of rotation there, a little bit of a kink going on there, a little bit of rotation. But otherwise, straight line winds up to 60-mile-per-hour penny-size hail for the Seymour area. This severe thunderstorm warning was just issued for Monroe County, Brown County, Bartholomew County, Lawrence, and Jackson counties until 5:30 p.m. 60-mile-per-hour winds, penny-size hail. Back to our supercell here to the south. Not really in the way of any rotation, at least at the surface. But it is a supercell, has a rotating updraft aloft, which is helping it produce some pretty large hailstones, golf ball size hail, and 70 miles per hour winds here. So not a good situation to have 70-mile-per-hour winds and golf ball size hail. Take the supercell seriously if you're south of the Paoli area in French Lick, Indiana, or even near Salem, Indiana. Heads up, watch this cell to your west here as it's moving off to the east. If you guys live east of these warnings here, so Allen County is not a severe thunderstorm warning yet. Have some Fort Wayne people here chiming in, asking about Fort Wayne, Indiana. Right now, this cell is going to go off to your north, but we're going to have to watch the one to our southwest near Wabash, Indiana. That is going to be the one that will likely impact Fort Wayne the most. Right now, we don't have a warning extension on it at this point in time. We may see that strongest winds near Wabash right now. A nice pocket of perhaps 50 to 60-mile-per-hour winds there. But we're going to have to see what the confidence is of the National Weather Service if we'll see a special weather statement, nothing at all, or a severe thunderstorm warning extended for Wabash and Huntington County, and perhaps Allen County as well. So we're gonna have to keep an eye on that. A little bit stronger the further south you go and further north you go of Fort Wayne. Nice pocket of strong winds here south of the Greentown area, under a severe thunderstorm warning for 70-mile-per-hour winds and a tornado possible tag on it. Kokomo, the worst of it is over for you. Same thing for Peru and Logansport, maybe some rain and thunder. Indianapolis, Indiana, still under a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. That is a level 3 out of 3 on our tornado warnings. Our tornado warning was allowed to expire in northern Indiana. That is good news there. We are left with severe thunderstorm warnings, considerable, with one destructive left here in Indiana that is trimmed back. I can't click on it because there's another box on top of it, but this little box right in here is what's left of our destructive warning. Once it leaves this box, we'll have a considerable warning left over to take its place, it looks like. So winds have weakened from 80 miles an hour back to 70 mile per hour possible. So some good news there, but still significant severe weather nonetheless. Going to have to watch a couple of these storms here, Ryan, off to the north and northwest. Have a couple of thunderstorms here on the backside, but so far they are behaving themselves, but there's not a lot of instability, not a lot of ingredients left over for these guys to become severe because our main round has gobbled up all of that instability. So if you're along the 41 corridor here from Sullivan, Terre Haute, all the way up to Fowler, and your severe weather threat is very low at this point in time for the remainder of the night here. But areas Indianapolis and eastward from Fort Wayne down to the I-69 corridor, Salem, Madison, Greensburg, and points eastward, you guys are not in the clear. Your severe weather has yet to come. So from north to south here, we'll go ahead and run through these warnings again here. This severe thunderstorm warning is in effect for another 10 minutes here, and 9 minutes for southern Elkhart County, Noble, Whitley, Kosciuszko, and LaGrange, Indiana until 5 o'clock. 70-mile-per-hour winds and penny-sized hail. Really nice gust front here on this northern extent of the line. You can see the apex of the bow here stretching just to the west of LaGrange and west of Fort Wayne and Whitley County, Indiana. This is likely going to go just north of Fort Wayne. This northern portion of the line will likely not impact Fort Wayne. It may get into northwest Allen County, to perhaps the Churubusco area, Huntertown area, Arcola area on deck for this first round. But the second round here in Wabash County, which doesn't look like they're going to issue a warning on it at this point in time, that's the round that may impact Fort Wayne Metro on it. You're going to have to keep an eye on it, as it is strong, but the National Weather Service does not look like they're going to reissue a warning on it, at least right now. Areas to the south here, a little bit stronger of a line, at least at this point in time. Gonna have to watch this cell merger here getting ready to take place near the Gas City area in Grant County, Indiana.
That was what I was watching there. It looks like there's a good gust front there too. It's about to merge with it, so something to watch carefully.
Yep. Gonna have to watch that in Grant County near the Marion area. Indianapolis, the worst of it is over for downtown Indianapolis. The worst of the gust front is now exiting Marion County. Have some lightning bolts around there, some nice CGs going on. So there is quite a bit of lightning within this complex as well. Going to have to keep an eye on that as well. But things should be starting to quiet down for downtown Indianapolis. Could have some rain and lightning, but the worst of it appears to be over for downtown. A little bit of rotation here on this storm here, Ryan, near the Paoli area. Our supercell down here, but straight line winds, more of a downburst going on there, I feel. Golf ball size hail, 70-mile-per-hour winds here. So still a considerable threat here for this storm south of Paoli. And a lot of lightning here in these southern cells, Ryan. All these little white dots on your screen are lightning strikes. Very strong lightning here in these southern storms. Again, these warnings are for 60-mile-per-hour winds and penny-sized hail. That includes Seymour, Brownstown, Medora, and Salem. Areas to the north, Nashville, Columbus, Nineveh, Franklin. You were in a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for 70-mile-per-hour winds and penny-sized hail. A little bit stronger here. But the good news is, though, Ryan, this portion of the line may be starting to weaken just a little bit between Nashville and Greenwood. Not seeing the bright returns that we were once seeing here, at least on this skinny portion here from Nashville to Franklin. Good news there, but there could be some strong winds at the surface that the radar is just having a harder time seeing it there as well. So it looks like the National Weather Service opted for a special weather statement for Huntington and Wabash, as well as Whitley County. So Whitley County, you are under 3 alerts right now. Special weather statement, a considerable severe thunderstorm warning, and a severe thunderstorm warning. That's a mouthful, isn't it? Right now, our special weather statement areas in the blue box, 50 to 55 miles per hour winds. So still a pretty strong thunderstorm, which could intensify to severe criteria as well. So you're going to have to watch it very closely. But for right now, it is strong. It is staying sub-severe. But you're going to have to watch Grant County here pretty closely for intensification as well. Have a nice gust front and a supercell out ahead of it near Fairmont and Gas City, which is going to merge near the Marion, Indiana area. You're going to have to watch this for any rotation, but also any intensification as well. Cell mergers can have an impact on storm severity and intensity briefly as they merge. Noblesville, Indiana, getting hit with some pretty strong winds right now, moving near the Lapeer area, Pendleton area, getting in on some strong winds as well.
Yeah, going back to the south part of that line too, Caleb, I don't really see much that's going to impact the I-64 corridor, Ferdinand, Corridon, Leavenworth area down by Louisville. This line is staying primarily north of those areas. And also, I think we're safe to really say Evansville, you are clear for now. Vincennes, Terre Haute, all the way up through Lafayette. Now, there are some areas that may try to redevelop here through the evening, but I think the severe risk is definitely pushed into Indiana. And I think what's left behind this line is pretty much over severe wise. I don't know if you just disagree with me, Caleb. But I don't see anything on radar here to be concerned about back in Illinois, pushing back into the air like we did an hour or two ago. So Terre Haute, Vincennes, all the way through Lafayette, you guys are pretty much all clear. And if you're in Indianapolis, Bloomington, Jasper areas, all the way up to Logansport and Plymouth area, you guys are about to be all clear from this particular line.
Yep. And the National Weather Service just now issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Grant County for this cell, out ahead of the main line for quarter-size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds associated with this supercell here, moving near Fairmount and Gas City, Indiana. So Grant County, Indiana, is now in a severe thunderstorm warning, which includes I-69 here in Grant County, just east of Gas City. So the Gas City exit all the way up to the Van Buren exit, or 218 here, is where this severe thunderstorm warning is. So quarter-size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, and this storm is actually getting ready to get gobbled up by our squall line as it moves east. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that to see how that evolves and how that plays out there. Is it going to intensify? Is it going to merge and do nothing? Something we're going to have to keep an eye on for the Grant, Huntington, and Wells County areas over the next 10 to 20 minutes or so. Back down south, though, Ryan, I don't really see 70-plus mile-per-hour winds, at least right here. So I think that's the good news is, Ryan, could still have some 70-mile-per-hour winds, but I don't see a 80-mile-per-hour winds mixing in, at least at this point in time.
No, I don't either. Not at all. But I will give an update here. We're at 81,000 people now out of power across Indiana. 81,000 people.
So these storms are still producing damage. They are still causing tree damage and power line damage. Power lines can gallop in strong winds. They can arc. They can snap. So they can fall off their insulators as well and cause those power outages as well as any trees fall on them. So not surprising to see that or hear that at this present time.
Also, for those watching over on the Facebook side of things, we are also live on YouTube. If you guys prefer to watch us on YouTube, we're live now all the time. If we're live on Facebook, we're going to be live on YouTube. So feel free to pop over there. That's Indiana Weather Network. We'll be live over there throughout the duration of this event. And also, just my personal standpoint, it's a much better experience. Chat's better. Moderators over there can help you guys a little bit more, as well as a few other unique little things that makes YouTube a lot better experience than Facebook does. So if you want to watch on YouTube, just go ahead and search up Indiana Weather Network. You can find Caleb and I here and the rest of the team over at Indiana Weather Network on YouTube.
Yep.
New warning now coming in for the Yorktown, Alexandria, Noblesville, Greenfield area. It butts up to Muncie. This is going to be for a 70-mile-per-hour winds as well as a possible tornado with this storm. So this is going to continue to steamroll to the east here, and radar indicates 70-mile-per-hour winds possible from basically the I-69 corridor up through Anderson, Alexandria, Elwood. We're going to go ahead and say Muncie because it's on the borderline of the town there. So Muncie, Knightstown, Wilkinson, Markleville, and Cadiz, as well as Pendleton, all within that warning. Also, all the way up to the northern part of that line there. I'm going to take my radar here, if you don't mind. Wrong screen, Ryan. I guess I can use this one. Give me a second to pan up here and take this and then switch over to velocity. The northern half of the state, keep me a close eye on these little kinks in the lines up here across the LaGrange County, as well as, what county is this? This is going to be Noble County. So this is going to be a line pushing to the east-northeast here. Damaging winds, your primary concern. There's actually no warning on it right now, which is kind of weird. But this is definitely some strong winds occurring here from Albion, Rome City, Wolcottville, LaGrange, up to the Michigan border near White Pigeon and Shipshawana.
A couple areas of embedded rotation there too, just north of the Emmett area and near Wolcottville as well. Two areas near Rome City and LaGrange have my eye at this point in time.
Wonder why they're not warning that. Must have some data that we don't. But go ahead and take Caleb's radar back there for you. Looks like we're back into severe ops here. So no tornado warnings in the state currently, which is great news. We've had no confirmations of anything tornadic. We've had one possible area of potentially a weak tornado spun up, but we can't confirm that. Obviously, that's the job of the National Weather Service. What's out there now, what will continue to be out there, is primarily damaging winds from straight line winds. There's also a possibility here we could see a couple tornadoes spin up in the state here. Basically, looking at the radar too, looks like the west half of the state is about to be in the all clear, unless you're in the very far northwest corner there, near Chalmers, Remington, Rensselaer, and up toward the DeMott and Roselawn. Got some cells popping up behind there. They're not severe. Otherwise, the west part of the state is pretty much clear from severe.
Yeah, yep. And so a new severe thunderstorm warning was extended for the Salem area as well for our supercell in southern Indiana. Golf ball size hail and 70 miles per hour. So they're keeping the warning text the same. This is for Scott County and Washington County in south central Indiana until 5:45, moving east at 50 miles per hour. So if you're in the Salem area or anywhere down here, golf ball size hail, 1 3/4 diameter. So a pretty serious storm here on the southern end of it. But these storms are kind of staying more scattered in nature across southern Indiana, a little bit less forcing down there. So not surprised to see that. But in those isolated storms, that's where your hail risk is maximized as well. Get those isolated updrafts associated with those as well. Getting kind of a little more kinky south of Indianapolis, a little bit messy down here. So again, have to keep an eye on that for winds, but also some spin up tornado risk as well. And there's our severe thunderstorm warning for LaGrange County, Noble County, southeastern St. Joseph County in Michigan, and Branch County, Michigan as well. 60 mile per hour winds and penny size hail. I'm surprised there's no tornado possible tag on it, with a couple little notches on it, but that's up to the discretion of the National Weather Service on when they issue those. Special weather statement for Huntington County, northern Huntington County right now. Winds up to 50 to 55 miles per hour in the blue box. Strongest winds coming into the Warsaw area, and perhaps maybe Whitley County a little bit later as well. Watching some strong winds coming into the Marion, Indiana area associated with our supercell here. This may work its way up into the southern Huntington, Indiana area, and perhaps Jackson Township of Wells County. Going to have to get an eye on you guys as well for our storm here. Kind of have two separate cores here associated with this cell that's merging in with the line. Could have some hail associated with that as well. Let's go ahead and turn on our hail tracker here, which we call VIL, looking at our updrafts. So two separate updrafts here. So a hail core near Marion, Indiana, and one near Fairmont, Indiana. If we turn on correlation coefficient, not looking for debris, but looking for hail, you can see that. Some hail falling. Well, we did see that. Was a little bit better on the last scan. but it went to circle it, it went away. But there is still some hail falling within that cell as well.
So if you're in the Marion area there, you're going to be okay for the most part. Just some gusty winds there, some hail moving through town. But otherwise, we're not seeing anything too concerning via rotation. I will say though, Caleb, that area just south there near Jonesboro does have my eye. You just covering that, weren't you?
Yeah.
Just south of Marion there. It's going to miss Marion downtown. It's going to miss you guys to the east. But there's a nice pocket there of what looks to be some intense velocity, perhaps a little rotation with that near Jonesboro.
Yeah, we were looking at that a little bit ago as well. And perhaps maybe a little bit of a gust front here down there as well. There's two cores here associated with this, kind of a split scenario. A nice gust front on the northwest side of Marion, coming up to State Road 18 and State Road 9. We're going to have to watch this as it moves into southwestern Huntington County near the Lancaster area, Warren area. I'm going to have to keep an eye on this as well. And also southern Wells County as well. And maybe perhaps Blackford County. Going to have to keep an eye on that area over here as this storm moves off to the north and northeast. Also another little cell near Anderson, Alexandria. Perhaps maybe some small hail, gusty winds in that one as well. Under the severe thunderstorm warning for considerable 70 mile per hour and penny-sized hail associated with this severe thunderstorm as well. This is getting ready to be a merger, so we're going to have to keep an eye on that as well. Anytime you get a merger, you can have those spin-up tornadoes possible as well. They can enhance low-level vorticity and shear along the living edge. Christy says, friends in Bedford and Mitchell are without power. Yeah, there are a lot of people without power. It was at 40,000 customers a few minutes ago. I'm sure that's skyrocketed by now.
Actually, we actually have another update here. 117,000 now. 117,000 people without power.
Wow.
It's crazy.
Yeah, very strong storms here in Indiana here today. Nice gust front here moving into the Anderson area. Nice pocket of strong winds, perhaps 70 miles per hour there. I'm going to have to watch this with our cell merger as well. Also, still an intriguing pocket, Ryan, near the Gas City, Jonesboro area.
Yeah, I got it pulled up here 4-panel on my radar, so I'm watching like a hawk.
Yeah,
but I have a lot of questions in chat here from Marion asking Marion's okay. Marion, you're in for some stronger winds, but the rotation, if there's going to be anything rotating, it's going to be just south of town, missing you guys to the east. So, Marion, you're going to be fine.
Marion's kind of... The storm's kind of splitting.
Yeah.
Strongest winds are on the north side of town, and area of interest for perhaps rotation or maybe a downburst on the south side of town near Gas City. So you're kind of split right in the middle, but with the strongest core to the north and the south. But right now, nothing too concerning, at least at this point in time. Now, I know Gas City is a city that sounds warning sirens for sometimes severe thunderstorm warnings or considerable warnings. They don't just sound them for tornado warnings. But we do have an area of rotation. I think it's safe to say it is rotating a little bit, Ryan, on the latest scan.
Yeah, just a bit there.
Just a little bit south of Grant County. Definitely something to watch. Nothing that screams tornadoes at this point in time, but it is an area of interest there.
Latest update, 125,000 people now without power.
Yeah, and that number will unfortunately continue to grow as these storms still have a ways to go before they reach the Indiana-Ohio border and move into the state of Ohio.
Just over halfway through the state so far. So we may end up with like 200,000, maybe 250,000 people out of power if this continues. We got Fort Wayne to get through. We have Muncie, got Marion to get through, Columbus, Seymour, some populated areas here to get through still. So would not be shocked if we end up north of 200,000 people out of power today.
Yeah, I agree.
If you're watching from the west half of Indianapolis, you're okay. This line has passed you.
Yeah.
Again, there's a couple cells up there in northwest Indiana we're going to watch carefully. Those really aren't severe currently. I don't know. Looking at radar, not really impressed with them either. So I'm almost inclined to say that western half of the state is clear. Once this line's past you, it's going to be done. So you should be good to go for the rest of the evening with you guys.
Yep. New severe thunderstorm warning for northwest Allen County. at this point in time. Ping pong ball size hail associated with this cell here near Columbia City, moving near the Churubusco area, perhaps the Huntertown as well, but that's 1.5 inch diameter. Not for Fort Wayne Metro. This would be for extreme northwestern Allen County, for a cell in Whitley County, moving near the Churubusco area, US 33 here near Huntertown, Indiana, northwest Allen County. So some pretty decent hailstones and these cells that are able to sustain themselves out ahead of the main line here. So again, interior room away from windows until the storms have passed. And also, Ryan, they have trimmed back the tornado watch for portions of west central Indiana as well. Indianapolis has trimmed back that as well. And also Chicago has 2. Lake and Porter counties are no longer a part of the tornado watch.
Trying to get the cancellations on here.
So good news is there. So if you're behind this line, instability is waning a little bit. We have some showers and thunderstorms, and that's expected. But there's not a lot of instability, not a lot of storm fuel for these storms back here to take advantage of, because our main line has stabilized the atmosphere. It's used up a lot of those ingredients. So there's some good news is there as well. Storms getting close to Fort Wayne right now. The only severe thunderstorm warning is for northwest Allen County. City of downtown Fort Wayne and immediate vicinity inside I-69, 469 here, not in a severe thunderstorm warning. This storm here is going to go off to the north and west, but Huntington County, Wells County, and surrounding counties are not in a severe thunderstorm warning around Fort Wayne, Indiana. I think the best storm of interest right now is going to be to watch for Huntington County. Could see a severe thunderstorm warning for Wells and Huntington County, at least southern Huntington County and far western Wells, like the boot of Wells County, maybe even Blackford County too. For this cell here, getting a nice downburst here in southern Wabash County, coming near State Road 9 near Lancaster, Indiana, and Huntington County. Wouldn't be surprised to see a warning extension on that if that trend continues. That would be the storm that would be impacting Fort Wayne here. Would be the one in Wabash and Huntington County to your south of your severe thunderstorm warning. But right now, it is behaving itself. This storm right in here near Huntington, Indiana, is sub-severe at this point in time. Looking at velocities, looking at radar, winds of 45 to 50 miles per hour. Has a special weather statement on it for 50 to 55, but I think winds would be closer to the 50 range right now, at least in the blue box area. A little bit stronger to the south, where we have our severe thunderstorm warning for Grant County, including the Marion, Indiana areas. So we may see a warning extension for southern Huntington and perhaps western Wells, but that'll be up to the discretion of the National Weather Service. A nice hail core, Ryan, near Alexandria. DBZ is actually bottoming out there. Go ahead and turn on our vertical integrated liquid. Really nice hail core near Alexandria, and also a couple nice ones near the Marion, Indiana, and Grant County, Indiana as well. Go ahead and turn on correlation coefficient. Not only does it look for debris from tornadoes, but there we go. There's our spatter spike there for hail. So a very mature hail core here, likely some large stones moving into the Alexandria area here.
Caleb, just a reference here. This updraft here is a 60 DBZ core, 66 actually, to close to 30,000 feet. There's likely some probably half dollars, perhaps golf balls falling there just south of Alexandria. Alexandria. Sorry, likely some larger hail. Luckily, it's localized. But if you're in Alexandria, you're probably going to get some pretty good sized hail, probably quarters.
State Road 9, north of 128 is where the hail is. This little corridor here, anywhere where you see the correlation coefficient here, this looks for objects of irregularity in size, whether that's tornadic debris. In this case, it's hailstones. If raindrops are all uniform in size, so they show up uniform in color. When you have objects falling in the air or being lofted in the air that is not uniform in color, it lights up your screen. It makes it look really pretty. You have all these different colors here, and this is hail moving right into Alexandria. So if anybody's watching from Alexandria, Indiana, let us know what you have here. Let us know what the hail size is, but do so carefully. Interior room away from windows there, as it is a pretty potent core on that storm there as well. So likely some hailstones of at least maybe 1.5 inches, if not perhaps 1 3/4 inches, getting up to golf ball, getting pretty close there briefly as well. So something to keep an eye on as well. Back down to southern Indiana. Don't want to exclude anybody. I know we've been focusing near Indianapolis and some of the more populated areas. Back down south here, we're kind of in between radars here a little bit, Louisville and Indianapolis. But these warnings, there's a big blanket warning. We'll get to that one here in a second. Southern Indiana still in a considerable warning for golf balls and 70-mile-per-hour winds. Seymour, Indiana, 60 and penny size hail. The supercell that was producing golf ball size hail near Salem appears to be weakening just a little bit. Wouldn't be surprised to see some quarters in there, though. The new severe thunderstorm warning that was just issued they didn't extend this considerable warning, which is good. Now we're back to a baseline severe thunderstorm warning here. This is for Hancock County, Shelby, Rush, Decatur, Brown, Johnson, Bartholomew, and Henry County until 6 p.m. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and penny-size hail, 0.75 inches in diameter here. So some good news there. Weakening just a little bit. Muncie, Indiana, though. Heads up, 70-mile-per-hour winds. Considerable warning continues. Tornado possible within this severe thunderstorm warning as well. This does include the Alexandria area. I'm going to have to watch this area pretty close, Ryan, as well. Little some kinks in there to keep an eye on as well. Back up here to northern Indiana. Severe thunderstorm warning continues up here for far northern Indiana, getting close to the Angola area. A little bit of a notch here near the brushy prairie, State Road 3 corridor near the Wildwood area. A little bit of a gust front there, and perhaps maybe a little bit of a notch there as well. 60-mile-per-hour winds, penny-size hail. Our supercell here, though, in northwest Allen County, this is a supercell producing ping-pong ball-size hail, 1.5 inches in diameter, and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts there. So that is a pretty strong storm in eastern Whitley County, coming close to the Churubusco area, as well as Heller's Corner, Lake Everett, and eventually towards Huntertown, Indiana, over the next few minutes. But downtown Fort Wayne, you are safe from the ping-pong ball-size hail at this time. Our cell to watch for downtown Fort Wayne would be near Huntington, Indiana, and Lancaster, Indiana. This line back in here, we're going to have to watch as it moves in your vicinity here closely. But right now, the line in Huntington, Indiana is subsevere. It's behaving itself. So that is some good news for Fort Wayne in immediate locations thereof. So some good news there. It is a strong line, but subsevere at this point in time. And they have canceled the severe thunderstorm warning for Grant County as well. So that's some good news there. But still a strong storm nonetheless. Wouldn't be surprised to see a special weather statement on that at least for some gusty winds and small hail. Areas to the south. Excuse me.
Well, Caleb clears his throat there. I'm going to take over just for a second, Caleb. If you want to take a water break, feel free. I know you also got storms coming towards you, so if you want to take a break here real quick, I got this for now. Kind of keeping an eye on things here. I want to start at the top of the line. I'm going to switch this out to my other radar here. Give me 1 second here to switch this out. There we go. This is going to be your wind velocity map. Start at the very top of the Michigan border. This is some gusty winds moving up in toward Angola, as well as Garrett, Kendallville, Jamestown, Orland, and Panama. This is going to be probably 60-mile-per-hour winds or so. Down here, another warning. This doesn't look too bad on radar. This is going to be North Fort Wayne. So Fort Wayne area at this current time may look out in terms of the worst of this line. There's a pretty big gap here of no warnings in effect here from Fort Wayne down to about the Muncie area. So this is a little bit weaker part of the line, which is great news, honestly. But for the most part, do still expect strong winds to 40 or so, 50 miles per hour. We're going to be looking down here toward Muncie and Newcastle as well. This is a considerable severe warning. This is going to be for 70-mile-per-hour winds, a possible tornado, as well as quarter-size hail. The worst of the hail will be near and over Alexandria currently. And then that's going to move up here toward I-69 toward Gaston, or Gaston, however you pronounce it. And then further south here, all along the line here, has some wind potential with this line. So that's for Muncie area, as well as Newcastle and Anderson, Hartford areas, and eventually Winchester, Lynn, Portland, Bluffton, and Ossian as well. Further south here, going down to our friends in southern Indiana, the very far south part, south of 64 near Corridon, is all clear. Louisville is clear. Got some pop-ups there near the Sellersburg, just north of Sellersburg, New Liberty, Palmyra areas, but the main line up here starts about Paoli to Salem, and that goes northward here to about the Indianapolis area, Columbus, Shelbyville. This is all warnings here for 60-mile-per-hour winds, and that's about it. There's really nothing rotating on these storms. It looks pretty disorganized, honestly, on radar, but sometimes when you get certain angles of the radar, it's not always going to depict the best look at it. So overall, do expect some gusty winds here, right around 40 to 60 miles per hour with this line. And then obviously, I think the main concern really is going to be this line up here heading in toward the Muncie area. That's where the heaviest winds currently appear to be. Anybody here watching from the Alexandria area and can do so safely when they can, if they can send us reports of how large the hail is, that'd be great. Of course, we want you guys indoors away from windows until the storm has passed. But once it is safe to do so, be curious to see what the hail size is there near and around Alexandria. Got actually a report right now coming in out of Alexandria of quarter-size hail. So now that is confirmed out of Alexandria, quarter 1-inch diameter size hail. So that is just confirming what we've been telling you guys here for the past 10 or so minutes. We have quite a bit of hail falling in the Alexandria area, moving up towards Somerville as well as Gaston. We've had reports coming in all afternoon of tree damage, power lines down, and power outages. Let's go ahead and refresh our power outage map. We are now at 132,000 people without power. 132,000 people are now without power in the state of Indiana. If you guys have reports, damage, pictures, feel free to message that in to us here at Indiana Weather Network. We also have a Facebook group that is called Indiana Storm Reports. Feel free to drop it in there too. That is a group that we've designed for you guys to utilize to report pictures and damage and videos of storms. So feel free to utilize that at your guys' disposal, as well as our inbox is always open here at IWN. So if you want to send us a direct message, you are more than welcome to do that. Welcome back, Caleb.
Yeah, I see some storm reports rolling in from the Gas City area. Have some reports of some tree damage and some power lines damaged as well. And also a hail report coming in from Marion. Looks like around penny-size hail within town, which makes sense based on radar. Strongest core was a little bit to the north and to the south of towns. So, but right now, Marion, Indiana, things are going to start quieting down for you. Indianapolis, and actually, Ryan, if you're west of Indianapolis, your severe weather chances have gone down quite a bit.
Enjoy your evening is what we're going to tell you right now. Just enjoy enjoy your evening. De-stress. If you have the anxiety, just de-stress. You're fine. You made it through.
And to show you what I mean by that, see if the tornado watches have been updated. They're actually being canceled west of Indianapolis. If I toggle that on, all of Northwest Indiana is no longer in a watch of any kind. This has been trimmed back here. So South Bend, Logansport, Portage have some thunderstorms and some heavy rain, but you guys are no longer in a watch of any kind. Indianapolis will likely see these counties right in here trimmed back here soon. But if you're west of this line, your severe weather threat is over.
Hey,
you guys are in the all clear. Yeah, go ahead.
Do me a favor and pop that back on your settings and your weather alerts and make that a little bit more transparent so they can see the brighter yellow color. So yeah, go to weather alerts again. And then click to your watches there, your settings gear, and then the opacity, turn that up. There you go. Make that just a bit. Yeah, there you go. All those big yellow, bright yellow boxes. That is where the current watch is. A little bit more visible for you guys.
Yeah, but go ahead and toggle that back off here real quick, just so it's not covering up our warnings.
Yep, we got a new warning now for Winchester. Yeah, new warning now for Winchester, Lynn, Newcastle, and Muncie, as well as Union City.
That'd be for Randolph County.
Winds. Go ahead, sorry.
Nope, that would be for Randolph County, 16 quarter here. Delaware and Henry County until 6 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Turn back on our velocity here to get a better look at it here. On Indianapolis, a nice gust front here, still hanging on here. Nice apex, as we call it here. Straight line winds. Excuse me. Seems to be the going hazard here. Still, a tornado risk is non-zero, but we don't have a tornado possible tag on this anymore like we once had, showing more of a straight line wind risk here, which is good news. Hopefully that continues. Going up here to northern Indiana's radar, kind of watching this cell in the boot of Wells County here a little bit too. Special weather statement on it. And sub-severe, but it is strong, close to severe criteria. Nickel-size hail, 50-mile-per-hour winds there for you. Would be the Warren area. Getting close to the Bluffton area. Areas to the north here, LaGrange. Still in a severe thunderstorm warning here, but we'll likely see this trim back. LaGrange itself is pretty much in the all clear. We're going to see some rain and thunder for a little while longer here, but the main squall line here is going to be moving into the Angola area and eventually into Coldwater, Michigan. So it's going to be moving into the Branch County, Michigan here pretty soon. Northwest Allen still in a severe thunderstorm warning for $half size hail and 60. That is for this cell here, but the worst of the core is actually near Churubusco in Whitley County, and that is merging with our line here as well. After that, again, no severe thunderstorm warnings really for Fort Wayne Metro. Your phones may have went off for a severe thunderstorm warning, but that is for extreme portions of northwestern Allen County. But for Fort Wayne immediate vicinity, no severe weather at this point in time. Could re-intensify, though. But the strongest storm closest to Fort Wayne would be in Huntington County and maybe southern Wells County, but those are sub-severe at this point in time as well. So that is some good news for those locations. Pretty strong gust front here near the Muncie area. Between Eaton and Muncie, nice little apex here, a nice little gust front north of the Yorktown area, near the Anthony area, nice pocket of winds there as well that'll be impacting those areas in immediate vicinities. As we switch to Louisville's radar, southern Indiana, kind of more of a line here, Ryan, a little bit more of a line than what we have seen earlier. Warned for 60-mile-per-hour winds, nickel-size hail. Still have a considerable warning, though, for the Salem area for golf ball-size hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds. If I go on VIL just to look at our updraft here a little bit with this cell, I don't see golf ball-size hail. I just don't see it in the storm. I haven't seen it for a while, but there could be some dimes and maybe some nickels mixing in. But I don't think the storm is at considerable warning, at least at this point in time, which is some good news. Could re-intensify, but I don't see it at this point in time. So some good news down there. Nice little gust front near the Columbus, Indiana area. Switch back to Indianapolis. Some of that might be aloft a little bit as well. So these storms down here appear to be a little bit weaker in nature compared to central Indiana and far northern Indiana. So that is some good news overall up there as well. Still a decent gust front near the Newcastle area, Muncie, Indiana. Probably have the strongest straight line winds at this point in time in a line right about like this. Think Blackford County all the way down to the Greensburg area have the strongest damaging wind risk, at least at this point in time, through central Indiana and extreme northeast Indiana up near the Angola area. New severe thunderstorm warning was just issued, 60, with also a tornado warning possible tag on it as well, especially for these little hook echoes here. Nice little couplet there in Michigan, possible tornado there as well. And if you guys have any damage reports, you guys are welcome to send that in to us. Report it with your location and where it was at. We love to see those and love to document those as well.
Yeah, I also want to kind of point out here, we have two reports. We got a video from the Indianapolis airport of the winds when it went through, very intense winds. We're going to get from the page here shortly. But also we have a report of quarter-size hail in Alexandria from a viewer. So thank you, guys, for sending that in. We can confirm we have quarter-size hail in the Alexandria area moments ago.
Yep, and a big blanket severe thunderstorm warning was just issued by the National Weather Service in Wilmington for east central Indiana for a considerable warning, 70-mile-per-hour winds and penny-size hail. So a buttload of counties are involved in this. This is for Franklin County, Wayne County, Union, Fayette County, Preble County, Butler, and Darke County in Ohio. So Pretty big severe thunderstorm warning here. Again, Indiana counties are Fayette, Union, Wayne, and Franklin, and Ohio counties are Preble, Butler, and Southern Darke County in west central Ohio. 70-mile-per-hour winds and penny-sized hail for the southern portion of this apex here. Pretty strong winds here as well. The northern portion is warned for 60, but there could be some sporadic pockets of perhaps some stronger wind gusts, Ryan, trying to mix their way down, specifically near the Muncie area. I see some brighter returns there on radar that could perhaps mix them down. So, but if you are in LaGrange or Kendallville, things are going to be quieting down quite a bit. Kendallville got a couple minutes left, but if you're in LaGrange, Indiana, your severe weather risk is over. And a lot of people asking about end times here. Go ahead and draw a line here. If you guys are in anywhere in western Indiana, west of this line here, think Bloomington, Indianapolis, Logansport, South Bend, LaGrange, your severe weather risk is over. Could have a few lingering showers and thunderstorms tonight. Definitely not out of the question. But the main show is this main line here for severe weather as well. A lot of power outages still coming in as well. We were over 100,000 a few minutes ago. That number has likely grown a little bit and will continue to climb a little bit here as well until these storms are fully out of Indiana. Tornado warning for southern Michigan down, but we do not have a tornado warning in Indiana at this point in time. But we do have a large, considerable warning here for east central Indiana for another hour here until 6:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time for Franklin, Wayne, Union, and Fayette counties in east central Indiana. For Ohio counties, for anybody watching in Ohio, it's Preble, Butler, and Darke County right here in east central Ohio. Severe southern Darke County, by the way. Northern Darke County is not in the warning at this point in time. And there's a new severe thunderstorm warning for Wells County. Have a tornado possible tag in this severe thunderstorm warning now. This is in southeastern Huntington County and Wells County in Indiana, including Bluffton, Ossian, think Pinedo, 218 and north is what this warning is for. Uniondale, Ossian, Warren, a little bit of a bookend vortex here just to the west of Pinedo around the 218 area, and State Road 3 is where that is at. If we go ahead and turn on our velocity here, just take a look at that a little bit. A little bit of velocity on it. Nothing that really screams imminent tornado, but maybe a little bit of rotation here just to the southwest of Bluffton near Pinedo. A little bit of a bookend vortex there. But your hail would be near Warren, Indiana. Getting in on some quarter-size hail near Warren. And that'll be moving up near the 124 and Uniondale area. So if you're in Bluffton or Ossian, again, tornado possible with this. Rotation right now is not super impressive, but there is some broad rotation perhaps just south of Warren, near the Mount Zion area, right in here. Right where you see those colors meeting, right where you see this bookend vortex. That's where there's a little bit of rotation here near the Buckeye area and Huntington County, Wells County line, but nothing that really screams an imminent tornado at this point in time. So some good news there. But again, interior room away from windows if you're in Bluffton or Ossian until this storm has passed. And we'll likely see this severe thunderstorm warning for the Angola area trimmed back because the strongest winds are now moving into Michigan. Fort Wayne, Indiana, not in any warning or alert at this point in time either. Maybe some gusty winds on the north side of town, but for the immediate downtown, heavy rain and lightning appear to be the biggest risk for you. So some good news in Fort Wayne. We dodged a bullet today. These storms could re-intensify, but right now it looks like heavy rain is going to be your biggest risk here. But again, watching the storm near the Wells County, Huntington County line, showing signs of some broad rotation here within that one. Tornado possible tag on this warning, along with 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-size hail. And we have a considerable warning for areas south of Muncie, Newcastle, Winchester, Indiana, Randolph County, quarter-size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. In areas south are in a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for penny-size hail and 70 miles per hour winds. So pretty strong gusts right here. This apex here from Newcastle to Muncie. Pretty strong winds here as well.
checking out reports and messages coming in from our viewers here, and also the power outage map. 175,000 people are without
Wow.
power now. This is easily going to exceed 200,000, unfortunately. But we're rapidly approaching 200,000 people. So this line is extending all the way now, pressing into Angola, Auburn, and Fort Wayne shortly, Bluffton, Portland, Winchester, Richmond, Connorsville, Greensburg, Batesville, and North Vernon up on deck here. Damaging winds is your primary concern. And then as well as a couple embedded tornadoes are also possible. Although so far we have not seen any clear indication of anything tornadic, which is great news. It should just remain a damaging wind risk here. We've got Corey from the Winchester area popping on with us. We'll have his stream here for a few minutes as these storms pass overhead of him, which he'll be over here in this vicinity or by the I believe it's gonna be Randolph County area, Wayne, Randolph County, and this is gonna be moving toward him here in about 10 or 15 minutes here. So we're gonna have a good shot of that as it comes through. Caleb, Caleb, co-host here we just had, he is running Starlink internet, and as storms pass overhead, he loses signal. So Caleb is going to be doing what he does best, chasing. He's also going to get a view here probably soon for us, maybe. We'll have to see if that happens. But overall, he's going to drop service here for a few minutes. So I'll be taking charge of the stream here. So are you seeing a tornado near Muncie? The answer would be no, not at this time. Looking at the velocity here, it's very, very, it's just damaging winds here at this point for Muncie. Probably some pretty strong winds there as these storms pass you, but nothing tornadic that I see here anywhere close to Muncie. You know, if you're not down here in South Indiana here, I think pretty much every county, again, besides the very bottom two tiers of counties, was underneath some type of warning today. It's insane. The entire state essentially had a warning. I know there's a few counties probably mixed in that didn't get fully in a warning, but maybe a couple like areas got clipped. But regardless, what I'm trying to communicate here is this risk was pretty much statewide today. And the good news is it's pushing out of the state now, and we'll be out of the state here probably within the next 30 minutes to an hour. And once that happens, we can give you guys the all clear. But I can give all clears out if you're west of Indianapolis, so Bloomington, Terre Haute, as well as Vincennes, Evansville, all the way up to about the Gary, South Bend, Lafayette, Logansport, Monticello, Rensselaer, Fowler, Attica, Crawfordsville, Greencastle, Jasonville, Sullivan, those areas. You guys are all clear. Relax for the evening. The line's past you. Don't worry about it. There's nothing on radar here popping up behind it. Anything that does pop up, there's a chance, but severe weather is definitely not expected if it does. So the very basically two tiers of counties close to the Ohio border are the counties to be concerned about as of right now. Caleb has sent me pictures right now. He has a shelf cloud here. I'm gonna see if I can get him to join the stream here. Caleb, if you can hear me, join in. I'm gonna send you a link here. Give me 1 second to get this link out to him. He's got a nice shelf cloud. I want to get him in here if he can. And again, Caleb's going to be in the Bluffton area. That's his home base. Hale and Shirley, thank you, Courtney, for that report. When you guys report hail, whether it's here in chat or via picture or message, it always helps to tell us how big it is, because pea-size hail is much different than $half size hail. So be as specific as possible when it comes to hail, please. Helps us out a lot. Winds are picking up in Harrison. Thank you for that report. The light blue color on your screen here, this box up here, that is called a special weather statement. That is a step below severe thunderstorm warnings. So for severe criteria, it's 58-mile-per-hour winds or higher, 1-inch hail or larger, and then a possible tornado. Statements are a step below that. So this statement is actually for half-inch hail, so half the criteria for severe, and then wind gusts up to 50 miles per hour. So it will still relocate your trash can fairly efficiently down the road, but it's not enough to topple trees and take shingles off your house. So basically, it just says, hey, we have a strong thunderstorm, but it's not severe. I think okay, we do have some conservables here. Okay, cool. This is a very potent line that extends pretty much statewide here. Again, if you live in the very far 2 tiers of counties down here from Evansville to Jasper, Ferdinand to Corydon, you guys have lucked out today. Everywhere else has gotten a severe thunderstorm warning, pretty much the entire state, minus you guys down there in the bottom 2 tiers of county. So consider yourself lucky. And heck, with how much severe weather we got in this year down there, they need the break. So Sydney says trees are falling in Muncie. Thank you for that report. I am not surprised there. Looking at this line on radar here, these winds are cranking. That's for sure. 60 to 70 mile per hour winds here with this line as it pushes through Newcastle, Muncie, Eaton areas. So Cambridge, Winchester, Lynn, and Richmond, you guys are on deck as this line moves through. Expect 60 to 70 mile per hour winds as it does so. So when we say be in your safe place, that means an interior room without windows. If you have a basement, go to your basement. Damaging winds can topple trees on your house as well as drive trees through windows, stuff like that. So it's always best to be away from windows at the lowest point of your house. Be a bathtub, be a closet, be a basement. I do not see anything tornadic. No, there is nothing tornadic that I see at all currently with that Muncie, Newcastle area heading toward Winchester, Richmond area. I don't see anything tornadic with that. I do see a couple areas up here near Fort Wayne that are catching my eye. I want to take a peek at this a little bit closer. Yeah, not much actually. A couple downburst areas here by Garrett. Gusty winds, excuse me, seems to be the main threat there, but nothing that screams like, hey, we got big things happening here. I will also say, I do think we're gonna get some hail here just south of Garrett. This area right here, if we turn on our hail tracker, I bet we're gonna see that kind of light up a little bit. Yeah, there you go. That is gonna be your hail tracker. Auburn, Garrett area, south of Waterloo, Butler, and near St. Joe. That's gonna be some larger hail falling there. And checking out the CC, looking at your size of stuff in the atmosphere, you can actually see the hail core right there. So that's actually a pretty potent hail core moving up toward Auburn and Garrett. Actually, they just warned that. So as not a surprise there, quarter-size hail as well as 60 mile per hour winds for Auburn, Butler, Leo, Cedarville, and St. Joe areas. Take a look down here at this camera in Van Wert. That's your cyclone port camera here, courtesy of Van Wert County Emergency Management, facing to the west, I assume here. It's across the border in Ohio, but this will have a nice view of the storms as they roll across the Indiana border into Ohio. But in the meantime, this is going to be about probably a half hour away from reaching the border here. Jasonville, you're fine. No more storms for you. Greenfield, you're on the outer edge of this particular storm, so I would suggest that your threat is just rain, some lightning. The worst of the wind is past you to the east, so no more for you. You should be good there. Take a peek down here by Greensburg and Batesville areas. Still not seeing anything of significance per se down further south. Gusty winds for sure. I think the worst of it really is centered from about Muncie to Newcastle, pushing into Winchester here. I see in the background here, we have Corey rejoining us here. I'm going to let him get set up before we take him and put him on stream here. But we're going to have a view here in the Winchester area shortly as this line moves through. So stay tuned here. We're going to see just how strong these winds are. Latest power outage map, 186,000 people across Indiana are now without power. I'll go ahead and share this with you guys just so you can see where all these outages are coming from. And just so you guys know, it's coming from across the entire state here, not just one area. This is basically the entire state. Again, minus those bottom 2 tiers of counties, like we've been talking about past 5 minutes or so, that have lucked out today. But you can see these areas have been hit pretty hard, especially Owen County, Putnam County, White County, Tippecanoe, and Park County. I will say the North Lafayette area, we have had our chasers, our storm hunters out there for about an hour or two, checking on people and damage in the area. There's extensive tree damage in North Lafayette area. Also, I see a report not current, but previously in South Whitley of golf ball size hail in South Whitley. That's a little bit of a shock to me, but still, that storm that is producing the hail is moved up in toward the Winchester and Montpelier area. In fact, let me go ahead and get this actually lined up here so I'm not giving you guys. Yeah, it's actually going to be further north here. So South Whitley is back here. If I can find it. Yeah, it's somewhere in here. There we go. There we go. South Whitley. So this cell we just talked about a few minutes ago, that was your hail producing cell that just got rewarned up there near Garrett and Butler. So that has a history of producing golf ball size hail. Pea-sized hail in Dunkirk, thank you. How bad is Angola going to get? So up here in Angola, you're in the worst of it right now. So as long as it's not bad right now, you should be fine. On radar here, gusty winds is all I'm really seeing with you. There's no tornado or rotation with this. No big hail threat either. I would think it's just some wind here, possibility for you, and it's over you right now. So if you're okay now, you're gonna be okay here as this passes over. A little weird here. The Wilmington office, NWS, has went ahead and issued a warning out ahead of this line in Geneva, Bern, and Portland that's currently not warned here in the Jay and Adams County area. A little bit of a weird scenario there, but they're going to go ahead and warn that for the Salina area, Ohio, across the border. So that's not our concern here as it crosses the border. But regardless, they're seeing damaging winds here, and there's currently no warning on this for Jay and Adams County. So treat this as a severe storm here if you're in Portland, Geneva, Bern along 27 here, and stay around 67. See, Corey is getting with us here. We're going to bring Corey in here in just a second. Again, he is in the Winchester area, and he is going to be intercepting this particular line momentarily. Corey, can you hear us? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you. Can you hear me?
Yep, loud and clear.
All right. I'm actually going to be heading towards like the Hagerstown area because I'm leaving Richmond right now. So I'm getting ready to head west and try to hit Hagerstown, Cambridge City, if I can make it that far.
Okay. Sounds good. So for reference here, he is in the Richmond area right here. And that storm is pretty much over Hagerstown and Cambridge City right now. So he's going to meet it somewhere between these two towns. So we're going to keep a close eye on Corey's stream. And once you get close, Corey, go ahead and mute yourself and yell at me if you have to get my attention. We'll take you full here and watch you intercept this. I'll watch your feed here as well. But he's going to be intercepting this very, very shortly here in the Richmond area. Checking on the latest outage map here, 197,000 people now without power. We are super close to 200,000 people. We're going to get there, unfortunately. The good news, though, is that should max out somewhere around probably the low 200s, just because we're almost through the state here with this line. So we should be getting some power restored pretty quickly to some of these guys, some of these people across the state, hopefully. How many of you guys in chat are without power currently? Raise your hand. Is Columbus over? Pretty much, yeah. You're getting probably some good lightning there in the back end of that. But the worst of it's past you in Columbus. Give it about 20 to 30 minutes after the last lightning strike you hear, and you'll be safe to go. Chelsea says, I'm in Marion County, don't have power. Lightning in Corridon. Thank you, Madison. Yeah, down here by the Corridon area, you've had some cells pop up here. We've been pretty much dry down here the entire day, but now we got 2 cells, one north, one south of Corridon. So yeah, got some lightning there on those cells. They're not strong or severe though, so you're good there. No power in Michigan City. Thank you, Sarah, for that report. Looks like Corey is turned to the west here. Oops, wrong button. There we go. He's gonna hop on the highway there, and he's gonna meet the storm as it moves towards him. So we're gonna keep an eye on his stream here. Put him back in the bottom corner there. Caleb does not have enough service where he's at currently to join us, but he's being impacted by the storm in the Bluffton area as well. So we have multiple chasers out here today. We had Corey, we had Cody, we got Dakota. Now we got the other Corey, and we also have Caleb out there too. So we got the whole team, it seems like, out there. None of these warnings are okay. We have one considerable. That's actually the storm that Corey's on. 70-mile-per-hour winds is the going rate with that storm. There's also a possible tornado tag on 2 of these. One for the Angola cell, but that's actually past Angola into Michigan now. And then the one down here by Bluffton, which Caleb is on, that also has a tag for a possible tornado on that. But looking at velocity, I don't see anything there that warrants concern for anything rotational-wise. Damaging winds is the primary concern here. As you can see on radar, this big pocket of winds that are cranking to 60 to 70 miles per hour is the going hazard here as it pushes in toward the 27 corridor from Portland to Winchester down to Richmond and eventually toward Metamora and Brookville, Liberty areas. So that's gonna be the focus for right now, at least. We're gonna keep a close eye here on Corey. Again, he's on the highway blasting west into the heart of this. Take his stream here. Probably gonna see a nice shelf cloud on it. And yeah, you can see the leading edge there. That is indeed a shelf cloud as he pushes there. This is going to likely be, is this I-70 or is this going to be 40? Oops.
I'm on I-70 getting off right now, and I'm getting ready to head on to State Road 38.
Copy that. Got Caleb back with us here. I'm actually going to switch myself with Corey's bigger shot there. Caleb, you're just joining us here. Corey is actually heading due west from Richmond into this line that is currently warned for considerable winds of 70 miles per hour. So he's on 70, about to hop into State Route 38 here, just south of Webster.
Good deal.
Yeah, you can actually see the shelf right now, right in front of me, before I get on the 38.
Yep. Shelf clouds are indicative of strong winds. They do not produce tornadoes, which is the great news here. Wall clouds produce tornadoes. But when you see a shelf cloud like this, you can take pictures. It's photogenic, but also prepare for some gusty winds. Sometimes severe, sometimes not severe. In this case, likely severe. Radar indicated winds are close to 60 to 70 miles per hour here as this moves in his direction. It's beautiful.
Yep, and I do have a measured report from my mesonet at home. This would be southeastern Wells County. 51 was measured there, just southeast of Bluffton. So subsevere at that location, but we were not, I guess we are included in the warning box now. They haven't warned for tornado possible in 60. I had 51 measured southeast of Bluffton.
That's just below severe criteria there.
About 7 miles an hour.
Yep. That's a beautiful looking shelf cloud. Corey's about to likely get slammed here by some gusty winds. We'll have to see just how strong here in probably a matter of moments as this line is cranking to the east here. Maybe a good idea, Corey, if you can find a spot to pull off or away from wires as this moves your way. I don't know if you have a spot you're trying to get to or if you have a nice spot to pull over. You're likely about to be impacted by this, so. That's a nice spot. That was actually perfectly timed too. No wires. That's a nice open parking lot there. So
my favorite spots to be when I'm out. That's
Yep.
parking lots are where it's at.
But yeah, if you go too far west there, I'm not sure. I'm not familiar with the area, but I don't know if there's any places to pull off or not. But yeah, just look how fast those clouds are moving towards him. That is a line. This is actually moving on radar here via the warning east at 60 miles per hour. This is moving at highway speeds right at him.
Yeah, it was moving pretty fast when it came over my location as well.
Again, this is going to be in the Richmond area, just west of the town of Richmond, near Webster to be exact. Actually, northwest.
Yeah, here comes the wind right now. I don't know if you can see the trees off to the left, but it's pushing in pretty quick.
Yep. So I think the worst of it's going to be just underneath and probably tucked behind that shelf. So it's probably going to get a lot more gusty here in a few seconds. Probably say that's good 40, 45 there, looks like.
Yeah, it's not more than that. Here, let me kind of face this way a little bit. You can see the trees.
Now, usually with these lines of storms, the worst of the wind is tucked just underneath that shelf cloud, which is passing over him here in a matter of seconds, and sometimes just into the rain core. That's where the worst of the wind typically resides. There are some storms that winds can push out ahead of it a good mile or two, but this is not the case with this storm. This is likely going to be pretty gusty here as this passes over.
Yeah, I can see the rain getting ready to come here too. It's I'd say less than 3 minutes going to be raining pretty hard.
Yep.
But it's blowing pretty good. I'd say good 50, 60 mile an hour. I don't know if I can't really zoom in much more, but
we got a good shot here. It's actually pretty clear, so good shot. For reference here, taking off the screen momentarily, he is right about here. If I can draw my screen here, right about in this area right here. And as you can see, the line is, barreling on him here. So we'll have to see how strong this actually gets. And also, I would suggest you're about to get torrential rain here as well. So perhaps be careful on your way out there for some ponding on roadways. Don't want to hydroplane.
yeah, it's shaking the truck pretty good right now.
Is Jackson County done? Yeah, you're pretty much done there. Just some rain for you. Probably some lightning around too, but the worst of it is past you in Jackson.
Get it up there. Crazy how quick it's moving.
Latest outage, we have now cleared 200,000 people out of power. 201,000 on the latest update. Hoosiers out of power. This is looking west from northwest of Richmond, between Webster and Richmond. Is Columbus done? Yes, Columbus is done.
Yeah, we're actually on the tail end of this event, at least for Indiana. Ohio, if you know anybody in Western Ohio, this line is actually intensifying as it moves into Ohio out of Indiana. For example, and everywhere from Van Wert County all the way down to just north of Cincinnati, are in a considerable warning. Van Wert County is in a 60 mile per hour warning, but Darke County and south are considerable 70 mile per hour warnings, including Mercer County, Ohio, too. So if you have any friends in Ohio, strong winds are approaching their location as well as this line exits Indiana and into Ohio. Back down to southern Indiana, we have severe thunderstorm warnings now for Ohio and Switzerland counties. As this line pushes off to the east, 60 and quarter is what these are for southern Indiana. Pull my radar up here. So these are the counties down here, Ohio and Switzerland and surrounding counties. We got Ripley County in here as well. 60 and quarter is what these are for. But the strongest portion of the line is still the center apex here. From Adams County all the way down south of Randolph County. If I draw a line here, this big apex is kind of re-intensified a little bit as it's exiting Indiana and moving into Ohio. This is a severe thunderstorm warning for Van Wert County, Ohio, and Adams County for 60 and quarter. But Mercer County, Darke County, and areas south are all in a considerable warning for 70-mile-per-hour winds and penny-sized hail. So stronger winds the further south you go. Where Corey was at, he just intercepted some strong winds there. Corey, if you can hear me, how strong were the winds there at your location, do you think, roughly estimating there?
I'd say roughly 55 to 60. There's a couple good 60-mile-an-hour gusts. I'm kind of pushing out the country a little bit here, a bit more to get some of that heavy rain.
Sure. Have you seen any damage, any limbs down or anything like that yet?
Not yet. Just a bunch of leaves. I haven't seen any damage just yet, so I'll keep on looking though.
Sounds good. Keep us posted. Thank you. So that was Corey, one of our storm hunters. He is down near the Richmond area, or I think Richmond, right?
Richmond, yep, just north of Richmond.
Just north of Richmond there.
Yep.
Richmond, north of Richmond. That song's going to be in my head now. But areas for asking for all clear. Go ahead and give you guys an update here. I'll go ahead and switch back to just reflectivity here. And I'm going to draw a line. If you guys are west of this line here, locations include South Bend, Logansport, Indianapolis, Bloomington, Evansville, and points in between. You guys are in the all clear. Enjoy your evening. There's some clearing behind this as well. So you'll probably see some sunshine. Maybe come back out here before we end the night. Maybe a nice sunset as well. There could be a few scattered showers and thunderstorms behind this line, especially across northern and northwest Indiana. However, once this line pushes through, your severe weather risk has pretty much ended. It's not zero, but it's very, very low. It's near zero. For areas south of US 24. It can't rule out a stray stronger storm across northwest Indiana, closer to the area of low pressure. However, even then up there, the threat is pretty negligible. It's pretty low. So that's some good news up there as well. But we are getting some more damage reports coming in, more storm reports coming in of wind gusts as this line progresses east. And power outages are still increasing as well, Ryan.
Yeah, we have 202,000 people out of power. Also, recent report here out of Portland, 58 miles per hour on a gust there in Portland. So we have confirmation of a severe gust there in the Portland area, which is just south of Geneva and Bern, north of Winchester. That's going to be confirmation there of severe wind gusts happening. That
would be in Jay County, Indiana, right at severe weather criteria. So severe criteria is 58 miles per hour or greater in terms of wind. For hail, you need that quarter size, 1 inch diameter or greater to be considered a severe thunderstorm warning. So 58 miles an hour is right there, which Portland or Jay County is warned for 60 mile per hour winds and 0.75 miles an hour. So 58 and 60, you're right there at the baseline for a severe thunderstorm. So, which is why we have our orange boxes in place. Our warning now being trimmed out of Blackford County, Western Wells County. You guys are in the all clear. I think Bluffton and West. I'm going to have some rain hanging around, maybe some rumbles of thunder here from the Napanee area, Warsaw, down to Wabash County, Grant County, some rain hanging around behind this line. But your severe weather threat has ended. But do be cautious going outside. If you guys do go outside, there's still some lightning in the area behind this line here. We have what we call stratiform rain, just kind of rain falling on nimbus clouds behind our line of thunderstorms here. So there is some lightning. Do be courteous of that. Do be mindful of that. But our strongest portion of the line now, our apex of our barrow, is now moving into Mercer County, Ohio, Darke County, Ohio, all warned for 70 mile per hour winds with a considerable warning on it as our line now crosses into the Ohio border for the first time. So this line is starting to exit Indiana. We are close to having the all clear for all of Indiana, probably maybe another hour before we're clear for the state, but we're getting close. And this line is actually exiting the state a little bit earlier than anticipated as well. So this kind of sped up a little bit, started a little bit earlier, and is appears to be exiting a little bit earlier as well, which is okay in my book. Severe weather at night is always more dangerous. Severe weather hazards always increase at night after dark, which appears to not be the case for Indiana. So thankful for that. However, if you know any friends in Ohio Columbus, Bellefontaine, Mansfield, Findlay. Their severe weather threat is just beginning, and there's also a tornado warning in Northeast Ohio near the Akron area if you have any friends over there as well. So Ohio's severe weather threat is just getting ready to get started while ours is wrapping up, but we still have maybe an hour to go yet before we sound the all clear. We still have quite a few counties to clear yet as well. As we go through our warnings here, we'll start for northern Indiana and work our way back south to give us our updates here. So this warning here for northern Indiana, likely going to get trimmed out of the Angola area. Strongest gust front is now pushing into Hillsdale County, Michigan. So that is some good news there. Maybe getting into the Jackson County, Michigan as well. If you know any friends in southern Michigan there, getting into some gusty winds. Northern storm here, Fort Wayne. So you guys were in a severe thunderstorm warning for northern Allen County. However, Fort Wayne Metro, good news, we got spared today. Some gusty winds, heavy rain, but stayed below severe criteria for downtown Fort Wayne. Great news. Didn't need anything there like we saw down in Indy. Areas to the north, near the Butler area, still in a severe thunderstorm warning. Moving east at 55, that is for 60 and quarter size hail. The main gust front, though, moving into Paulding County and also Defiance County. And there's a new severe thunderstorm warning for the Butler area, just got extended. This is for Defiance County in Ohio, DeKalb County in Indiana, Steuben County in Williams County in Ohio as well. So this portion of the line in northern Indiana is exiting Indiana into Ohio. We're very close here in northeast Indiana and east central Indiana, moving into Van Wert County, Darke County, and Mercer County, Ohio. Areas just to the south here. Still warned for 70 miles per hour winds here in Ohio. So the line may have intensified a little bit in Randolph County as it moves into Darke County, Ohio. So if you have any friends over there near the 127 corridor, State Road 49 here, I'll have a heads up here as well. Richmond, Indiana, a little bit further south, still in a severe thunderstorm warning, considerable tag, 70 miles per hour. Go ahead and turn our velocity back on here just to look at the winds here a little bit. There's our gust front here. You can see the apex there, some brighter colors there. Switch to Wilmington's radar. Their radar beam is looking at the storm versus Indianapolis's radar, which is looking in behind the storm. But still kind of a similar picture, kind of in between radars here a little bit. But still suggestive of some strong winds here, especially where you see these brighter pinks on the leading edge. Hence the warnings for 70 miles per hour. So we do have a little lone supercell here in extreme southeast Indiana. I believe Dearborn County, I think is what that is. Could be Ripley County. But down here in the Aurora area, a little bit of a stronger cell there. Line coming into Ohio and Switzerland counties as well. This severe thunderstorm warning is in effect for Scott County, Jefferson County till 6:30, 60 mile per hour winds and quarter size hail. Adams County for Bern, Indiana. I see a question in here for an update for them. Yeah, we'll go ahead and look at Adams County here. Switch to radars here. You guys are almost in the clear, getting into some heavy rain. The worst of it's over though. For you guys, Bern is pretty much in the clear. Going to have some heavy rain here for a little bit, but it'll be calming down. Have some rain for maybe an hour or so, but we'll be calming down for Adams County, Wells County, Allen County, DeKalb County, and Steuben County across northeast Indiana. The line is pushing off to the east and into Ohio. So Adams County, a few more minutes left before the all clear. Wells County, you're all clear. Grant County, Blatchford County, you guys are all clear. Muncie, Newcastle, you guys are good. If you guys are west or there, you guys are in the all clear. Shelbyville, you guys are good. Greensburg, a couple more minutes before you're good. Seymour, you're good. Salem, you're good. And points westward are in the all clear. So we are on the downtrend, which is good. But we do have a little bit more time here before our threat has ended. They did trim back the tornado watch, I think, a little bit more. Let me go ahead and pull that up here, and I'll show you guys what that looks like. Exactly. I'll toggle it on here a little bit. So here you go. They really trimmed this tornado watch back here. So if I make it a little bit easier for you guys to see, make the opacity go up just a little bit for you. Make it bright yellow. There we go. So you can see here, Wabash County, Elkhart County got canceled. All of these areas here are no longer in a watch of any kind. We'll likely see this watch get canceled here for Southwest Indiana. Different weather office down here. They may just be waiting to cancel it all at once. But Evansville, you guys are in the clear. So just a little bit of a tornado watch remaining. But as soon as this line moves into Ohio, we'll likely see this tornado watch get canceled here for northern Indiana here very soon, probably within the next 40 minutes or an hour or so. And this tornado watch will be canceled as a severe weather risk exits Indiana and into Ohio. Will we see a downstream watch for Ohio? It's possible, but we'll likely see these storms gradually weaken as they move through central Ohio. At least that's the hope. But right now, they are pretty strong as they're moving into Ohio at this point in time. So those of you across central and western Indiana are in the all clear for the night, but we do have over 200,000 customers without power. So do be mindful of that. If you guys are traveling here tonight after these storms, watch out for trees and power lines that are still down, especially in rural areas where it takes power companies and municipalities a little bit longer to get to. Less traveled roads, do be courteous of that. There's still maybe some tree debris on area roadways as well. Back down here to our southern warnings here. Again, quarter size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds here. We get into a considerable warning. This would be for Franklin County, Indiana, Wayne and Union counties, as well as Fayette counties. For a little bit longer yet, 70-mile-per-hour winds and penny-sized hail here with these thunderstorms that'll be moving near the Brookville area, as well as the Liberty area, West College Corner, Brownsville. 70-mile-per-hour winds here as well. I would be more on the bandwagon to say 60 to 70, as I don't think widespread 70, but we could have 60 to 70 here as well. Pretty potent line there moving in as well. Randolph County, Winchester, you guys are in the all clear. Still going to rain pretty heavily here for a little bit, but the worst of the gust front has moved off into Darke County, Ohio, just off to your east there. So some questions there for that. There could be some storms behind this later tonight, some showers, primarily across northern Indiana, but no severe weather is expected here for the rest of the evening behind this line. Just regular showers and perhaps maybe a rumble of thunder or two. But the main reason for that, the storm ingredients go away behind this line. This line is gobbling up all of our instability, our moisture as well. So a lot of our instability in the atmosphere is gone behind this line, and there's just not enough time for the atmosphere to redestabilize to really fuel any more storms behind this line as well. So that'll greatly minimize our severe weather risk here this evening behind this line. Fort Wayne, you guys are in the all clear. Eastern Allen County, a little bit longer yet as it moves off to the east here in Paulding County. Payne, Paulding on deck here for some gusty winds. Not a severe thunderstorm warning, though, but some strong winds perhaps for Paulding County, Ohio as well, if you have any friends there.
If you don't mind, I'm going to pop out. I got storms coming up my direction here, and I want to get my camera set up just in case. And I think we're going to wind down here pretty quickly, too, as these storms push out of Indiana. So we should be done here in about 20 to 30 minutes anyway. So,
yep. So our severe weather coverage is solely in Indiana. Once these storms 100% exit Indiana and there is no risk of severe weather rest of the night, we'll pop out of here. But we do have a little bit more time here to go yet before that happens. Maybe half an hour to maybe a little bit longer yet, just depending on when these passed out. We have a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings, though. Basically, all of eastern Indiana is under some kind of alert or warning at this point in time, from Steuben County all the way down to Switzerland and Ohio counties here in southern Indiana, even Franklin County in a severe thunderstorm warning as well. So we do have some time yet as well. Let's go ahead and start up north and work our way south here on the warnings that we do have present. Auburn, Indiana, Angola, Indiana, you guys are in the all clear. Our main gust front has moved off to the east and northwest Ohio. That is good news. But we do have a severe thunderstorm warning still in place. It is trimmed back. Auburn is no longer in a severe thunderstorm warning. This is for extreme southeastern Steuben County, extreme eastern DeKalb County until 6:45 p.m. So a little bit longer yet, but we'll likely see this trimmed out of Indiana before this warning expires. Angola, Indiana, they're going to let this warning expire here. It expires in 2 minutes. So we're going to see this warning expire here very soon. A special weather statement will expire here for Fort Wayne in DeKalb County as well. It expires in 1 minute. So pretty much now it is expiring. Severe thunderstorm warning still in effect for Wells, Adams, and Jay County, but we're going to see this trim back likely at least out of Wells County here pretty soon as well, as these storms are now gusting into Van Wert County, Mercer County, and Darke County, Ohio. So Bluffton, Indiana, Portland, Indiana, Winchester, Indiana, and anywhere west of there You guys are in the clear. We're going to see these trimmed out as well. But if you have any friends in the Wapakoneta area, Wapak area, Sydney, Pickawa, I-75 corridor here, pretty strong winds heading your way. 60-mile-per-hour winds, penny-size hail, all on deck on this new warning that just got issued for areas north of Dayton, Ohio. Areas just a little bit south here. We got Union County, 70-mile-per-hour winds. Still a considerable warning here. Still in effect here for a little bit longer yet. Train weather spotters. So this is confirmed. 70-mile-per-hour wind reports have been confirmed within this warning here. This is for Franklin County, Wayne County, Union, Fayette, in Indiana, and for our neighbors to the west in Ohio, it is for Preble, Butler, Darke County, and Central Ohio. 70-mile-per-hour winds possible with this one as well. Richmond, Indiana, are getting ready to see the gust front now as it approaches the US 27 corridor here from Richmond to Union County down to Oxford, Ohio as well. Brookville coming into you right now. 70-mile-per-hour winds, considerable tag on it for you guys as well. Pretty strong winds here, especially just to the north of Brookville. Strong core there near Metamora as well. So kind of rolly terrain down here as well. So do watch out for any ponding from excessive rainfall in this area. It gets kind of rolly, especially near the Brookville area and Metamora area. This part of Indiana is quite rolly at times as well, very forested as well. So do keep that in mind. If we switch radars here to look at it from Wilmington, still see a pretty nice gust front, still a little bit further away. The velocities are a little bit more distorted just because we are a little bit further away, but it gives you a pretty good idea on where that gust front is. And it stretches right about this, right about here. So we have a little bit of Indiana to go yet before the severe weather threat is over. A little bit further to south, we got Dearborn, Ripley counties here, Switzerland and Ohio. 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-size hail. So hail size is a little bit higher down here, perhaps in a few isolated locations. This is until 6:45 p.m. This would be for Ohio, Franklin, Ripley, Dearborn, and Switzerland counties, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. So it is moving pretty fast here as well. Down to the south here, Franklin County, have a little bit, or for Jefferson County, Jefferson County and Scott County until 6:30 p.m.
Hey, Caleb, you got me?
Yeah, go ahead, Corey.
I was just going to let you know, after driving around the country a little bit, there's quite a bit of tree damage, tree limbs. I haven't seen, like, whole trees, but pretty good-sized tree limbs down. And I'm about right in between Richmond and Centerville, probably. Still heavy rain and 30-mile-an-hour sustained wind, 40-mile-an-hour.
Sounds good. So that was Corey, who's in near the Richmond area, calling in about some light damage in the area being reported. Richmond, Indiana, just coming into you right now, actually, getting in them some wind gusts as well. So we got Corey in the area. He'll be keeping an eye on those storms as they exit Indiana and move into Ohio here shortly. So thankful to have him out in the field right now. Our other chasers are behind the storm. The storm have already passed them, so they are probably on their way home or looking for damage and doing some damage survey as well. So thankful to all the storm hunters who are out in the field here today, getting us that live footage and reports as well. Very important to have eyes on the ground. Radar can only go so much, but having eyes on the ground gives us that confirmation and assurance based on what radar is showing as well. So Fort Wayne, Indiana, you guys are in the all clear. Areas just to the west, Monroeville, up to the Woodburn area, Antwerp. Got a few more minutes yet as well. Not a severe thunderstorm warning, but these storms are strong and heavy rain. But you guys are good right now as well. Muncie, you guys are in the clear. Basically, if you're west of this line here, think Adams County, Jay County, west, you guys are clear. Nothing for you guys at all. Yeah, Fort Wayne's done. Yep, just talked about you guys. So if you guys are not bordering Ohio, like remotely bordering Ohio, within this line here, if you guys are over here, you guys are okay. You guys are in the clear here tonight. Enjoy your evening. And the sun may come back out a little bit for you as well. So you get something else to enjoy. I see a lot of comments in here about another line coming to us. There's some storms back up in here across northern Illinois. Like we could see some rain later on tonight. There's rain, thunderstorms, but severe weather is not expected tonight And the reason for that, we have no more instability. Our storm fuel, storm juice, as you call it, is gone. So that's the good news. So good news there. We are on the downtrend. So if you guys have already gone through this line, you guys are good. Northern Indiana, though, seeing quite a bit of rainfall. Could have quite a bit of ponding on radar, some lightning bolts here as well. It's going to rain for a little bit. So do keep that in mind. In fact, all severe thunderstorm warnings in northern Indiana, despite DeKalb County and Steuben County, have been canceled. So if you're north of Richmond, Indiana, Randolph County and north, you guys are in the all clear. These storms are moving off to the east in Ohio. So northern Indiana, your severe weather risk is over. We do have one warning hanging on here, but this storm has moved off into Ohio. So if you're in northern Indiana, your severe weather risk is over for the night. You guys are in the all clear. But yeah, getting for some loud thunder in the Anderson area. Yeah, you're gonna have some loud thunder for a little bit. All these little white dots. You can see it better on velocity. Here's one, a couple of them up here by US 30. This is what we call stratiform rain, which is backside rain on the backside of our QLCS or line of thunderstorms. We have our convective storms right up here in front. These are our cumulonimbus clouds, our thunderstorm clouds right up in here. But on the backside, we have nimbus or nimbostratus, if you guys know your clouds. Or playing along at home with your cloud bingo cards. That is what is going on the backside of this line here. This is nimbus or nimbostratus, and that's just rain. But often on the backside of these lines of storms, you can have some lightning as well in nimbostratus. So this is what we call stratiform rain, a non-severe rain, but it is light to moderate rain with some rumbles of thunder or perhaps a cloud-to-ground lightning strike as well in it as well for maybe a couple hours here remaining here across northern Indiana. So that's something to keep in mind if you are in northern Indiana, but your severe weather risk is over, but still some pretty moderate rainfall falling and will be falling here for a while as well. Much needed rainfall across northwest Indiana, still in a moderate drought up in here. So we do need the rainfall across northern Indiana. I know southern Indiana are kind of throwing their hands up in the air like, what are you talking about, Caleb? We don't need the rain. It's been raining for a month. Some areas need it more than others, but the good news is we do get a break from the rain here after this, after today. So that's some good news here. We're going to dry out, but it is going to get hot. Can't stress that enough. Next week, some dangerous heat advisories, maybe some heat warnings, maybe issued by the National Weather Service next week. Heat index values or your feel like temperatures, maybe in excess of 100 degrees, starting this weekend and the next week. And it'll be here for a few days as we're kind of stuck in that pattern, a heat dome that'll be moving in as well. So that is what is on deck long-term after today. Even though a cold front is moving through today, it's not going to feel very cold. It's going to stay pretty humid, and we're not really going to cool down very much as a result of this cold front. This cold front is producing enough lift ahead of a destabilized atmosphere to give us our severe weather today, but it's not going to bring a lot of relief from humidity. Unfortunately, we're going to stay quite tropical over the next week or two across Indiana. So I wish I could say we're going to cool down with less humidity, but unfortunately, we're not going to. It's gonna stay very muggy. Heavy rain and wind in Richmond. Yeah, you guys are just finishing up here. The gust front, the strongest portion of the gust front is just off to your east near New Paris and the Ohio line, Boston area, Witt Station, Abington area as well. You guys will start calming down here soon, but very heavy rain right now in Richmond. So nice hail core here, perhaps, or some heavy rain near the Blooming Grove area. Let's go ahead and turn on our VIL. Just look at the hail core on that. Yeah, likely getting some quarter-size hail near Brookville. North side of Brookville, State Road 101, near the New Fairfield area. A nice core here. Let's go ahead and turn on CC just to see if there's any hail spatter spike or anything like that in it that would kind of show us a concentrated hail core. Not a big spike, but there is some hail perhaps mixing in right in there where you see those colors kind of right in this area, right in here. Perhaps maybe some small hail, maybe a few quarters mixing in there as well. Can't be ruled out, but it's pretty isolated in nature. Like downtown Brookville likely won't see any hail, or if you will, be P or pretty small. But areas to the north there, State Road 1, Blooming Grove, New Fairfield 101, could see some small hail in that as well. Pretty indicative where you see the pinks there. There's higher reflectivity values indicative of some hail there as well. But the good news is Randolph County, Winchester, you guys are no longer in a severe thunderstorm warning. You guys are in the clear. Richmond, Indiana, your severe thunderstorm warnings are being trimmed back. Still a few minutes left for you guys before everything is all said and done. But our severe weather risk is almost over for Indiana, which is great news. Really, Richmond and South is really where our severe weather risk is remaining here this evening. If you're in central and northern Indiana, your severe weather risk is over. If I circle it here, really just this area here. Extreme portions of southeast Indiana, still a little bit while to go yet. But if you're in any of these areas, Fort Wayne, Indiana, South Bend, Logansport, Indianapolis, Bloomington, Evansville, you guys are in the all clear. No severe weather is expected the rest of the night here. Could still have some showers and thunderstorms moving in. We call this an occluded low. As this low pressure occludes or isolates itself, there's some back end rain. There's some moisture still hanging around on the back side of it. In fact, if I press play, you can actually see it kind of spin here a little bit. The area of low pressure is sitting right in here. This is our low. So you have this is moving this way, and you have some backside moisture kind of hooking around a little bit. And that could bring some additional showers and thunderstorms, especially across northern Indiana. But severe weather is unlikely, just because we don't have the ingredients that support severe weather. But a few thunderstorms can't be ruled out later tonight as well. But our severe weather risk is over for northern Indiana, southern Indiana, southeast Indiana specifically, around the Cincinnati area down to Louisville. Have a little bit more time to go yet as well. New severe thunderstorm warning just got issued here for Jefferson County in Indiana, as well as Trimble County in central Kentucky. 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-size hail. This is severe southern Indiana, right along the Ohio River here, near the Lancaster, Indiana area, coming near the Pleasant, Madison areas. 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-size hail. Hail would be right in here near the Samaria, or I guess Sermna area. If I mispronunciate that, I am sorry. Kent, Indiana, coming near State Road 62 near North Madison. Nice little hail core on that cell as well. Versailles getting in, or Versailles having a nice heavy thunderstorm right now. Gusty winds, perhaps some hail where you see these pinks here. A couple areas of some heavier cores here, perhaps some small hail in here as well, and gusty winds. 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-size hail for Dearborn, Switzerland, and Ohio counties here as this storm continues to move off to the south and east towards Cincinnati. But once this line moves over, your severe weather risk is over. We don't expect any more severe weather the rest of the evening or overnight tonight. So rest easy after this line is done. But do be careful going out. Lots of power outages. Over 200,000 customers without power right now across the state of Indiana. So a lot of power outages right now. So do keep that in mind. Watch out for tree debris and debris on area roadways as well. And also watch out for ponding. Heavy rainfall rates with this thunderstorm as well. So with these lines of storms and showers. So it may take a little bit for our water to drain off the roadways efficiently as well. But the good news is, if you're in northern Indiana, your severe weather risk is over. Turn on our watches here just to see if they trimmed any more back. We'll likely see those trimmed back here shortly here. Still on a tornado watch here for northern Indiana, but your severe weather risk is over. We're going to see that likely trimmed back here pretty soon as this line continues to push off to the east here. Southern Indiana, like Jasper, Evansville, you guys are still on a tornado watch. However, your severe weather risk is over. We'll likely see that trimmed back as well here pretty soon as well. So good news across the board. Our severe weather risk, at least for Indiana, is getting ready to come to an end. However, if you have any friends in Ohio, you guys are just getting started. So you guys will have a risk that'll be continuing for a little while longer yet. Go ahead and toggle that back off here as well. If you guys have any questions or anything, feel free to drop them in chat. I'll be hanging out with you here for maybe another hour or so, and until these thunderstorms move 100% out of Indiana. So we got a little bit of time left here before they do that. Yeah, Winchester's in the all clear. if you're north of Indianapolis, you guys are all clear. Doesn't matter where you're at. You guys are in the all clear. Gonna have some rain and thunder though for a while, but your severe weather chances should be coming to an end here. Yeah, you're gonna hear thunder for quite a while. Noblesville, Indiana. Yeah, still hanging around a little bit. You're on the back side of it though. Still a couple lightning bolts like this one here was kind of out of the blue a little bit. Well, probably off the anvil of the storm, but still some lightning hanging around here. Like there's a bolt outside Columbus, Indiana. Though all the rain has gone, you do still have that risk for lightning hanging around a little bit longer as well. Oftentimes on the backside of these strong squall lines or QLCS setups, you can get lightning that kind of lingers a little bit. Don't really have an answer for that on as far as the weather warnings go. Normally, as soon as they get issued, the EAS system will sound, but sometimes they can replay. But there's also a lot of overlap on warnings too. Keep that in mind. Like around the Indianapolis area, there are 5 or 6 warnings that overlapped each other, just for different parts of the storms being warned at the same time. So multiple counties had 2 or 3 severe thunderstorm warnings issued within the same county, just because different parts of the storm were being warned for different things, different strength and intensities in the winds, hail, and also possible tornadoes as well. So that could be a reason why tones were sounding at different times, just because of how many warnings were overlapping each other. That would be my guess there.
Good evening.
Good evening, Ryan. Just kind of going over with everybody. Areas north of Indianapolis are in the all clear here for the evening. Likely going to see our tornado watch trim back, but we have a lot of reports of a lot of thunder and some moderate rain going on behind this thing, and that's going to linger on a little bit while, Ryan. Going to have some stratiform rain here, as we call it. That'll be lingering on, but look at some of these lightning bolts, Ryan. Just because the storm or the severe weather threat has ended doesn't mean the lightning threat has ended. Getting some bolts here near Anderson. It's not even raining in Anderson, but we're getting some CGs or cloud-to-ground lightning bolts, likely some positive bolts off the anvil of the top of the storm. Those can be pretty powerful, and lightning can actually strike 10 plus miles away from a thunderstorm. So if you can hear thunder, if you are close enough to be struck by lightning, it can and has happened. So lightning doesn't make a storm severe, but can be quite hazardous. Here's another bolt, Columbus, Indiana, Ryan. Several miles, more than 10 miles away, more like 20 miles away from these storms here. So they can travel quite a distance.
Absolutely. Stratiform rain is the rain behind the main line, and it is notorious for excessive lightning.
Yeah, this is like the setup. Let's say it's dark outside, and you're sitting on your front porch, and you see what we call crawlers. Anvil crawlers is what I like to call them. It's lightning that kind of crawls across the sky. It's raining lightly moderate, not severe, but you're sitting in there, and you're watching off to the west, and the top of the clouds are just lighting up. That's really what stratiform rain is known for behind these squall lines. But you can also have some positive bolts here as well, off the anvil. A lot of times on the backside of the storm, there's still an electrical charge in the atmosphere. These charge are, there's an electrical charge to them. Sometimes polarities are still there, but a lot of times when you get lightning off the anvil or the top of the cloud, your polarities can be reversed, and you can get positive bolts. They're stronger, they can travel a lot further, and they strike very quickly as well. They're very powerful bolts, and they're the ones that rattle your windows out of nowhere as well on the backside of this thing. The rain is done, having a cup of coffee, enjoying yourself, watching the TV, and then boom, that's what these guys are. So don't be surprised to hear a few window rattlers across northern and central Indiana. Even though the main severe weather is over, we're going to have some lightning for a while. Not a lot of warning either. You can go a few minutes without hearing thunder and then crack. It doesn't take very long. So a lot of different terms for it you can describe it as. Yeah, a lot of other questions about storms coming tonight, and went over that a little bit briefly. We can talk about it again here. Your area of low pressure is go ahead and switch radars here to kind of give you a better view. Go to Chicago here. So your area of low pressure is sitting right around the Chicagoland area right now. So your area of low pressure is sitting right here. This is what we call an occluded low. It's isolated. That's what occluded means. It's pulling in moisture up to the north, but there's also some moisture up here to the south. Kind of have an occluded front up in here that kind of acts as a warm front, but is also a boundary. Moisture gets pulled along that boundary and pulled behind the low. So you can have some excess moisture getting pulled into northern Indiana here tonight. But in terms of severe weather, likely not going to see any severe weather tonight. Just some rain, maybe a few rumbles of thunder across primarily northern Indiana, north of US 24 primarily. But in terms of severe weather goes, once this line pushes over, no severe weather for you guys the rest of the night here. And we're actually just a few minutes away from sounding the all clear across the state. We are just in our southern few counties here in terms of severe thunderstorm warnings go. Extreme southern Indiana near West Point here under a severe thunderstorm warning here. This is for Harrison County in Indiana. Again, severe Harrison, like Evans Landing, Tobacco Landing, Macedonia, but your main storm is south of Indiana. So even though this severe thunderstorm warning is for Harrison County, Indiana, I saw a question in here asking why Corydon was in a severe thunderstorm warning. Well, the answer is you're not. It's actually southern Harrison County, but because the county got tagged, your emergency alert system probably sounded just because your county's included in it. That's how the EAS system works. But you guys are not in a severe thunderstorm warning. In fact, you guys are all clear. You guys are on the north side of the cold front. So you guys are likely good for the night. It's just for a storm straggling along near the Ohio River. So that is why your alert probably went off. As they drew their polygon, it went into Indiana a little bit. Therefore, Harrison County got tagged. So, yeah, probably some flood advisories going out a little bit as well. A lot of ponding on area roadways. Do be mindful of that. We've already had a lot of rain the last few days in Indiana, especially over isolated areas of Indiana. I've seen 3 to 4 inches of rain in the past few days. So a lot of our soils are saturated and stuff like that. I see you have your mic on, Corey. Got something to say? See something going on in your location?
Nah, I got nothing going on right now. Looks like all the rain's stopping. I'm back into Richmond, so I'm going to go ahead and log off here and get something to eat, and then I'll post some more pictures in our chat. And I know we just sent some pictures of the hail from Alexandria. That was pretty good. So that's in our chat as well.
Sounds good, Corey. Well, thank you so much for your work out there today. Appreciate you spotting out there. Corey is one of our storm hunters. He is in East Central Indiana, near the Richmond area. The line is now pushed out of Indiana. Sounds like he's going to go get something to eat for supper and start probably making his way back home while looking for damage at the same time. So appreciative of all of our storm hunters out there today, chasing these storms.
Eat a burger for me there, Corey. I'm hungry. So yeah, there.
Yeah, we need to stop talking about food. That's dangerous.
Yeah, Caleb, we're probably within 10 or perhaps less minutes than clearing the entire state. This line is cranking very fast.
Yeah, I had a schedule as well. Yeah, guidance last night. Some models were suggesting we wouldn't be at this point until 9 o'clock. But here we are, about 2.5 hours ahead of schedule. So that's another point to point out too, is we're going over guidance last night on our severe weather briefing last night. Model guidance can get you close, gives you a good interpretation of what to look for. But in terms of timing, add a few hours plus or minus to what it says, as it can get you close, but it can never really get you exact very often. So a good rule of thumb there for that. It is forecast guidance, not radar. So radar is what's occurring now. Forecast guidance is using data that's usually a little bit old as well. Keep that in mind too. It doesn't analyze real-time data immediately. It can take a couple hours or an hour or so to analyze that. So sometimes forecast guidance is a little bit behind as well. Yeah, Cody, one of our chasers in the chat, said, too fast to keep up with, unfortunately. Yeah, these storms started out crawling at about 30 to 40 miles an hour, which are pretty chaseable from a storm chasing perspective. Our chasers are able to stay ahead of it. But when you start talking 60 miles an hour plus in storm forward movement, it becomes very, very hard to stay ahead of those storms and to keep up with those storms. As a chaser, you just get yourself in a position to take those measurements and let it blow over. And then from there, do some damage survey work. But a lot of times when you have these mature QLCS setups or these mature squall lines, you get forcing in the mid-levels of the atmosphere associated with what we call a cold pool. Some cold air aloft starts cooling air aloft. It rapidly descends. That's what gives us our straight line winds on the leading edge, but it can also help propagate these storms and get them out of the area quicker as well. So a little bit of the science there behind this setup. But if you are south of Richmond, Indiana, a little bit longer for you. But really, if you guys are like not in this circle here, you guys are not in a severe weather risk the rest of the night here. Some heavy rain, thunder moving on around, the Wells County area, northeast Indiana, Allen County, all the way up to Steuben, LaGrange County, coming down the Muncie area. Still getting in on some rain and lightning, but your severe weather risk is over. A couple of thunderstorms popping up here near Seymour, Indiana, Paoli. Gonna have to keep an eye on these, as storm coverage Ryan down here was not quite as widespread as it was in northern Indiana, so there still could be perhaps enough instability briefly to allow those storms to tap into them. Just gonna have to keep an eye on them. It's more conditional down there as well, but where your line was really mature, central Indiana, northern Indiana, there's really no instability left over for convection.
Yep. Yeah, North Indiana as well. I know we said it before, but really, if you're north of Indianapolis, you're good. There's no severe for you. The only real threat right now, Caleb, in county-wise, we only have like one or two counties that really warrant some concern here. They pop up on my county map here and list off the counties that are currently underneath the warning.
Right now, I think Dearborn
Union,
County, Ohio, Switzerland, Union. Yeah,
the eastern half of Union, eastern Franklin, most of Dearborn, Ohio, and Switzerland counties are really the only counties left that warrant attention for severe weather. That's going to be damaging winds here. It's going to be for the East Enterprise, Rising Sun, Jacksonville, Pleasant, Brooksburg, Greendale, Lawrenceburg, Harrison, Mount Carmel, and West College Corner areas.
Yeah, really within this zone highlighted here. Gonna have to watch a couple cells back in here near the Paoli area, Seymour, Indiana, getting some updrafts on them. Whoa, I don't know what happened there.
Our editing software. That's what that was.
I think I hit the wrong button. Hang on.
It's
Ryan, if you want to take your radar back, I got to re-pull some
Technical
things up here.
It's all good. But no, this is like the only real area down here in the very far south and east part of the state. Do take note, though, we have some pop-ups that have occurred back in Seymour, back here toward Orleans and Campbellsburg. Those currently, I would not think they're going to go severe because this line ate a lot of that storm fuel up. But as Caleb just mentioned, further south here, we didn't have as much coverage. So there might be enough fuel, perhaps, to get one or two storms to fire up back there. And that's might be what we're seeing with these two cells here.
Yeah.
But also further west and north here, some models did indicate we got some pop-ups across western Indiana. That's currently not the case, though. We're clear across western half of the state.
And our tornado watch north of Indianapolis has been canceled for all of northern Indiana's CWA. I think Marion, Jay, Blackford County, and north, the tornado watch has been canceled.
Yeah, perfect. So we're trending down here pretty quickly, guys. Again, Switzerland, Ohio, southern Ripley, eastern Jefferson, Dearborn, eastern Franklin counties are the only ones left underneath any type of warning here.
But we do have wind advisories starting to pop up, though, Ryan, on the south side of our area of low pressure. So the winds could be gusty tonight behind these showers as an area of low pressure moves off to the north and east here. Could bring some gusty winds. In fact, we'll go ahead and read the wind advisory text here. I'll get it pulled up here for you, and I'll show you where those are. Let's go to here. And I'll toggle those on here to turn the opacity up a little bit. You guys can see that here. So these are our wind advisories. We do have one for Evansville, Indiana. It's just not populated in here yet. But Indianapolis went ahead and issued one here from 5 p.m. here this afternoon, Central Time, or until 10 p.m. Eastern Time. Winds up to 45 miles an hour. Could have some gusts here, 20 to 30 out of the southwest, gusting to 45 miles per hour here through about 10 o'clock here tonight. And that is all thanks to an area of low pressure, which is sitting right up in here. So winds across northern Indiana be quite calm. You usually have calmer winds the closer you are to the low, but just on the outskirts of the low, you can kind of see how this is angled up a little bit. It could pull down some stronger winds there on the south. On the front right side of the low is typically where your strongest winds are for a low pressure system. So you could have some winds out of the southwest. It could be kind of gusty down here as well. And there's actually a wind advisory down here. It's just not showing in at this point in time, but similar gusty winds as well. Oh, they issued what is with Paducah and lake wind advisories? They issued a lake wind advisory for this area here, which is for area boaters that are enjoying reservoirs, rivers, stuff like that. Could have some gusty winds that could make water choppy, I guess up to 30 miles an hour in that white circle down here. They are the only office that I know of that issues lake wind advisories, and they're not even near a lake. That's just funny to me. Anyway.
I'll be honest, Caleb, I have never heard of a lake wind advisory until the other day. That was complete news.
Yeah, I normally see them in the southern continental United States more so than I see them in the Midwest. You don't see them very often, but they've been issuing them quite a bit. So, which I think is important too, especially in the summertime. You have a lot of boaters, recreational users out on rivers, waters, ponds, and stuff like that, or reservoirs. And even though they're not big bodies of water, waters can still be quite hazardous during windy conditions. You can get waves, upwelling currents, and stuff like that. So. Not a bad tool to use. It's just one you don't see very often. And we are down to just a couple severe thunderstorm warnings, Ryan. They are starting to get trimmed back. We only have a few counties here. And actually, if you're in Union County, you guys are in the clear. East of Connorsville, you guys are in the clear now. Same thing for the Brookville area. Mount Carmel, going to rain here pretty heavily for a little bit. Cedar Grove, same for you. But the strongest winds are now off to your east in Ohio. So we are almost done here. Go ahead and toggle our wind advisories off here. Non-precedent. Do I even have a lake wind advisory option on here to pull up? I don't.
Nope, not at all. It's that rare of an alert, which is just kind of tells you.
It's a seasonal alert too, I think, mainly used for recreational times of year in the summertime. Not too many boaters are out on the water in December and January. Not a lot of kneeboarding going on that time of the year. Just something about the water just being too cold doesn't really attract boaters that time of year. But we are almost done here. For anybody watching here, Northern Indiana, you guys are in the clear. If you guys are north of Union County, Connorsville, all clear. Enjoy your evening. Have some dinner. Rest easy. Good news for tonight. The takeaway is our severe threat is ending earlier than expected. That is terrific news. We don't like to see severe weather events persist into the overnight hours. This one could have turned into that if it would have had slower storm motions. Some model guidance a couple days ago had it persisting through 11 o'clock tonight, through about midnight. But thankfully, it was a quicker solution of the two. Therefore, our risk is ending early. Not very many times, Ryan, this year have we had a severe weather risk end before nighttime. We have had a lot of our severe weather risks here this year have been well into the overnight hours. So that's some good news here tonight. But still a lot of power outages.
I've already said we have 231,000. We're kind of slowly leveling off here. We're not jumping as high as what we were, but 231,000 people out of power. And the only counties not affected are really the bottom two tiers of counties. Everywhere else has scattered to widespread outages, which is crazy here. So again, 231,000 people and some odd number out of power currently. They'll probably rise a little bit more, probably stay under 250 but still a significant number of people out of power from these storms. So
Yep.
they're impactful. If you have power, consider yourself lucky. Weather does impact outside your backyard. So your neighbor may have tree damage or structure damage and lose power. You guys may have a twig down your yard. So it's really just depending on how these storms play out for your exact location, and weather does happen outside your backyard. So if you didn't get anything today, consider yourself lucky.
Yep. This was a widespread severe weather event, which was possible. Kind of had two scenarios here. The less likely of the two would have been just for north of Indianapolis, but it trended to be the entire state today. And the Storm Prediction Center did a good job communicating that as well, upgrading all of Indiana to an enhanced risk, a level 3 out of 5, which was well placed by the Storm Prediction Center in Norman, Oklahoma. Really smart meteorologists and forecasters there, always watching the environment and dynamics that play here to issue those risks. So good placement today by the Storm Prediction Center. And that's really what we saw, Ryan, was a widespread QLCS across the entire state, a line of storms that developed in Illinois and progressed all the way across the state of Indiana. And they're still going strong in Ohio, too. If you guys have any friends and family in north central Ohio, they're issuing warnings well out ahead of the line here. 60-mile-per-hour winds for the Bell Fountain area. Yeah, 60 and Penny, all up and down here. So the National Weather Service, this would be in Cleveland, Ohio. Not wasting any time, not messing around with this line. They're issuing warnings similar to what Northern Indiana did, out ahead of the main line, trying to give you that lead time to say, hey, there's a severe thunderstorm coming. We don't see it dying down at this point in time, so be prepared for 60-mile-per-hour winds and take precautions that you need. And with that confidence, they're able to issue that severe thunderstorm warnings way ahead of the main line from Toledo to Bell Fountain. So love to see it, but they can only do that, unfortunately, when the confidence is there. Not always can you have that lead time to that extent, but on bigger events and bigger squall lines, the National Weather Service is able to do that for you. So a great job across the board here by local NWS offices here in Indiana as well. They were on their game today. They did a very good job at issuing warnings here today. Just as we're busy here at Indiana Weather Network and Indiana Weather Online, our friends at the National Weather Service are exceptionally busy during severe weather events as well. Not only are they issuing warnings, they're also communicating with broadcast media. They have someone running phones for storm chasers and spotters that are sending them reports, pictures. It really is a team effort across the board to keep Hoosiers safe from severe weather. So it takes an army.
Yeah, it certainly does. It certainly does.
Chrissy says, it's just hitting here in Ohio County, Indiana. I'll go ahead and zoom in down there to you. You're really one of the last few counties in Indiana to get impacted by it here. So here's Ohio and Switzerland County here. Right now, the strongest storm, Chrissy, looks to be near Pleasant. Go ahead and the airport radar is down, unfortunately, so I can't see what's going on near the surface. But let's go ahead and turn on our velocity here to see what our winds are doing. Still some pretty strong winds here. 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-size hail down here for these storms. Don't want to exclude anybody either. While could be some hail coming in near the Canaan area, China, Pleasant, coming into Ohio and Switzerland County, kind of a line here as well, getting in on some hail, as well as State Road 62, Cross Plains, and Dewberry. Though you're not in a warning, this hail core could kind of flirt with the county line there a little bit. So do be kind of prepared for that if you're right on the edge of the warning box near Cross Plains. Could be some small hail in the southern cell that could briefly go into the county there a little bit as well. But some heavy thunderstorms still impacting southeast Indiana. But looking at our hail tracker, though, even on a little cell back here, not much of an updraft to it, Ryan. Not really seeing any hail, mainly just a rainmaker at this point in time, a few rumbles of thunder. And a lot of that is because we don't have the instability that we had earlier. We just it's very hard for storms to form when you don't have the fuel. It's kind of like trying to start your car even though it's out of gas. You can try all you want, but it's not going to start.
Yes, great analogy.
So there's some fumes left in the atmospheric fuel tank back here, but not enough to really not enough octane in the atmosphere to really support severe weather. So that's some good news. So back here to the south here, Harrison County still in a severe thunderstorm warning. A little bit of a hail core coming into literally the most southern part of Indiana you can go in Harrison County is where is where this weather is impacting here. From Cedars Farm Landing, Hughes Landing, Pilcher Landing here in southern Harrison County. A little bit of a hail core here. Heavy rain in Evans Landing as well. This is extreme southern Indiana here in Harrison County. This storm will be moving into Kentucky here in the next few minutes. Probably the strongest storm in Indiana right now is this storm here moving into Ohio and Switzerland County near Pleasant. This VIL, this tool here is a little bit behind. It would actually be near or over Pleasant at this point in time, but showing signs of some hail within this storm, maybe up to quarter size, which is what the warning is warned for. If we turn on correlation coefficient just to see what else is going on, maybe a little bit of a hail spike there near Pleasant, perhaps. Hard to tell on that one. We're further away from the radar, so a little bit of clutter, but I would say that correlates pretty well. So could have some small hail within there, up to quarter size within that cell there. And some gusty winds too. We are still seeing some velocity signatures for some gusty winds here in southeast Indiana, but the strongest gust front is off to Ohio and into extreme northern Kentucky here as well. So for most of Indiana, we're in the clear. It's just mainly for Ohio and Switzerland counties, and extreme southern Harrison County are really the only counties left with a severe risk at this point in time. Could have some showers with thunderstorms, trying to redevelop here a little bit. But like I said, our atmospheric fuel tank is on fumes. We don't really have the gas to really support severe weather at this point in time. So our tornado watches are being trimmed back as we speak. They're being canceled as the severe weather threat is coming to an end. So that is good news. And in fact, it got trimmed back even more since we last took a look at it. Go ahead and turn that back on here, and I'll show you who is in a tornado watch and who has been canceled. Most of Indiana is no longer in a watch of any kind. Here it is. So this is our tornado watch here. These counties are still included, but you guys are actually in the all clear. But our tornado watch is pretty much been canceled across most of the state here. Still in effect here a little bit. And actually, Ryan, areas right in here, Wilmington did not include in the tornado watch. So these counties here in the tornado watch are just yet to be canceled yet. But areas out ahead of it where the storms actually are not in a tornado watch at all. It was not expanded as the risk for tornadoes is decreasing with eastward extents. So some good news there as well. So we are almost done here with severe weather coverage here in Indiana. Mainly just Dearborn, or I think that's Dearborn. Could be Ripley. Yeah, Dearborn, Switzerland counties and Ohio counties are really the only counties left in Indiana with the severe weather risk. So some good news there. We are winding down on our severe weather coverage here for Indiana. Still a lot of people without power, though. Getting reports of still over 200,000 customers without power. That's quite a few across the state. May take most of the night for some customers to have their power fully restored, and we may still have some power outages lingering into tomorrow as well. A lot of times when you get a big event like that, power crews and resources are stretched, so it does take time to restore that power, depending on the damage as well. So power outages could linger into tomorrow for some customers, depending on the severity of your damage. So do keep that in mind and make plans. If you have any perishables or anything like that in your refrigerator that need eaten up or used, do keep that in mind. But our only severe thunderstorm warning in the state right now, we have two of them. Extreme southeastern Dearborn, Ohio, and Switzerland counties, and then extreme southern Harrison County here. However, this storm is moving across the Ohio River and moving back into Kentucky. So it moved out of Kentucky, went to Indiana, and is now moving back into Kentucky, and where it will remain for the rest of its life cycle. Behind this line, a few scattered showers, maybe a rumble of thunder or two, but no severe weather expected in any rain or shower or storm that may form behind this. But if you guys have any damage from today's storms or pictures or videos you want to send us, feel free. You can send us on Messenger. We also have a couple storm report pages you can send them to too, don't we, Ryan?
Yeah, we have Indiana Storm Reports. It's a group on Facebook. We encourage you guys to drop in that group and submit your reports. If you don't want to do that, you can always direct message that to us. We look for wind reports like trees down, shingle damage, stuff like that. Hail reports, size. You can have a ruler. It's great. Measure it. Also, just reports of general pictures of storms and videos too. It all helps us communicate to you guys what's going on. So if Betsy gives us a picture of large hail in Muncie, we can relay that in real time and say, hey, the storm in Muncie heading toward Portland has hail, and this is what's heading your way. We can communicate that like that. So it's very important. You guys play a huge role in communication of hazards to you guys. So it helps us out. It helps you guys out. It also helps NWS out too. They can use those reports for their storm summaries, and also use it to issue warnings and upgrade or downgrade warnings as necessary.
Yeah, for example, on a downgrading warning, a lot of people don't think about that. Sometimes a warning needs to be canceled. No reason having a severe thunderstorm warning issued if the storm itself is not producing severe weather. For example, if you report, let's say, winds to 50 miles an hour, when severe criteria is 58, they may cancel that warning and reissue a special weather statement for a strong thunderstorm that's just not severe. I know the National Weather Service doesn't like to issue severe warnings unless severe weather is actually occurring, and that helps promote that as well. So, and you have a huge role in that as well. And also, your reports help verify what's happening on radar too. A radar could be saying one thing when your storm report says otherwise, or well. So, they're very important. And we thank you to all of you who sent us those reports here today. But if you guys have any questions or anything, feel free to put them in chat. We'll be hanging out with you here for, at least maybe another 20 minutes here or so until our severe thunderstorm warnings are canceled. And then we'll likely hop off as our severe weather threat would have ended here for the state of Indiana. But we are coming to a close. We are close, only maybe 30 minutes max here before our severe weather ends here for the day. And we're going to see a break in severe weather as well. That's something going forward here. Going to have a break in rainfall as well. I know a lot of people are excited about that. Got lots of comments and messages about how a lot of us are sick of the rain that we've had here over the past several weeks. And for some over the past month, where it's nearly rained every day. So we're going to have a break coming up here soon, but it's going to get very hot. Heat indices could be over 100 degrees starting this weekend and the next week. We're going to have a ridge of high pressure move in. That's going to keep us sunny and dry, but it's also going to keep the heat here. Sometimes it's referred to as a heat dome, or an omega block is the technical term for it. We're going to have this blocking pattern in place, but when you have these blocking patterns in place, they're really stubborn. They don't move out very fast. They stay in one place, and that's going to bring us our hot and humid conditions for quite a while. So for about a week or so, we're going to have very, very warm conditions, but also very warm temperatures at night too. Overnight lows could be 70 to 75 degrees across the state with high humidity. And so that'll bring very little comfort to a lot of those without air conditioning or cooling areas as well. So do keep that in mind. So we'll likely see our first heat advisories of the year issued at some point somewhere next week. If not excessive heat warnings, perhaps if we reach that criteria. We'll be close. We'll see if we get there or not. Either way, it's going to feel very tropical over the next couple of days and next week. Daytime temperatures next week could be 95, 96 degrees, even upper 90s perhaps next week. Combine that with humidity values being very high and dew points being in the 70s. That's going to make feel-like temperatures feel over 100 degrees. We're going to hit the century mark with our heat indexes for the first time or second time or so this year. So it's going to get quite warm. So do be prepared for that if you have pets or animals outside. Make sure they stay hydrated and have an area to cool off. We are almost done here. Zooming back into southern Indiana. Our storms are moving out of Dearborn County, still hanging around in Switzerland and Ohio counties. But these are really the last two counties here on deck for severe weather at this point in time. So only a few minutes left. But if you guys have any questions or anything, put them in chat. Be happy to answer them here for you. They can be about us, upcoming weather, or any weather-related questions that you may have. I'll be happy to answer them here for you while we are still live. Another storm, the storm that prompted the warning in Harrison County, still in a severe thunderstorm warning, but that is now into Kentucky. So Harrison County, Corydon, you guys are in the all clear here today as well. It is mainly just solely Ohio and Switzerland County here that we are waiting on, and perhaps southern Dearborn. That's really the three areas that we are waiting on storms to clear before we are all done and all clear across the state. When do you think our next severe weather event will be? That's kind of a tough question. Probably sometime whenever we see a breakdown of this next pattern. So we have a ridge of high pressure moving in. That's going to create quiet weather, but it's going to be very hot and humid. When we see that ridge start to move or break down, where we're on the edge of that ridge of high pressure, you have some forcing there. Storm systems often ride the edge of that. So when that breaks down, that's where we're going to have to keep an eye on for any low pressure systems or what we call short waves, little ripples in the jet stream that may move down, that may bring us a risk for thunderstorms, storm complexes, stuff like that. But anything near term, don't really have a date picked out. There's not really a specific date that stands out more than another, mainly because we have a stubborn pattern that's going to be moving in. That's going to keep us hot and dry for the near term. So. I think we could all use some drier weather for a change. We've been pretty wet.
Amen. Amen. Say it louder.
And extremely wet across places. So we've seen a lot of flash flooding, more than we've seen in recent weeks here across the state. From Evansville, flash flooded a couple times. Kokomo had some reports, and even down south in southern Indiana, just got hammered with rain as well. So just insane flash flooding coming out of southern Indiana last week too. So very hopefully we don't see anything like that for a little while.
Yeah, Caleb, I think we're about done here. Once again, I'm going to say that, and you have two counties now. We're down to two that are still underneath severe warning. Actually, there's three counties technically, but really only two counties that have immediate threats.
Yeah, Dearborn's still in a warning, but the severe weather risk has actually moved off to their south and east. So
yeah,
while Dearborn's still, yep.
Yeah, those are your two counties, Ohio and Switzerland County. Once those clear, Caleb and I will be off here, and we'll sign off and give you all clear the entire state.
We're close to doing that. Not quite. Got a few more minutes yet. But for 99% of the state, you're in the all clear. If you don't live in southern Dearborn, Ohio, and Switzerland, you guys are in the all clear for tonight. A few lingering showers and thunderstorms. But again, no severe weather is expected for you. But don't be surprised if
you about to head out and intercept this over my house in like probably less than 10 minutes.
Yep. The storms are getting ready to head into Ryan's location, just as they did mine a little while ago. He's probably going to have a nice shelf cloud moving in his location here pretty soon.
Haven't had a storm chase. I've been out once this year. So it helps when storms come to you.
It really does. But we have maybe 10 minutes here before we sound the all clear for the entire state. So we're very close. Just a few more minutes left here before we do that. Severe thunderstorm warning for southern Dearborn, Ohio, and Switzerland. This would be for 60 mile per hour winds and quarter-size hail for this warning here. If you're in southern Dearborn, maybe extreme southern Dearborn County, think the Aurora area, south of Wilmington, US 50 area, you guys are still in some pretty heavy thunderstorms. But if you're in central and northern Dearborn, you guys are in the all clear. It's mainly just along and south of US 50 here is where the severe weather risk is. And western Switzerland and Ohio counties, you guys are in the clear. It's just finishing out, moving through, and then we'll be in the clear 100% throughout the state. So we are very close. Just want to say thank you for you guys following along and sticking with us. Something we can talk about if you guys have any friends in Northwest Ohio, have a tornado warning for the Findlay area. I-75 near Bluffton, Ohio, not Bluffton, Indiana, but Bluffton, Ohio, under a tornado warning. This is radar indicated. You kind of see a nice little hook echo here. Nice little hook echo here in north central Ohio, near the Bluffton area. A little bit of a couplet there on the leading edge. Kind of hard to see. Really bad radar gap there, but there's your couplet just outside the Genera area and I-75. So if you know anybody in the Findlay area, under a tornado warning there as well. But the severe weather risk is pretty much over for Indiana, except for Ohio and Switzerland County. Some rain, some lightning hanging around here behind this, but no severe weather at this point in time. So just waiting on these storms to clear out of Dearborn, Ohio, and Switzerland counties, and then we will probably sign off here for the evening. We'll still be watching radar behind the scenes because still have some showers and thunderstorms develop, but severe weather is not expected anywhere in Indiana tonight after this line moves out of Indiana. So that is some good news there. Leanna says Muncie's still having some lightning and thunder. Not surprising there. A little bit of some rain here still hanging around Muncie. You guys are on the tail end of it, though. Probably be ending here probably now, or really any time now. Maybe just a few rumbles of thunder, but you guys are pretty much out of it. Is that thunder right here in the background at your location, Ryan?
No, it'll be a fan. I don't hear anything.
Oh, okay. I couldn't tell on my headset here. It almost sounded like thunder. I was like, man, it's really cranking there.
I'm more than likely about to pop out of here and take a front row seat at my deck.
Yeah, no, go ahead. You're good to pop out. We just got a few minutes left here before we'll be signing out and giving the all clear. But if you're not in Ohio and Switzerland County, Indiana, you guys are in the all clear tonight. Just for you guys just now joining us or checking in. If you're not in Ohio or Switzerland counties in southeast Indiana, you guys are in the all clear for the rest of the evening, and hope you enjoy your evening as well. Could have some rain, maybe a few rumbles of thunder, but your severe weather chances are near zero.
Okay, I'm going to pop out of here. I'm going to say goodbye to the viewers here. I'm going to pop out. I got storms bearing down on me, a little bit of rotation with them too, so I'm going to keep a close eye on that. I'm up in Michigan. I'm just across the border up here in Michigan, so I'm pretty close to the Indiana border, just not quite in Indiana. So I'm going to pop out, make sure I'm safe here. You guys enjoy yourself. It's been a pleasure. Caleb's got you the rest of the way. It's all you, man.
Sounds good. Thanks, Ryan. Thanks for your help here today. We're just a few minutes away from giving the statewide all clear. We are just itching to say it. It's our favorite part of the live stream is saying, Indiana, we are all clear, and we are just moments away from that. We just got to get through a few more miles of storms here, moving out of southeast Indiana before we can officially say we are in the all clear. But we are so close. So close to saying the all clear for Indiana. But we can say the official all clear for areas who are not in Ohio and Switzerland County or even southern Dearborn County. Those three areas are really the only areas that still have a severe thunderstorm risk at this point in time. Pretty noisy in southern Harrison County, I've heard. Yeah, there's some lightning bolts going on down there, but your storms have moved off to your south and east. A few showers, maybe a few thunderstorms popping up here behind this line, but no severe weather is expected here with those. So we are so close, just moments away from giving our all clear, the official all clear for the entire state. But we do still have a few areas impacted here from severe thunderstorms at this point in time. Those include Switzerland and Ohio counties and extreme southern Dearborn County for a little bit while yet. Warned for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-size hail. Mainly Jacksonville, East Enterprise, and points eastward. So Rising Sun coming into you right about now, as well as Cofield Corner. You guys are in it right now as well. Pretty strong winds here showing up on velocity as well. So some strong gusty winds. I wish we had the airport radar operational Cincinnati, but unfortunately it is not at this point in time, under maintenance. So if you guys have any other questions, feel free to put them in chat. I thank you guys for sticking with us during our coverage of live severe weather. It's been a privilege to have you guys on here, and we look forward to hanging out with you guys every time we have the opportunity to live stream like this. One of the benefits is we don't have commercial breaks. A lot of your broadcast stations will have commercial breaks, or they'll cut off when it leaves their select few counties. They'll go back to TV programming. Not here at Indiana Weather Network or Indiana Weather Online. We are here for the entirety of the event throughout the entire state. We will have you covered here from beginning to end, and that's something we take pride in. We take great pride in that, and we'll be here until the severe weather threat today is out of Indiana. And to do that, it has to leave Ohio, Switzerland, and Dearborn counties in southern Indiana. And once they do that, we will be in the all clear throughout the entire state. Lots of storm reports, though, throughout the entire state. I'll read a couple of them here to you as I have them pulled up here in front of me. In northern Indiana, have large trees down in Huntington, Indiana. For further north, in Bluffton, Indiana, we have a roof blown off a commercial building and power lines down in Wells County, Indiana. Portland, Indiana, large trees down. A lot of tree reports coming down as well. Trees down on eastbound lanes on I-74, on the right lane, east side of Indianapolis. That was a little while ago. Hopefully they have that cleaned up by now. Lots of wind reports near the Columbus, Indiana area here. Yeah, a lot of trees down, fences blown over. Just a lot of tree damage across the entire state. And I think that's what's causing the majority of our power outages is from trees falling on lines and power lines, and just having a really hard time having a spotter confirmed a wind gust of 60 miles per hour estimated near Connorsville, Indiana. So pretty strong winds here associated as well. Have a measured wind gust near the Oxford area, West College Corner, just on the Indiana-Ohio state line, 55 miles an hour. But get this, though. In Brookville, Indiana, a measured wind gust of 68 miles per hour in Brookville, Indiana, measured a little while ago from emergency management. That was a measured wind gust there. They had that considerable warning there. So definitely had some pretty strong winds throughout the state of Indiana here. So that is definitely indicative of why we have quite a few power outages throughout the state. Nearly 250,000 customers without power in the 240 range right now. So quite a few power outages throughout the state. Yeah, Ellenson says we have some trees and power lines down in Columbus, Indiana, and some building damage as well. Not surprised. If you have any pictures or anything, you're welcome to send those in to us. We document that, and we also report that to the National Weather Service as well. So if you have any damaged pictures, give your time, event, location, and we'll be happy to document that for you. Josh asked, are we going to get a second round? The answer is yes and no. We're going to have scattered showers and thunderstorms that'll persist tonight, associated with an area of low pressure that'll be moving through, but severe weather, no. Highly unlikely will we see a strong or severe thunderstorm later tonight. In fact, the severe weather risk will pretty much be over, if not over 100%, as soon as our line here moves out of the state. As soon as this line moves out of the state, we're going to give the all clear for Indiana, and we'll be should be good here for the rest of the night. Could have a few showers and thunderstorms here. Have some here near the Washington area, Petersburg area, associated with our cold front itself. But these are pretty small in nature. Can't rule out a stronger storm, mainly across southern Indiana, where a squall line was more scattered and broken in nature. Could have some remnant leftover instability, some fumes left in the tank that could marginally support a stronger thunderstorm, but widespread severe weather is highly unlikely. If we look at our hail tracker, decent hail core here near Washington, maybe some pea-sized hail coming into the Montgomery area, maybe getting close to the Lagodi area perhaps, but nothing that really screams severe weather at this point in time. But if there were to be like a stronger thunderstorm, it'd probably be in this area here across southern Indiana. But again, far and few between, very short-lived. Widespread severe weather or significant severe weather is not expected. Turn on our velocity again, take a look at it here. Maybe a little bit of rotation here, but that is just south of the Indiana border in Kentucky here, south of the Warsaw area. But nothing here in Indiana at this point in time. We are just a couple miles away from ending our live severe weather coverage here. Don't see any other questions in chat here. If you guys have any other questions, feel free to put them in. Know anybody in Cincinnati, Indiana? They're getting ready to get hit by a severe thunderstorm. 60-mile-per-hour winds, penny-size hail. I don't see any rotation within this line, but could have some strong straight line winds here. See our bright blue reflectivity here. A nice solid gust front here. That'll be coming in to the Cincinnati metro area. Could cause some damage and perhaps some power outages for Cincinnati metro. Dayton, Ohio, coming through you right now. Dayton's actually getting ready to clear up, so that's some good news for Dayton. Areas to the north here, if you have any friends in Michigan, southeast lower Michigan, still in it here. Looks like a lot of this one's wow, considerable warning up here, 70-mile-per-hour winds, and the rest are 60. And that is for southeast lower Michigan, still getting in on some action up in there. But we are just moments away from sounding the all clear for Indiana. We're just a couple miles away, just about 10 minutes away, perhaps. Christy says she measured 42 miles per hour gust in Rising Sun, Indiana. No hail. Thank you for that report. That is just right over here near the state line, right in here. From this storm here, measured 42 miles an hour, says Christy from her weather station. Thank you for that report. Yeah, it looks like the strongest winds, Christy, were actually just off to your north. Now moving into Cincinnati here. A nice gust front there coming into town. So, yeah, just to your north and just to your south. There's our new severe thunderstorm warning, 60 and penny-sized hail. So they're going to let these expire here. They expire here in about 8 minutes. But they just reissued the severe thunderstorm warning here for extreme eastern portions of Indiana, but otherwise, that'd be for Switzerland County, Indiana, is the only county in Indiana that got reissued a severe thunderstorm warning, and that is for extreme eastern Switzerland County. Other than that, the rest of the state is in the all clear. Could still have a few isolated thunderstorms, perhaps a few stronger storms, mainly across southern Indiana, but widespread severe weather is not expected. Oh, wow. And I do have a confirmed report from Bluffton, Indiana, and Wells County. Yeah, a large roof was completely blown off in the looks like the north side of downtown in Bluffton. Actually, I know right where that is too. Just on the north side of the river, a large structure there lost a roof, completely peeled off there. So, wow. We are just moments away here from sounding the all clear here. Erica, anything coming back to the Mishawaka, Indiana area? Some showers, some rains, maybe a thunderstorm or two, but no severe weather. Your area of low pressure is kind of sitting right over the Mishawaka area, kind of the whole Michiana area here, from Illinois, Michigan, Indiana, Northwest Indiana. Your low pressure is actually sitting right here. So this will bring some maybe some breezing conditions, some showers, some cooler temperatures, but no severe weather or anything like that. So that is some good news here. But as soon as these storms finish exiting Indiana, that will conclude our stream here in Indiana. We're just moments away. Switzerland County, Patriot, Indiana, is really the last town in Indiana under the gun here for severe weather. Once they move through Patriot, Indiana, we will end our stream here, and that'll conclude our severe weather coverage for today here across Indiana. So again, thank you so much for staying with us here today. We appreciate that. Do be careful if you're driving on the roads. You're going out tonight. There's sporadic reports of lots of damage, lots of trees down, power lines down. Never drive across power lines if you see them down on the ground. Always assume they are live if they are down on the ground.
Also, Caleb, I have a couple shout outs to give to our sponsors we have on here. Indianapolis area, Rutgers Outdoor Services. They are a tree service. If you guys have tree damage in and around the Indianapolis area in Marion County, get a hold of Rutgers Tree Service. Number to contact them is 317-665-3969. The contact there would be Jacob. It's Rutgers Outdoor Services for you guys. Also, for restoration services, we have McAllis. They're also based in the Indianapolis area. Restoration services, flooding, roofing, any damage you may have, they're also here to help with you as well. And their contact would be, we're going to go 317-914-9705, or you can contact them at 1-844-FIX-INDY. Thank you for McAllis as well as Rutgers Tree Services for sponsoring us here and being our trusted partners in getting you guys up and going after severe storms strike your area.
Yep, we are just a couple minutes away from sounding the all clear. And in fact, Ryan, after it moves through Patriot, Indiana, and areas just a little bit south, we'll be in the all clear here across the state. A few stronger cells here back west, maybe some small hail, heavy downpours, but widespread severe weather is not expected here. But thank you for following us here at Indiana Weather Network and Indiana Weather Online. It's been a privilege being able to hang out with you here this afternoon and provide this severe weather coverage. Yes, this radar is live, Keith. Yep, this is live radar. Likely see these severe thunderstorm warnings turned back here pretty soon, or just expire. Actually expire in 1 minute here. So here in about 1 to 2 minutes, that will conclude our severe weather coverage here in the state of Indiana. So we are almost done here, and almost ready to sound the all clear for Indiana. We are very close. And for our neighbors off to the east in Ohio, they have issued a severe thunderstorm watch downstream ahead of this line here. So if you know anybody in Ohio, central Ohio, and areas beyond, could have some strong damaging wind gusts here as this line continues to push east overnight tonight across the state of Ohio. And we still have a one severe thunderstorm warning left here in Indiana for Switzerland County. For this storm here going just south of Patriot, Indiana, before it moves off into Kentucky, extreme northern Kentucky. This is our last severe thunderstorm warning in the state of Indiana, and it is for extreme eastern Switzerland County, Indiana. Looks like 60-mile-per-hour winds and penny-sized hail for this storm here. And strong winds just to the east of Patriot on the Kentucky side of the Ohio River. But some of those winds could reach perhaps over into the Patriot area as well. So it's a few more minutes here, and then that will likely conclude our stream, and we'll give that the all clear into Indiana. If you guys have any other questions or anything, now's time to ask them here before we sign off here for the evening. And again, thank you guys for hanging out with us here tonight. And do be careful if you're out and about. Lots of debris on area roadways, ponding water, trees down, tree limbs down, power lines down. Across the state as a whole, still around 240,000 customers without power in the state of Indiana, just as of recently here. So a lot of people still without power, and many power outages will persist into tomorrow as well. May take some time for power to be restored across all of Indiana, especially after a big event like this. Takes a lot of time for power crews and resources to get to those locations that were hit hard and could still have some impacts that are felt into the coming days tomorrow. So
Let's glad we didn't have any tornadoes today, Caleb. We probably had a few, maybe 1 or 2 in the state, but it had potential to be a much larger event. And I'm glad it never really reached that full potential of anything tornadic.
absolutely. So as soon as this storm leaves Switzerland County, that will conclude our stream for today. We're just a few minutes away. And the bulk of that storm, Ryan, is now into Kentucky.
Yeah, for the most part, I think we're pretty much done here, Caleb.
Yeah, yep. The severe weather threat has pretty much ended here for the state of Indiana. Few lingering showers and thunderstorms. A few of those perhaps could be strong with some small hail, gusty winds here across southern Indiana. But widespread severe weather is not expected. Just a few lingering showers and thunderstorms here to end the evening and persist into the overnight hours but severe weather is not expected at this point in time. So thank you guys for watching. We are pretty much going to sound the all clear here for Indiana. Could be perhaps a stronger storm or two in Indiana, mainly in southern Indiana. Some small hail, heavy rain, but widespread severe weather is not expected at this time. So rest easy, enjoy your evening, go get some dinner, and really thankful that this did not persist into the overnight hours, and it was the earlier solution. Severe weather danger is always increased at night, just because of being dark, unseen. People are less aware; they're asleep. So thankful for that as well. So could have been a much bigger event in terms of tornadoes. Glad that portion of the risk did not materialize quite as high as what it could have been. Thankfully, a lot of that was thankful to these storms growing upscale into a line a lot faster. They didn't remain isolated, and that kind of limited our overall tornado risk from going as big as what it could have. But even out ahead of the main line, thankfully, it didn't quite go as big as what it could have with spin-up tornadoes as well. So, but there is still a lot of power outages from straight line winds. Reports anywhere from 60 miles an hour to 80 miles an hour. Very strong winds here across Indiana here today. And that has resulted in many power outages across the state as well. So thank you very much for following along here. But our severe weather risk for Indiana is over. Eastern Switzerland County is still in a severe thunderstorm warning. However, the storm has left Indiana and is now into Kentucky, heading near the Crittenden area, Independence area, just to the south of Cincinnati. So that will likely conclude our severe weather coverage here. So we're probably going to go ahead and sign off here. Ryan, if Ryan has anything else to say here before we do that.
Nope. Got pretty much nothing else to say here. Glad I didn't really reach the full tornadic potential, but we still got plenty of wind damage to pick up from across the state today. So with that said, that's all I got.
Sounds good. Well, this will conclude our live stream and severe weather coverage here in Indiana. The severe threat is over for Indiana. We could still have a stray stronger storm, mainly across southern Indiana here. But widespread severe weather is not expected. These storms are expected to be a little bit more short-lived than what we saw earlier. So just a little bit of instability hanging on here. But widespread severe weather is not expected here tonight. We'll continue to watch radar trends here behind the scenes. But this will conclude our severe weather coverage here for Indiana. And we will see you next time.